Chapter 462. The painful evil god hypnotizes Suyu to rewrite reality. And Suyu's hypnosis wants to go a step further and rewrite fate. Fate is an inevitable fact. It is more powerful than the painful evil god's rewriting of reality. However, Suyu is still a little unsure about the illusory fate. Although previously, due to the influence of the Glory Emperor, Suyu suspected that he had awakened to become a prophet and could see the inevitable fate. But the fate that Suyu saw was basically the history that happened in the past. As for the fate of the future, Suyu has never seen any. Suyu is not sure whether he is a serious prophet. As for rewriting fate with mental hypnosis, it is even more impossible to change it. He can't see that it is the real fate. How to rewrite it? Moreover, 92 times the concentrated mental power is probably far from enough to rewrite fate. So Suyu's so-called rewriting of fate is full of tricks. First, Suyu used the powerful mental power to hypnotize, so that the painful evil god at this moment saw some scenes of fate. Those pictures were the fate pictures that Suyu had seen before, including the fate of the Emperor Guangyao, the fate of Zhang Chifeng, and the fate of Suyu. However, Suyu deliberately concealed the fate of the Emperor Guanyi, so that the painful evil god could not see it, leaving only the fate of Zhang Chifeng and Suyu himself. Because of the influence of the Emperor Guangyao, Zhang Chifeng was destined to be eroded by his own dark side and betrayed by his subordinates. This fate now fell to Suyu. And Suyu was also destined to be eroded by his own dark side and betrayed by his subordinates. These were the two fates that Suyu showed to the painful evil god. However, Suyu made some modifications and disguises to them. What Suyu showed to the painful evil god was, Suyu inherited the fate of Zhang Chifeng, and was destined to be betrayed by his own subordinates like Zhang Chifeng. Then, he was swallowed by his own dark side and die completely. This was the predetermined fate, which could not be changed. Before completing this process, no matter how the painful evil god planned, he could not kill Suyu, and could not completely merge and swallow Suyu. Only when the process is completed, that is, when Suyu's subordinates rebel against him and kill Suyu with their own hands, can the painful evil god take the opportunity to completely erode Suyu. Moreover, the painful evil god can kill himself with the hands of Suyu's rebellious subordinates and resurrect in the depths of the subspace, thus achieving true perfection. At the same time, it can completely seize Suyu's career panel. These destinies are all disguised by Suyu by modifying the original destiny pictures he saw. Because it is the real destiny prophecy picture, it can be infinitely magnified. So it has a strong persuasiveness. Even the painful evil god can hardly see through it. However, disguise is disguise. The accuracy of Suyu's modification of the destiny prophecy picture must not reach the true infinite magnification. And there must be flaws. But under the powerful mental hypnosis, the painful evil god will ignore these flaws and firmly believe that these prophecy pictures are real. The fifth level mental power can rewrite reality. And hypnosis to rewrite thoughts is naturally simple. However, the painful evil god is a fifth level evil god after all. And the modification of his thoughts cannot be too simple and direct. Otherwise, he will find something wrong. That's why Suyu needs to use the fate picture to disguise and deceive, so that the painful evil god will naturally and reasonably receive Suyu's hypnosis. Once this hypnosis is successful, the painful evil god will temporarily give up killing Suyu completely, but choose to promote this predicted fate and push Suyu's subordinates to rebel. Suyu's Cos Guangyao Emperor has the problem of insufficient similarity, and there is still a big rebellion. After completing the hypnosis, the painful evil god will help Suyu make up for this last shortcoming. When the rebellion is completed, Suyu will be closer to Guangyao Emperor, so as to obtain more and stronger power of Guangyao Emperor. In this process, Suyu will continue to use mental power to erode the painful evil god secretly, with the existence of 92 times mental power hypnosis. He will not find it. Once this process is completed, Suyu's similarity to Guanyi Emperor will increase again. At that time, Suyu will obtain a stronger power of Guanyu Emperor. At the same time, Suyu will also complete the erosion of the painful evil god. At that time, the painful evil god thought that he had eroded Suyu. But in fact, it was Suyu who eroded him. Suyu himself had the 5th level spiritual power, and he had the 92-fold purified spiritual power hypnosis, so he could naturally complete the erosion of the painful evil god. However, this erosion could not be perfect. The painful evil god was still the leader of the godhood. Suyu could only lurk in secret and could not completely wipe out the painful evil god. If Suyu tried to completely erode the painful evil god and erase his consciousness, at the last moment of the life and death crisis, he would definitely stimulate his survival instinct and wake up from hypnosis. At that time, it depends on how powerful the power of the glorious emperor that Suyu obtains again after completing his destiny is. If everything goes well, Suyu, who has mental hypnosis and the power of the glorious emperor, will completely occupy the throne of the painful evil god and completely erase or suppress the will of the painful evil god. At that time, Suyu is equivalent to bypassing the ritual and breaking through the 5th level. He can even use this to come to the depths of the subspace through rebirth and raid the tyrannical evil god. This is Suyu's plan. The destiny he wrote. Under the powerful mental hypnosis, the painful evil god will involuntarily follow this route. Suyu wants to know whether this destiny written by him can come true? And all this is only in Suyu's plan and has not become a reality. The reality at this moment is that Suyu has hypnotized the painful evil god. At this time, a large number of chaotic destiny images suddenly appeared in the painful evil god's consciousness. This is destiny? I have become a prophet? The painful evil god was stunned for a moment, and soon understood. Although it seems incredible that he, as an evil god, can become a prophet. At his level, it is a little unclear whether a non-human being can become a prophet, but he is originally the dark side of Suyu, and has a great relationship with humans. Moreover, he is devouring and corroding Suyu at this time. Maybe Suyu awakened and became a prophet, which affected him. With Suyu's 92 times mental power hypnosis, the painful evil god quickly accepted this setting. In the fate that the painful evil god saw, Suyu would not die in the face of his erosion this time. Instead, he would survive miraculously, and even stimulate his potential, and his mental power would increase greatly, approaching the level of the 5th level. How could there be such a fate? I don't believe it. Suyu, is this your trump card? The first reaction of the painful evil god was disbelief. He spent 10 years preparing, purified his spiritual power 7 times, compressed it together, and used it to hypnotize Suyu. A 4th level. How could he not kill him, but stimulate Suyu's potential? Just because of this so-called fate? This is not in line with common sense at all. So the painful evil god did not believe it at all. But soon he believed it, because Suyu, who had been completely controlled by his mental hypnosis and was about to merge with him, actually struggled. And he could sense that Suyu's struggle was very intense, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Suyu's spiritual power was actually increasing rapidly. From the 4th level, it has been approaching the 5th level in a short time. If this continues, Suyu's spiritual power may really break through the 5th level. This is Suyu deliberately releasing some of his own spiritual power for the painful evil god to see. Seeing this scene, no matter how indifferent the painful evil god was, he couldn't help but be shocked. Seeing that Suyu's spiritual power continued to increase and would break through the 5th level, the painful evil god quickly stopped rewriting reality. Otherwise, if Suyu was really stimulated to have the 5th level of spiritual power, it would be difficult for him to erode and devour Suyu. How could this happen? The painful evil god couldn't figure it out. Suyu was obviously a 4th level. How could his spiritual power suddenly surge and break through the 5th level in such a short time? This did not match any extraordinary knowledge known to the painful evil god. Could it be because I was eroding and devouring him, and he and I were essentially one at this moment, and obtained the essence of the 5th level? The painful evil god couldn't help guessing in his heart, and felt it was very reasonable. The painful evil god and Suyu were essentially different sides of the same person. Suyu liked to analyze and guess, and the painful evil god was the same. Coupled with Suyu's 92 times spiritual power hypnosis, the painful evil god quickly believed in his guess. I couldn't help but believe it. Suyu's spiritual power was upgraded on the spot, and there was no falsehood. In this way, the painful evil god can no longer hypnotize and devour Suyu. Otherwise, what if Suyu breaks through the 5th level of mental power with a stimulation? It seems that I must complete my destiny before I can completely devour him. According to Suyu's plan, the painful evil god began to prepare to promote destiny. However, at this time, the painful evil god's 7 times mental power has not been consumed. After all, he has not completed the rewriting of Suyu's reality. And this thing is a one-time weapon, and it cannot be taken back if it is not used up. The painful evil god felt a little sorry in his heart. and then urged the remaining power to rewrite reality, and began to lay out. He wants to rewrite reality, and bring the Great Rebellion in Destiny earlier. At the same time, he also wants to try to hypnotize Suyu mentally, and let Suyu fall asleep to avoid getting in the way. Although it is impossible to rewrite Suyu's reality and kill him, mental hypnosis should still be possible. Right? It is indeed possible. Suyu's mental power, under the hypnosis of the painful evil god, soon weakened and seemed to fall asleep. But he could not really fall asleep. There was even a faint sign of an increase in mental power. There was no other way. The painful evil god didn't dare to stimulate him anymore. He could only hypnotize Suyu to a state of half sleep and half wakefulness. Anyway, Suyu in this state could no longer turn the world around, and could only passively wait for the fate of death to come. At this point, Suyu's plan was actually close to success. On the surface, the painful evil god had completely controlled Suyu. In fact, Suyu had completely hypnotized the painful evil god, and made him completely believe in the fate he had fabricated. However, Suyu did not completely succeed. Because the power of time. Suyu's mental hypnosis of the painful evil god was a full-scale hypnosis of the past, present and future. The painful evil god in any time and space was affected at the same time. However, there was an exception. In a certain future possibility, a human-shaped black hole suddenly woke up. Not good. The painful evil god of this future possibility was not affected. And he also found something wrong. He was the trump card of the painful evil god. And it was the power that the painful evil god had worked hard to strip from the evil god soldier Mecha in the past 10 years. The painful evil god used the powerful fifth order time power to separate this part of power from himself, cut off the connection, and hide it in a future possibility. This is his trump card. If the situation is not right, he will directly use this part of power to be reborn and get rid of the control of the evil god's Mecha. But in that case, he will fall to the fifth order strength and will no longer be the original painful evil god. The original painful evil god will give birth to a new consciousness, which has nothing to do with him. But at least he can keep his current consciousness and will not really die. At this time, he found that his original body was being hypnotized. The consciousness was rewritten. What fate, what future, are all made up by Suyu. How is it possible? Why can Suyu hypnotize me? The painful evil god couldn't figure it out. It should be him who hypnotized Suyu. Why did it turn out to be Suyu hypnotizing him? This is not normal at all. Must wake up the original body as soon as possible. There was no time to think about it. The clone of the painful evil god immediately took action. Originally, the use of this clone was to directly abandon the original body and give up the fifth order strength. But now, how could he be willing? He wanted to wake up his original body. Now the original body of the painful evil god was like an ordinary person having a nightmare, and he couldn't remember who he was. As long as there was a force to wake him up, he could get out of the hypnotic state and achieve a counterattack. So, a cold thought immediately crossed time and space, extending from that future to the now. This thought instantly touched the painful evil god of the now. What is going on? The painful evil god was originally planning how to promote the so-called destiny. But suddenly his consciousness was slightly confused. This was his clone waking him up. Suyu's modification of his hypnotic consciousness was a little shaky. It was too difficult to modify the mental hypnotic consciousness of a powerful evil god of the 5th level. Even if Suyu was deliberate and prepared 92 times the 5th level mental power, plus deliberate disguise and guidance. But under the reminder of the painful evil god's clone, it was immediately broken. Moreover, the future hidden in this clone is extremely hidden, and Suyu can hardly find it for a while. This clone can quickly awaken the original body through the connection with the original body. If this goes on, the painful evil god will soon wake up completely. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Suyu has been monitoring the state of the painful evil god, so he immediately found something wrong. He didn't panic. According to Suyu's original expectation, this plan would not have been so smooth. The painful evil god was originally a future of Suyu, and Suyu knew what he was capable of. The painful evil god must have a trump card, and it is impossible for him to sit and wait for death. Now this trump card has finally been forced out. Suyu immediately used the trump card against the trump card, and followed the mental connection to hit the glory seed. This glory seed is the power of the glory emperor, and it is born to devour the power of pain and desire. According to Suyu's order, the glory seed relied on instinct and instantly descended to the hidden future where the painful evil god's clone was. Suyu couldn't find the future that hid the incarnation of the evil god of pain. But the seeds of light could? Chapter 463. From the perspective of time beyond the thinking of ordinary creatures. Starting from now, countless future possibilities have evolved and are constantly changing. A stream of light, from the now time node, rushed towards future at a high speed. The future has infinite changes, and a slight variable will form a new future possibility. If this is a road, then going forward, there will be almost endless forks. Even if Suyu is a time mechanic and can observe the future, it is difficult to exhaust all future possibilities. What's more, the painful evil god is a 5th level, and has the 5th level time power. His ability to control the future is stronger than Suyu. The future possibility, where the painful evil god's clone is located, is extremely hidden, and hidden in the endless future. Under normal circumstances, even if Suyu realizes the existence of this clone and wants to forcefully find it, it will take at least 1 minute. Don't look at it as only 1 minute. This 1 minute time refers to the now time node. 1 minute forward. From the perspective of time, this minute will be magnified billions of times. Just like Suyu repeated thousands of times in the history of 20 years. Now it has only been a few decades. 1 second is enough for the painful evil god to wake up the main body from the hypnotic state. And it is more than enough. The painful evil god can split out such an avatar, which is worthy of being his trump card. The strength of this avatar lies not in strength, but in concealment. It is completely separated from the main body, and is not affected by Suyu's 92 times mental hypnosis. Suyu, you really have means. But unfortunately, it is useless to me. The avatar of the painful evil god said to himself, while trying to wake up the main body. At the same time, he couldn't help but think about his own specialness. This avatar has a rather strange origin, and is the result of an experiment of the painful evil god. This experiment is a research experiment on the origin of the painful evil god himself. In fact, Suyu has always been curious about how the painful evil god was born. Originally, Suyu thought that the birth of the painful evil god was because he studied the power of time, which led to him having the 5th level power of time in the future, which could reversely affect the present and descend into reality. This speculation makes some sense, because Suyu has the possibility of becoming the painful evil god, and this future possibility has the power of time, so he can travel back, which is reasonable. However, later, as Suyu's strength deepened, he found that there seemed to be a problem. Suyu does have the possibility of becoming the painful evil god, but there is also the possibility of becoming a normal 5th level. So why only one painful evil god came back? And any 5th level strength has the ability to influence time to a certain extent. Just like the tyrannical evil god, he can fight with the painful evil god in the past and future timelines. But at most, he does not have such a strong control of the power of time as the painful evil god. From this point of view, if the painful evil god is really born, there is no need to study the power of time. As long as there is the possibility of becoming the 5th level in the future, this possibility can cross time and descend into reality. In this case, isn't it too easy to achieve the 5th level? And it's still the same question. Why didn't Suyu, who achieved the 5th level, normally come back? It can't be that he only has the future of becoming the painful evil god, right? Not counting the fact that there is no normal 5th level Suyu. If a painful evil god Suyu can be born, why can't another fearful evil god Suyu, heavenly punishment evil god Suyu, and the like be born? Later, Suyu suspected that the birth of the painful evil god was related to the special occupation panel. But there was no evidence. In addition, Suyu even suspected that when he was working as a time mechanic, in that mysterious dark time and space, did he encounter some secret pollution, which led to the birth of the painful evil god? For example, the huge mechanical star core in the core of the gaseous planet. Suyu still doesn't know what that thing is used for and what level it is. If the mechanical star core did something to Suyu secretly, that's possible. But there is still no evidence. And now, after imitating the Glory Emperor, Suyu has obtained key information. Suyu guessed that the birth of the painful evil god might be due to the influence of the Glory Emperor's fate. As the supreme leader of mankind, the Emperor of Glory was eroded by his own dark side. The fate of this emperor also affected Suyu, who was also the leader of mankind. This led to the inevitable birth of Suyu's dark side, and the birth of the painful evil god. This should be the biggest reason for the birth of the painful evil god. However, The painful evil god did not know this information. He was also curious about his origins. He also understood that his birth was unusual. As a fifth-level evil god, the painful evil god no longer had humanity, and did not have normal human emotions and desires. But some creatures still had instincts, such as curiosity, which was the instinct of conscious life. He wondered about his origins, and wanted to find out the secret. Therefore, in addition to wanting to erode Tsuyu and perfect himself, he was also secretly researching his origins. This was not just to satisfy curiosity. If the painful evil god could study his origins clearly, he would have the opportunity to study the principles, and thus obtain the power of future. Although the painful evil god possessed the power of time, he could not get help from his future self. For example, if the painful evil god had the opportunity to go further in the future and be promoted to the more mysterious 6th level, then wouldn't it be equivalent to having the power of the 6th level if he now obtained power from his future self? Unfortunately, this was impossible. The future painful evil god was no different from the present him. Both of them were 5th level. Otherwise, if this was repeated and he kept borrowing power from his future self, wouldn't he be invincible? Only when the present node reached the future time node, the future him would gain new power. This was determined by the nature of time and space, and was the underlying limitation of this universe. If there is no such restriction, the extraordinary person with the power of time can extract power from the future at will. If it is repeatedly superimposed, the entire universe will be destroyed. This truth was known at the beginning of the birth of the painful evil god. But the existence of the painful evil god does not necessarily follow this rule. He himself is a powerful force born from the future. Tsuyu really gained a huge power boost from the future. Tsuyu was first given the talent of the pain field by the painful evil god across time and space, which improved himself. That was all. Later, Tsuyu directly transformed the pain into the evil god soldier mecha, which was equivalent to ascending to heaven in one step, and directly obtained the 5th level combat power from the future. This is a bit outrageous. The existence of the evil god soldier mecha seems to be challenging the underlying rules of this universe. Tsuyu obtained the 5th level power from the future out of thin air. This greatly touched the painful evil god. So 10 years ago, after the painful evil god eroded Tsuyu and infiltrated part of his power out of the evil god soldier mecha, he secretly launched a new attempt. He also wants to extract power from the future, and this clone is the result of his attempt. The painful evil god paid a great price to turn a future into reality. The future is just a possibility, not real. All false. Just like an illusion. If you want your future self to have real power, you must divide a part of your power and travel to the future. But in that case, the total amount of power will not change, and the strength cannot be improved. In fact, because the power is divided into 2 parts, it may become weaker. Although the painful evil god has the ability to determine the future and can turn the future into reality. But that kind of determine the future is actually a kind of guidance. It is to use the power of time to guide the present time node to develop towards the desired future. When the present time node reaches the future time node, present and future overlap. This future will naturally become real. In this case, the future becomes real, but it actually happens at the present time node. Before that, the future is still false. In essence, no matter the past, present, or future, no matter how he uses the power of time to travel, there is only one painful evil god, and the others are false. This time, the painful evil god used his own research, combined with his powerful strength and wisdom, to make a future truly real. From then on, there were 2 real painful evil gods. The avatar of the painful evil god was born in the future and possessed real power. The birth of this avatar was the result of the painful evil god's research. Although the painful evil god did not study his own origin, he studied his own specialness. He himself was a mistake in the time and space mechanism of this world, and was an existence that did not conform to the rules of time and space. In the deepest part of his power, he discovered a strange, self-conflicting power. That power was very weak, but very magical. It was sometimes real, sometimes illusory, and it was in conflict and changing all the time. The frequency of this change was very fast, billions of times per second. This made it seem that it did not exist in this time and space, but a strange existence that transcended reality and illusion, and it was almost impossible to be discovered. If the painful evil god had not carefully studied all his powers, he would have ignored this trace of strange power. The painful evil god extracted this trace of strange power and sent it to a certain possibility in the future. Sure enough, with this strange power as the core, an independent clone was cultivated. The relationship between this clone and the painful evil god is just like the relationship between the painful evil god and Suyu before. The two are essentially one. But they are also divided. Moreover, this clone was actively cultivated by the painful evil god, so it was controlled by him. It would not be like Suyu, who did not even know the existence of the painful evil god at the beginning. Therefore, Suyu's 92 times 5th order mental hypnosis could not affect this clone. In fact, this clone is still growing. If the painful evil god is given enough time, he might be able to cultivate a 5th order clone. Fortunately, Suyu launched the plan quickly and did not give the painful evil god this opportunity. Now the painful evil god's clone has not yet formed combat power and can only lurk in the future to provide help to the main body. At this time, the stream of light that the glory seed is turning into is shuttling through endless future possibilities, relying on instinct to find the trace of the painful evil god's clone. And now the time node is still moving forward. The time left for the glory seed is only 1 second. And now half of it has passed. As long as 1 second passes, the painful evil god will awaken the main body and wake itself up. There are still 0.5 seconds left. However, although it is only 0.5 seconds, it is plenty of time for the glory seed, because in the time reference system of the glory seed itself, it had been searching for thousands of years. After all, at 0.6 seconds, the glory seed suddenly broke into a future possibility. In that possibility, the clone of the painful evil god was concentrating on awakening the main body. Unexpectedly, he was hit by the glory seed in an instant. Although this clone has a strange origin and has the characteristics of transcending the underlying rules of time and space, its own power is not strong. Only the 4th level. And the glory seed can stimulate Suyu's mental power to the 5th level in a short time. Although it does not have the combat power of the 5th level. After all, it is not a special weapon. But its essence is too high. And it has great restraint on the energy of the power of pain. And can devour the power of pain to make up for itself. After the glory seed hit the clone of the painful evil god, it immediately devoured it. What is this? Even though the clone of the painful evil god was indifferent, he was shocked at this time. Before he could react, he had been devoured by the glory seed for the most part. And in a moment, he would be completely devoured. Is this Suyu's trump card? Did I lose? The painful evil god clone immediately realized that he had completely lost this time. This unknown thing was too powerful, and the painful evil god had no power to fight back. Soon, his consciousness would disappear. At the last moment, he realized, this is the power of light? Zhang Chifeng, the Emperor of Light? So that's it. What a pity. The painful evil god clone seemed to have some realization in the last moment, and understood his origins. But it was too late, and there was no chance to inform the main body. He was completely devoured. He was only at the 4th level of strength. How could he resist this divine object from the Emperor of Light? After the clone was devoured, the strange power that constructed this clone and involved the underlying rules of time and space was not devoured. And it seemed that the glory seed could not do anything about this thing. The glory seed also ignored the strange power, but instinctively followed the connection of time and space and devoured the painful evil god's main body. However, Suyu stopped him. Although separated by time and space, Suyu still had control over the shining seed. He summoned this seed back to now, and brought back the strange power at the same time. Without the awakening of this clone, the painful evil god fell into a hypnotic state again. However, in his own perception, he was awakened from a state of confusion. There is still a trump card? Suyu actually split a part of his power and hid it in the future? Trying to awaken himself? It's a good plan. Unfortunately, it's overestimating yourself. At this time, the painful evil god had been hypnotized by Suyu again, and his cognition changed. At this time, he thought that the painful evil god clone in the future was Suyu's own clone, and was the trump card cultivated by Suyu. And now, this trump card did not work and was easily destroyed by the painful evil god. The overall situation is determined. Suyu and the painful evil god said in their hearts at the same time. Chapter 464. Suyu's plan was successful. He really hypnotized the painful evil god and felt that the situation was already decided. The painful evil god was hypnotized by Suyu, and his consciousness was modified. It was obviously his trump card that was solved by Suyu. But he thought that he had solved Suyu's trump card, and felt that the situation was already decided. The two guys are indeed Suyu in essence. And their ideas are similar. Of course, the one who really decided the situation was Suyu himself. If nothing unexpected happened, the painful evil god would not be able to turn over. However, although the situation was already decided, Suyu still sat on the mechanical throne as a mummy, because he had to wait for the betrayal plot destined in fate. In fact, if he simply waited for the rebellion, Suyu should not need to maintain the mummy form. But in this state, it is the form closest to the Glory Emperor. Suyu should get close to the Glory Emperor in this form, to get the greatest benefit. At this time, Suyu's 92 times mental power hypnosis has come to an end. In fact, the hypnosis of the painful evil god was completed when less than half of the mental power was consumed. The remaining power was mainly used to consolidate the effect. Soon, the mental power was completely consumed. It's a pity that I don't know what your trump card is. Suyu. Wait. Wait for your subordinates to betray you and kill you. Then, I will devour everything you have. The painful evil god left a word, and there was no sound. The next step is to wait. The painful evil god has already made arrangements. He will secretly erode and influence the extraordinary people in the 300 cities on the planet. Launch a rebellion, and let fate come soon. Suyu laughed in his heart. But he couldn't show it. He was conscientiously playing the mummy. Originally, the painful evil god eroded Suyu, and closely monitored everything about Suyu. And now, after Suyu's mental hypnosis, the painful evil god's monitoring has many blind spots, which Suyu deliberately set. In a place where the painful evil god can't see, Suyu is studying the strange power brought back by the Radiant Seed. He learned from the Radiant Seed that this strange power, that quickly switched between reality and illusion, was the core of the painful evil god's clone. This thing. Suyu carefully studied this strange power, and his heart gradually became heavy. This thing is completely unexplainable. Any energy that Suyu touches will directly penetrate it, and cannot touch it. It seems that it is just an illusion, separated from the real time and space. If the Radiant Seed is not also special, it is probably impossible to bring it back. This thing is a time and space paradox. Suyu made a judgment on this strange power in his heart. Regarding the time and space paradox, Suyu has always had research experience, studying the power of time and working as a time and space mechanic. Suyu must have studied the time and space paradox. The so-called time and space paradox is a problem that must be faced when traveling through time. For example, the classic grandmother paradox. What will happen if a person travels back in time and kills his grandmother? If he does this, then he will not be born at all, and there will be no such thing as him traveling back to the past. This creates a paradox, an impossible thing. But after Suyu possessed the power of time, he discovered the space-time mechanism of this universe and solved this paradox. If a person travels back to the past and kills his grandmother, the historical timeline will split into two different histories. In one of the histories, his grandmother is alive and well, and nothing happened. In the other history, his grandmother was killed by him when he traveled back to the past, which resulted in him never being born. The two past histories exist at the same time. Then, these two histories meet at the present time node and merge into one. At that time, this person will also disappear and die because the two histories cannot be merged normally. The final result is that this person uses his own life to split the past historical timeline into two. There will be no paradoxical situation that this person was not born at the beginning because his grandmother was killed. And what if this person is Suyu? He has a strong power of time and unified all historical timelines at the same time. Assume that Suyu is a native of this world and has a grandmother. After he unified all timelines and became a time mechanic, he traveled back to the past and killed this grandmother. What would happen? Suyu's historical timeline has been unified and will not split. Only one will remain. Will he create a paradox by killing his grandmother? Yes and no. Because Suyu can change history at any time, revive his grandmother, and maintain history. So his grandmother will not die at all. And naturally there will be no paradox. Unless Suyu is really stubborn. After killing his grandmother, he will never revive her. This may really lead to a paradox, causing Suyu to suffer a serious backlash of time and space. And he may die as a result. And this death will be very thorough. If Suyu didn't want to live, he could try this suicide method, And maybe he could create the legendary time and space paradox. But he was alive and well, so he wouldn't do that. But now, he really saw the legendary time and space paradox. This strange thing that came from the clone of the painful evil god is the paradox. It kept switching between reality and illusion. And even Suyu was a little confused. Suyu didn't know how to use this thing for a while. Even if he wanted to learn from the painful evil god and use this thing to cultivate a clone. Suyu didn't know how to do it. After all, this is the painful evil god thing, which is equivalent to the source of life of the painful evil god. The painful evil god is still at the 5th level and is strong enough, so he can easily use it. But Suyu can't. But Suyu is not in a hurry. Anyway, this thing is now in hand, and he can study it slowly. Maybe he can get more time and space mysteries from it, and take his own time mechanic a step further. In the following time, Suyu kept studying that paradox. The painful evil god was also secretly eroding the humans under Suyu, preparing for a rebellion. In fact, if the painful evil god used his mental power to hypnotize those people, it would be easy for them to rebel directly. But it was not possible, because those people were too weak. Even if they all attacked Suyu together, they could not kill Suyu. And it was even difficult to cause any injuries to Suyu. Although Suyu was still at the 4th level, he was too powerful. Even if he did not use the evil god's mecha, he was still very powerful. Under the stimulation of the painful evil god before, Suyu's mental power had surpassed the 4th level and was almost entering the 5th level. With this mental power, all the people on the entire planet would be killed by Suyu in seconds. Of course, Suyu's mental power was not almost entering the 5th level, but had already entered the 5th level. But the painful evil god did not know. In short, in the eyes of the painful evil god, this rebellion destined by fate was not simple. If it was just hypnotizing a group of people, and Suyu suppressed them in a blink of an eye, it would not match the betrayal of fate at all. Moreover, the painful evil god doubted whether it would be considered a rebellion if he completely controlled Suyu's subordinates through hypnosis. If those people were all controlled by him, wouldn't it be equivalent to him being all of them? What kind of rebellion would that be? So the painful evil god felt that this matter could not be rushed. It needs to be trained first. That's right. The painful evil god needs to use his power to train Suyu's subordinates. Let them have enough strength to betray Suyu and kill Suyu, which is in line with fate. So in the future, for a long time, the career exchange system of the mechanical city was basically dominated by the painful evil god. Everyone exchanged for a new career, especially the 4th level career, which required Suyu to tailor it according to their status and fine-tune the career to a version suitable for them. This job was originally done by Suyu, but now it is done by the painful evil god. Even some careers were personally researched and developed by the painful evil god. The painful evil god's strength is much stronger than Suyu. His transformation of the career is very exquisite, almost 100% in line with the physique of those who exchanged, allowing them to practice rapidly. He even used the power of time to speed up the progress of those people's cultivation, so that they were always in the best state of enlightenment. This was equivalent to a powerful existence of the 5th level, the painful evil god, training these people hand in hand. In just 10 years, a large number of people were ready to break through the 4th level. Some of them had even basically completed the breakthrough. These people were all old acquaintances of Suyu, such as Tailong, Xiao Xingyin, Xie Tian, etc. With the help of the painful evil god, they really made rapid progress. In this process, the painful evil god was conscientious and a good teacher and helpful friend. This was certainly not a good job for the painful evil god. How could he be so kind to train humans and be a good teacher and helpful friend? He wished that all these people would be tortured in the painful hell. But there was no way. In order to let destiny come, he had to do this. However, this kind of gift from the evil god was definitely not so easy to accept. The painful evil god had set traps in everyone's careers. His power would secretly erode those people's minds, stimulate their ambitions, suspicion, and eventually betray Suyu. However, the erosion planted by the painful evil god was secretly absorbed by Suyu with a light seed, leaving only a little bit to make the painful evil god suspicious. Coupled with a previous hypnosis, the painful evil god always felt that his cultivation and erosion were going smoothly. However, just when this group of people were in seclusion and broke through the 4th level and could soon implement the rebellion plan, the painful evil god once again sensed Fate. Last time. Although the painful evil god saw Fate, some information in Fate was vague. He only saw Suyu being betrayed by his subordinates. But he didn't see who the betrayer was. In the Fate picture, those people merged into strong men. And the specific fusion of who merged with whom, the painful evil god didn't know and couldn't see it. The normal Fate picture can definitely be seen. But the mutual picture that the painful evil god saw was actually a fake that Suyu showed him. So it was naturally not possible. Now this time, the painful evil god saw the Fate picture again. And he saw it clearly. That is, none of the people he had trained before. Those people were not the ones who betrayed Suyu in Fate at all. These 10 years of training were all in vain. TSK. This painful evil god did a good job. At this time, Suyu laughed in his heart. All this was naturally arranged by him. He just wanted to use the painful evil god to help him train his subordinates. Now it is almost trained. Tailong and others have all reached the critical point of the 4th level. Some have completed the breakthrough and are being nurtured. Theoretically, the fate of rebellion can be completed. However, Suyu was not satisfied. He directly showed the painful evil god a new destiny picture again, making the painful evil god think that he had trained the wrong people and worked in vain. In this way, the painful evil god would give up these people who had been trained and turn to train new strong people. Suyu's wishful thinking was good. The painful evil god had completely become his coolie. In fact, Suyu was not really completely dissatisfied. But he really saw the destiny picture again. Suyu's fate was destined to be betrayed. Suyu did not fool the painful evil god on this point. And this time, Suyu really saw who betrayed him. It seems that I have really become a prophet. This time, the destiny picture that Suyu saw was the real future, not the past history. This means that he really became a prophet. Of course, it may also be that Suyu COS Guangyo Emperor for a long time and got new help from Guangyo Emperor. Regardless of the truth, Suyu took the opportunity to share this picture with the painful evil god. With the previous hypnosis, the painful evil god did not find anything wrong, and only thought that this destiny picture was a prophecy that he had obtained out of thin air. Damn it! Even though the painful evil god was indifferent, he could not help but feel angry at this moment. How could he not be angry after all the hard work that was in vain? He wanted to kill all those humans who were breaking through the 4th level. But he held back, because he was worried that these people were also in destiny. If he saw these people in the new destiny in the future, he would have to pay a price to kill them and revive them. Forget it. Let these people sleep first, and then train those in destiny. The painful evil god quickly adjusted his mood and started the next plan. For him, 10 years of hard work was nothing. And there was still time. He began to train those people in the new destiny picture accurately. Those people were basically the younger generation. In fact, Suyu saw that the older generation had been trained almost. So he began to trick the painful evil god into helping him train the younger generation. So the painful evil god began to work hard again. With his efforts, the younger generation also began to grow rapidly. Of course, his power was also constantly eroding these people. However, in this process, the painful evil god discovered that it was not only him who was cultivating these people, but there was another existence that was also secretly eroding these people. The tyrannical evil god. These people are true betrayers. Even if there was no erosion from the painful evil god, they would have betrayed. And the reason for their betrayal, it seems, is because of the tyrannical evil god. This great evil god has been silent for many years. And he is out again. Chapter 465. In fact, the erosion of the tyrannical evil god has already appeared. And Suyu even found the aura of tyranny in himself before. Tyranny is a part of human beings, and it is an emotion derived from human instinct. After the last subspace tide, the tyrannical evil god has undergone a qualitative change, and it is almost integrated with the tyrannical emotions of human beings, and is inseparable. He does not need to do anything deliberately. Just his existence will naturally transform the tyrannical emotions of human beings into a tyrannical aura. But that kind of tyrannical aura is more like a kind of natural phenomenon. A natural phenomenon that is deeply bound to the tyrannical evil god. And now, after years of silence, the tyrannical evil god has finally begun to use this natural phenomenon to make trouble. The painful evil god found that the tyrannical aura on those humans has begun to condense from a scattered state, forming distorted human faces, and even human figures. These human figures seem to have some kind of self-awareness. and they are integrated with those humans, which is equivalent to their second personality. These personalities are born from the tyrannical aura, and are extremely hidden. Even those who are not at the fifth level cannot find them. Although they have no power and cannot control their bodies and powers for the time being, they will keep whispering in the consciousness of those humans. They will vent their dissatisfaction and tyrannical desires. Many people will occasionally have some tyrannical impulses. Want to destroy. Want to vent. But under normal circumstances, this impulse will be overcome by reason and will not become real. Moreover, this impulse will not occur very frequently unless the person is a tyrannical lunatic. But now, these weird personalities keep whispering in the consciousness of those humans, which is equivalent to making them have this impulse all the time. These impulses will enter the subconscious of those humans. At first, they may just make them a little irritable, and slowly change their personality until they completely replace them. The painful evil god immediately determined that this must be the erosion of the tyrannical evil god. The normal tyrannical aura is just a kind of power, and it will definitely not form a personality. These things, and Suyu has the fifth level mental power, so he can naturally see those hidden personalities and hear their whispers. His heart also moved. That's how the rebellion started in the Azure Second Empire. The people of the Second Empire rebelled because they were eroded by these negative personalities. Moreover, Zhang Chifeng was eroded by his own dark side because of this. Could it be that the strange means of the tyrannical evil god can even erode the fifth level? Thinking of this, Suyu was shocked and wondered if he would be tricked by it. Could there be a negative personality whispering in his subconscious? Suyu quickly checked himself. Originally, Suyu could not find the tyrannical aura in himself. But now that he has the spiritual power of the fifth level, he can break this law. Suyu stimulated his spiritual power to the limit and found that he really had a strong tyrannical aura. This is normal. Suyu will naturally have tyrannical emotions. With this emotion, coupled with the existence of the tyrannical evil god, a tyrannical aura will naturally form. This aura is very powerful because Suyu himself is extremely powerful. Fortunately, these tyrannical auras did not form any negative personalities. They were just some auras. It seems that the tyrannical evil god did not corrode Suyu. But Suyu did not take it lightly. This strange erosion of the tyrannical evil god is very hidden. Zhang Chifeng was also tricked at the beginning, and his dark side was stimulated. He even had to commit suicide in the end, and died with his dark side. Maybe before this erosion reaches a certain level, Suyu cannot detect it even if he has the fifth level mental power. Just like the humans on the planet at this time, almost all of them have been corroded to varying degrees. But no one has discovered it. Suyu can't figure out the principle of this concealment. Why such an obvious tyrannical aura cannot be discovered by anyone. Maybe these tyrannical auras are part of human beings. Just like air. People breathe it every day, and they are too accustomed to nature. But they can't see the air. Under normal circumstances, ordinary humans cannot see the air. If you want to see it clearly, it is best to fly out of the atmosphere and look at it from another perspective. This is the bystander's clear view. Moreover, you need to fly out of the atmosphere to watch at such a high altitude. Suyu and the painful evil god were able to see the violent aura of those humans because of this principle. They were bystanders, and they were high enough. But when Suyu looked at himself, it was difficult for him to see clearly. That was why he suspected that he might have been corrupted. But he could not detect it. Just when Suyu was somewhat suspicious, he found that the gory seed had no reaction at this time, and he was relieved immediately. This is the power of the gory emperor. Suyu felt that the methods of the tyrannical evil god should not be hidden from the gory seed. If he also developed a negative personality because of the power of the tyrannical evil god, the gory seed should have a reaction. It seems that the tyrannical evil god is very likely not to have eroded Suyu. However, when Suyu looked at the painful evil god, he made an unexpected discovery. He saw that the painful evil god actually had a tyrannical aura on his body. Is this the painful evil god, eroded by the tyrannical evil god? Suyu was immediately surprised. Before, he had never found any tyrannical aura on the painful evil god. What was going on now? Moreover, those tyrannical auras were rapidly increasing, and in a short period of time, they formed terrifying human faces. The expressions of those faces were extremely hideous and very tyrannical. However, those faces changed as soon as they were formed. In a short time, they changed from violent expressions to extremely painful expressions. After a moment, those faces collapsed directly. Sure enough, the tyrannical evil god really eroded the painful evil god. It actually made the painful evil god have a negative personality, or godhood. The means of the tyrannical evil god are indeed powerful and weird. Even the painful evil god was tricked. He is worthy of being a veteran evil god. I don't know what will happen if the painful evil god is really eroded by these negative godhoods. It's an evil god, and it will produce negative godhood. It can't be. Negative equals positive, right? Suyu couldn't help but be very curious. Moreover, the erosion of the tyrannical evil god seems to be aimed at humans. The painful evil god is not a human, so how could he erode his head? However, the painful evil god is my dark side, and is one with my essence. It doesn't seem strange that the tyrannical evil god's erosion of me has been transferred to his head? Or, the tyrannical evil god deliberately targeted the painful evil god, the great enemy. Suyu said secretly in his heart. The painful evil god is a greater threat to the tyrannical evil god than Suyu. It is normal for the tyrannical evil god to specifically target the painful evil god. However, the pain power on the painful evil god is so terrible that these negative godheads can't stand the extreme pain as soon as they are generated, and they collapse directly. The tyrannical evil god's erosion did not succeed, and the painful evil god himself seems to be unaware of all this. The painful evil god has been deeply hypnotized by Suyu. Suyu is always monitoring the painful evil god's mental state to make sure that he really didn't notice all this, and didn't know that he was being eroded. It is true that bystanders see clearly. As a fifth-order great evil god, the painful evil god could not even find out that he was being eroded. Although the painful evil god was not really eroded in the strict sense. Those negative godheads collapsed because of extreme pain as soon as they were born. But after they collapsed, they were constantly born again. Although the new negative godheads collapsed again soon, they lasted longer than the last time. Although this so-called longer time was less than 1/1000th of a second. Suyu was very sharp, and was very sure that the time they lasted was really longer. They seemed to be evolving. Sure enough, such a thought flashed through Suyu's mind. It seems that although the tyrannical evil god's erosion of the painful evil god has not been successful for the time being, it will gradually deepen and slowly adapt to the painful evil god's power of pain, until it completely adapts to the power of pain. The erosion is completed. It is estimated that Zhang Chifeng was the same at the beginning. Zhang Chifeng could not escape, and the painful evil god was the same. So, what can be done with this situation? What benefits can be gained? Suyu thought secretly in his heart. He did not want to stop tyranny from corroding the painful evil god, but to use his own trick against him. Soon, Suyu had an idea. Tyranny was hiding very deep, and it was estimated that he would not appear again until the subspace tide really broke out. Even this time, tyranny was secretly launching the erosion, controlling the tyranny aura from a distance. There was no trace of the main body. However, if tyranny wanted to complete the real erosion of the painful evil god, he must have the main body to go out. Suyu did not believe that tyranny could corrode a great evil god of the same level as him without sending out the main body. When the critical moment came, his main body would definitely go out. In this way, as long as it was used well, it seemed that tyranny could be fished out and solved together. This plan was very bold and risky, but the huge benefits in it were worth Suyu's risk. Suyu must solve tyranny before the subspace tide broke out. Otherwise, when the subspace tide broke out, tyranny might undergo some kind of qualitative change, and then it would be troublesome. I guess the tyrannical evil god thinks so too. He also needs to complete the erosion of the painful evil god before the subspace tide erupts. Otherwise, when the painful evil god also completes the qualitative change, it will be a big trouble for tyranny. In this way, Suyu's plan to use the painful evil god to lure out tyranny has the possibility of success. But this plan is very risky. If tyranny really succeeds in eroding the painful evil god, Suyu suspects that tyranny will completely devour the painful evil god and possess the power of pain and the power of time. That would be simply invincible. So Suyu must not let tyranny succeed. Fortunately, Suyu at this time is actually also carrying out mental erosion on the painful evil god, with 92 times the mental power hypnosis and first mover advantage. Suyu's progress in eroding the painful evil god is a little faster than tyranny's. As long as he masters the progress, he can take the lead and make tyranny evil god return empty-handed. But be careful. When Suyu erodes the painful evil god, he must not touch tyranny's will. Otherwise he will alarm the snake. At this time, the painful evil god had become the battlefield between Suyu and the tyrannical evil god. And this battlefield itself knew nothing. Which was ridiculous. Just as Suyu was thinking, the painful evil god also took action. After the painful evil god found that the tyrannical evil god was eroding that human, he knew in his heart that this was the original fate. In fate, those humans would definitely betray. Even if there was no acceleration from the painful evil god, the betrayal would happen. It seems that it was the tyrannical evil god who did it. The tyrannical evil god's erosion of those humans is part of fate. And now, the painful evil god just wants to accelerate this fate and make it come sooner. So, he suddenly sent out mental fluctuations and said to those tyrannical auras, "Tyranny, do you want to cooperate?" As soon as the painful evil god said this, those tyrannical auras that kept wriggling choked slightly. It seems that the tyrannical evil god did not expect the painful evil god to suddenly do this. After a moment, the tyrannical auras also fluctuated, and a voice came out, "How to cooperate? Why cooperate?" It seems that the tyrannical evil god is also curious about the intention of the painful evil god. So the painful evil god sent out mental fluctuations again, and told the tyrannical evil god a part of his fate that he knew. Fate? The tyrannical evil god was a little hesitant after hearing this. Just a moment later, he responded, "Okay. Cooperation." It seems that tyranny attaches great importance to the so-called fate. And in this process, Suyu discovered that the painful evil god seemed to do something secretly when talking to the tyrannical evil god. After this short conversation, some of the painful hell aura was hidden in those tyrannical auras. These auras are also very hidden. If Suyu is not also very good at the power of hell pain, and his mental power has reached the 5th level, he can't detect it at all. The painful evil god also wants to erode the tyrannical evil god? Suyu was a little surprised when he saw this scene. Just now, Suyu was still laughing in his heart that the painful evil god had become the battlefield for him and tyranny to fight. Now it seems that the painful evil god is not a pushover. He actually tried to secretly erode the tyrannical evil god. And it seems to have achieved some results? How did he do it? Why didn't he use it on Suyu? Suyu thought quickly in his heart and had a guess. That is, the painful evil god used dialogue and communication to spread the seeds of pain, thereby secretly eroding the tyrannical evil god. Communication can spread pain. Is this probably a new method developed by the painful evil god? Even tyranny can be caught unconsciously. Suyu sighed in his heart. The painful evil god is really capable, and will not be willing to be a battlefield. Thinking of this, Suyu was also a little speechless. Suyu and the tyrannical evil god are both eroding the painful evil god. And the painful evil god is actually trying to erode Suyu and the tyrannical evil god. Suyu even has an idea now. Can he use the pain evil god's erosion of the tyrannical evil god to indirectly erode the tyrannical evil god? 3 guys. You erode me. I erode you. It's a mess. I don't know what the final result will be. Chapter 466. Let's see who will be the real success in the end. Suyu said to himself. At this time, the 3 parties are entangled and eroding each other. They can no longer be separated. In the end, they will definitely fight to the death. At this time, Suyu is the weakest among the 3 parties that are eroding each other. But he also has the greatest advantage. Because Suyu is more hidden. Whether it is the painful evil god or the tyrannical evil god, they should not have noticed Suyu's secret actions. And the painful evil god is the weakest. He should not have noticed that he was eroded. At most, he would guess that he might have been eroded by tyranny. But the painful evil god does not have the corresponding ability. He is confused and cannot sense the existence of this erosion. He can only rely on guessing. The painful evil god invited the tyrannical evil god to cooperate with him, and spread pain and eroded the tyrannical evil god through verbal communication, which is an attempt to counter. But it is hard to say how effective it is. As an old evil god, the tyrannical evil god should have been alert to the painful evil god's small actions, and may even have a way to counter it. However, the tyrannical evil god seemed to be very interested in the so-called fate, and he just didn't expose the painful evil god for the time being. Now the 3 parties are in a state of balance, waiting for the day when it is broken, and there will definitely be another earth-shattering war. Suyu quietly waited for that day to come. Then, the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god joined forces to erode the humans on the planet. At the same time, in order to make these people strong enough to launch a rebellion, the painful evil god also cultivated them. So the strong men of the generation emerged like mushrooms after the rain. At the same time, Rumors about Su Yu's madness began to spread. It was the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god who wanted these people to rebel on their own and were unwilling to completely erode them. Otherwise, it would be that the two evil gods manipulated a group of puppets to attack Su Yu, which was not considered a rebellion of humans. The fate of rebellion needs to be implemented by humans themselves. Therefore, the two evil gods did not erode these people deeply. They did not deprive them of their self-awareness, but subtly influenced their cognition and personality. Logically speaking, with the combined efforts of the two evil gods, everyone would soon completely change their mentality and regard Su Yu as a monster and an enemy. However, 10 years passed, and then 20 years passed. The entire human society still respected Su Yu very much. There were just some gossips, and not everyone regarded Su Yu as an enemy. This situation puzzled the painful evil god, who could only attribute it to the magic of fate. Even Su Yu himself was a little surprised. Is this human civilization? Su Yu had a vague understanding at this time. Although these humans seemed very weak in front of the fifth-level evil god, they were together. They were a complete human civilization, and could be regarded as a whole. This whole of human civilization showed strong resilience and resistance in the face of the erosion of the evil god. And Su Yu, in this whole, also contributed to this resilience and resistance. With Su Yu's strength and his joining, it is no wonder that the two evil gods could not erode these people together. As time went on, these generations became stronger and stronger, and the painful evil god finally couldn't bear it anymore. The painful evil god began to guide them secretly, and let them start to rebel according to the trajectory of fate. Time goes back to now. That is, those young and powerful people, after launching the fusion, have the strength of the fourth level, and come to the mechanical city and see the mummy Su Yu. Then they tried to observe this mummy Su Yu, but they saw the terrifying scene of Su Yu incarnating as the painful evil god in the future. Everyone was almost killed by the painful evil god. Finally, they fled the mechanical city. All this was arranged by the painful evil god, in order to make these people firm in their belief in rebellion and make up their minds to kill Su Yu with their own hands. At this time, more than 1,000 kilometers away from the mechanical city, these fusion strongmen looked at the mechanical city in the distance and fell into silence. Mr. Su Yu turned into a weird state like a mummy and asked them to kill him. Otherwise, Mr. Su Yu would become the painful evil god, and at some point in the future, he would stand up from the mechanical throne and bring endless pain to the world. All this made it difficult for them to accept. Do you really want to kill Mr. Su Yu? Everyone looked at each other for a while. No one could make up their mind. Finally, they returned to Tiangui City in silence and started another meeting to discuss. To be honest, even if they heard the mummy Su Yu speak in person, they were still reluctant to believe it. So they needed to discuss and decide. Seeing all this, the painful evil god was a little impatient. After so many years, these people didn't rebel yet. How long would they have to wait? But soon, a change occurred that even the painful evil god couldn't understand. After witnessing the mummy Su Yu and facing the power of the painful evil god, those strong men who had experienced a generation, although they had not yet made up their minds, had quietly changed their mentality. This change made the process of the entire human civilization being eroded by the two evil gods reach a critical point. Then some strange changes occurred, which made a fifth-level evil god feel strange changes. In the vision of the painful evil god, the entire planet, hundreds of millions of people, and 300 cities were all vivid. The next moment, those 300 cities had turned into a sea of blood and corpses. Frantic slaughter, chaos and madness. The next moment, those chaos and madness returned to normal. But is it really normal? The whole world, the whole civilization, seems to have split into another side at this time. The other side hidden under the normal world. Just like schizophrenia. Some people look normal, but they may hide a crazy second personality. And maybe at any time, it will completely break out. And now, human civilization on this planet is in this state. The entire human civilization has split into a second personality. The tyrannical evil gods eroded those humans by using their tyrannical aura to condense a second personality and erode themselves. If the hundreds of millions of humans on the planet at this time are regarded as a whole, this whole can also be regarded as a person. And this person has a certain personality. This personality is their collective cognition, their inherent ideas, and their beliefs. This personality belonging to all mankind is very tough and strong. It is this personality that has been subconsciously resisting the erosion of the two evil gods. Now, the two evil gods have eroded the entire human race and given birth to a second personality. This second personality belonging to human civilization is very chaotic and crazy, without any rationality. He covers the entire planet and is everywhere. The second personality of ordinary humans is hidden under the normal personality, which cannot be seen by outsiders. The struggle between personalities also occurs in the mind. What would the second personality of the entire human race be like? The answer is creating another reality, hidden under the normal reality. Just like what the painful evil god saw at this moment. In his eyes, normal human civilization and crazy human civilization switched rapidly. That was the normal reality. And the reality created by the second personality of human civilization coexisted. In such a switch, the painful evil god vaguely saw a terrifying existence. It was countless corpses, living humans, and all kinds of messy creations, fused together to become a wriggling monster. This monster covered the entire surface of the planet and made a chaotic and vague roar. Among the parts that made up this monster, there were all the humans that the painful evil god had seen, even including himself. That is, Suyu. When the painful evil god saw this monster, he actually felt a huge mental shock. What on earth is this? The painful evil god was quite surprised. Suyu also raised questions. Obviously, Suyu also saw the monster, and he was also strongly shocked. If Suyu's spiritual power had not reached the 5th level, he would have been mutated by this impact. That is, the real chaos evil god. There was a reply, transmitted through the tyrannical aura that permeated the entire planet. It was the tyrannical evil god, who answered the question of the painful evil god. What do you mean? What is the real chaos evil god? The painful evil god asked coldly. And he felt something was wrong. The tyrannical evil god's tone seemed to be somewhat playful, literally. Although we are called evil gods by humans, in fact, we have reason, wisdom, and the instinct to survive. Zhang Chifeng once said that tyrannical, was just a powerful transcendent, not a god at all. And the evil god that was truly born in human emotions is like this thing. Incomparably chaotic, crazy, without any reason at all, representing the essence of chaos. He is the real chaos evil god. Zhang Chifeng said that we, just because of fate, stole the throne of God. Although he didn't want to admit it, what he said was actually not wrong. The tyrannical evil god said something that even the painful evil god felt a little incomprehensible. This great evil god actually thought he was stealing the throne of God? The tyrannical evil god is stealing the throne of God. So what is he? The painful evil god? But Suyu understood it. Previously, Suyu always felt that the tyrannical evil god was somewhat unworthy of his name. He is a tyrannical evil god, but he is not tyrannical enough. On the contrary, he is very rational and very insidious. This great evil god is not worthy of the title of tyrannical evil god at all. Suyu even suspected that the tyrannical evil god used the city of tyrannical believers to expose his position, was tracked down and beaten by Suyu, and finally abandoned a 5th-level tyrannical god body to Suyu. All on purpose. He just wanted to weaken his own power and keep himself rational. Suyu was puzzled for a long time. The evil gods actually care so much about rationality. What is the difference between them and humans? Is it the so-called human nature? At this time, Tyranny's words relieved Suyu's doubts. Tyrannical evil god is not really tyrannical, but stealing the throne of God. In essence, he is a 5th-level extraordinary person. His profession is tyrannical evil god. And now, the monster born from the second personality generated by the erosion of human civilization on the entire planet is the real evil god. After a moment, the painful evil god also understood. Stealing the throne? If you stole the throne, who were you originally? The painful evil god asked doubtfully. According to what the tyrannical evil god said, the real tyrannical evil god should be like that monster. Extremely chaotic and crazy. The current tyrannical evil god seems to be an external that stole the throne. So where did this external will come from? The tyrannical evil god smiled and said, when I woke up in the subspace, I was already in the tyrannical evil god. Where did I come from? I want to know too. And now is the opportunity. The painful evil god was silent for a moment after hearing this, and seemed to have thought of something, and said, opportunity? You mean fate? The tyrannical evil god said, that's right. Although you have awakened and become a prophet and can see fate, you don't seem to understand fate. The so-called fate is a sign of the birth of the chaos evil god and a ritual. At this time, fate has arrived, and the human civilization on this planet has bred a new chaos evil god. Just wait for fate to be fulfilled, and the chaos evil god will truly mature. At that time, there will be a new will, taking advantage of this opportunity to steal the throne and ascend to the throne. Through this, I can observe many things. The tyrannical evil god rarely spoke a lot, and the painful evil god was silent again. He had always thought that the so-called fate was that Suyu was betrayed and killed by his subordinates. Now, the tyrannical evil god told him that this fate was actually the birth ceremony of the chaos evil god. Even Suyu himself was a little confused. He didn't know what the tyrannical evil god said. Fate turned out to be the birth ceremony of the chaos evil god? So, the Glory Emperor. Suyu suddenly had a very bad guess in his mind. At this time, the painful evil god was silent and spoke again. What should be done specifically? The tyrannical evil god said, fate will guide a protagonist to ascend the throne and steal the throne. We have cultivated this protagonist for 30 years. When the painful evil god heard this, he instantly thought of someone. Song Ming. Song Ming was the protagonist selected by him and the tyrannical evil god to launch a rebellion and kill Suyu personally. The painful evil god only realized at this time that what this protagonist was going to do was not only to kill Suyu, but also to ascend the throne and steal the throne. The painful evil god felt more and more uneasy, because he had little involvement in Song Ming's training, and it was basically all done by the tyrannical evil god. What exactly was the tyrannical evil god thinking? After a moment, the painful evil god spoke again. Then, the last question: what field is this newly born chaos evil god in? Evil gods all have their own areas of expertise, such as tyranny and pain. Now, this so-called chaos evil god can't see what field he is in. Is it just chaos and confusion? The tyrannical evil god heard this and smiled. His field is pain. As soon as the voice fell, the painful evil god's expression suddenly changed. Chapter 467 returned to shelter number 73. The painful evil god has always been very cold and has basically no expression. But at this time, his body in the evil god armor showed a rare look of shock, although he quickly adjusted his mood and regained his cold expression. But it was obvious that the words of the tyrannical evil god just now surprised him very much. After a moment of silence, the painful evil god asked vigilantly, "What do you mean?" But the tyrannical evil god did not answer the painful evil god's question. He just chuckled and fell into silence. The painful evil god knew that the tyrannical evil god should not be willing to answer. He could only think quickly in his heart. Obviously, he is the painful evil god. Why does the tyrannical evil god say that this newly bred chaos evil god is the evil god of the pain realm? Could there be two painful evil gods at the same time? However, if you really want to compare, the painful evil god is not actually a complete evil god. He was born from the future, and his essence is illusory and not real. Only when he completely devours Suyu's body can it be considered complete. Then he can be regarded as the real painful evil god. Before that, he can only be regarded as a weird existence, a product of the paradox of time and space. In this way, this newly born chaos evil god may be regarded as the real painful evil god? And at this time, the newly born chaos evil god is wriggling madly. Judging from the appearance, this newly born chaos evil god is a fusion of countless humans and machines. A large number of humans and machines are fused together in a mess, wriggling randomly, interpreting the true meaning of chaos. This thing is growing rapidly. At this time, there are hundreds of millions of people on the planet, and there are more mechanical creations. These humans and mechanical creations seem to have extracted some kind of shadow, or a second personality, a second self. These shadows constitute the body of this chaos evil god. It is another personality of human civilization, another self. If human civilization continues to develop in the most twisted and crazy state, it may become like him. When all the shadows of all people and mechanical creations were extracted and merged, the chaos evil god was still growing. At this time, the nutrients for his growth were no longer living people and normal machines, but the large number of humans who died and various machines that were destroyed in the long history of this planet. In other words, corpses. How many people have died and how many mechanical creations have been destroyed on this planet over the past tens of thousands of years. It is hard to count. A large number of human and mechanical corpses appeared out of thin air and became the nutrients for the chaos evil god. These corpses basically died miserably. And there were a lot of them on this planet for tens of thousands of years. Whether it was humans or mechanical creations, the living environment was extremely bad. They all experienced hardships when they were alive, and basically did not have a good end when they died. After they were combined with the original humans and mechanical creations, the shape of the chaos evil god became more distorted and terrifying. Of course, these corpses were not real corpses, but things like those shadows and second personalities, which were extremely illusory. With the nourishment of these corpses, the chaos evil god grows very fast. At this time, after this growth, it has almost covered the entire surface of the planet. 300 cities, hundreds of millions of people, are all wrapped up by this chaos evil god, and by countless human and mechanical corpses. The state of the chaos evil god is extremely strange. He is not invisible in the conventional cognition. It is more like a reality. Another reality that is completely different from the normal world. In the time and space rules of this world, past and future can have countless possibilities and countless branches. Now, or reality, there is only one forever. But at this time, this newly born chaos evil god has formed another distorted reality, parallel to the real reality. Because of this strange state, those normal humans cannot see this chaos evil god, and have no reaction to it, and are still living normally. They don't know that they are already living in the body of the evil god at this time. And there are countless corpses around them, wriggling and roaring. At this time, the growth of the chaos evil god seemed to have reached a critical point. A strong, familiar breath appeared on his body out of thin air. That was the power of pain. Countless bodies of humans and mechanical creations merged into this chaos evil god. How much pain has accumulated over so many years on the entire Azure Star? It may be that the pain accumulated over so many years gave birth to this chaos evil god. The previous erosion of the pain evil god and the tyrannical evil god only played a slightly accelerating role. The painful evil god looked at the wet evil god and was extremely shocked. Could it be that I was born this way? This thought came up in his mind. Suyu had the same thought. Suyu had always been very curious about how the painful evil god was born. He wanted to obtain his memory and figure out this secret after completely controlling the painful evil god. However, the answer to this question was actually unknown to the painful evil god himself. He had always been very curious about his own origins and wanted to figure it out. Although the painful evil god was born in the future, but he knew nothing about where the future he was born was and what it was like. Just like a baby has no memory of growing up in the mother's body after birth, he also doesn't know what his mother went through before giving birth to him. The painful evil god is the same. When the painful evil god was born with consciousness, he already had the 5th level power of pain and the power of time. At that time, he woke up from the darkness and found himself in a dark future that had been completely destroyed. In that future, there is no Azure Star, no human beings, no tyrannical evil god, no mechanical creations of Zhang Chenfeng. Nothing. Only darkness and emptiness. This is similar to the dark time and space that Suyu experienced before, but more extreme. That is the real and complete darkness and nothingness. What happened in this future? Why has everything been destroyed? How was the painful evil god born? What did his original body Suyu experience to give up his humanity and choose to become the painful evil god? He knew nothing. He only knew that he was not perfect and needed to devour his original body Suyu. So he began to plan carefully, using the power of time to try to guide Suyu to give up his humanity and become the painful evil god. But in the end, he did not succeed. Instead, Suyu transformed him into an evil god soldier mecha. At this time, seeing the power of pain emanating from the chaos evil god, the painful evil god finally understood. Could it be that in the original future, this new chaos evil god was born? Then, in order to fight against the tyrannical evil god, Suyu chose to steal the throne of the chaos evil god? Is this the true process of his birth? This is the future when he is born as the painful evil god? At this moment, Suyu was also watching all this. The shock in his heart was no less than that of the painful evil god. He also understood at this moment that if nothing unexpected happened, the painful evil god was born in this way. This newly born chaos evil god is the predecessor of the painful evil god. And in a certain possibility in the future, Suyu stole this throne and became the current painful evil god. Then the question is, how can we steal the throne of this chaos evil god? According to the tyrannical evil god, the so-called fate is actually the ritual of the birth of the evil god. In this fate, Suyu is destined to be eroded by his own dark side, and then betrayed by his subordinates. In such a fate, what should Suyu do to complete the ritual? Let fate develop and let himself be killed by his subordinates? Or fight back and kill the betrayer? Which choice can be considered to complete the ritual? Moreover, if Suyu completes the ritual, will he become the real painful evil god? Lose all humanity? Or will Suyu replace the current painful evil god? Truly steal the throne and be promoted to the 5th level while retaining humanity? At this time, the painful evil god is also thinking about the same question. At the same time, he has to face another problem. That is, what position does he occupy in this ritual? Theoretically, he has not been born yet. For this birth process, what should he do to ensure his birth? If the birth fails, will he disappear? In addition, Suyu and the painful evil god are also thinking about another question. That is, what role does the tyrannical evil god play in this fate? After thinking for a while, Suyu and the painful evil god thought of a person at the same time, Song Ming. Song Ming is the protagonist selected by the painful evil god to kill Suyu and complete the fate. His profession is a tyrannical warrior. Could he be a pawn of the tyrannical evil god? What would happen if Song Ming really fulfilled the so-called destiny? Will he become the tyrannical evil god and steal the throne of the painful evil god? Is this the real plan of the tyrannical evil god? Just as Suyu and the painful evil god were thinking, they suddenly found that the surrounding environment began to change. The newly born chaos evil god has begun to affect the mechanical city. The power of the chaos evil god is very strange. Even if the painful evil god has the power of the 5th level, he can't stop it. The chaos evil god is more like a chaotic and crazy natural phenomenon than a real life. In the vision of Suyu and the painful evil god, the entire mechanical city is constantly flashing and switching. Sometimes it is a normal mechanical city, and sometimes it is a hell city made up of countless corpses. Both cities are real, and the two realities overlap, which is extremely weird. The reality of the entire planet has begun to change. The environment of this planet is close to the depths of the subspace. The painful evil god and Suyu thought in their hearts at the same time. The power of the chaos evil god has begun to affect the reality of the entire planet, and it seems to drag the entire planet into the depths of the subspace, into a weird state. The next moment, Suyu opened his eyes. Where is this? Shelter number 73? Suyu woke up from the bed in shock and saw the familiar ceiling. His memory was a little fuzzy, and for a moment, he couldn't remember what happened before. After a while, Suyu remembered. He is Suyu, a young mechanic in shelter number 73. Shelter number 73 is a mechanized city with a population of 1 million. It is called a refuge because it is extremely dangerous outside the city, with corpse beasts, evil spirits, and mechanical demons running rampant. Only in the city can humans survive. That's why it is called a refuge. Suyu has lived here since he was a child, relying on his mechanic skills to make a living. He can only make a living. After all, he is not a superhuman, but an ordinary person. These memories are made to be real. Suyu was refreshed, and he woke up from the previous vague state and remembered his true identity. He is of course Suyu, but he is not an ordinary mechanic, but a powerful superhuman of the 4th level. However, despite this, Suyu found that he could not mobilize any spiritual power. What time mechanic? Giant god mechanic. Power of pain. Ghost hidden blade. All the professions and powers he used to work for cannot be mobilized. Suyu actually became an ordinary person. Professional panel. Suyu called the professional panel in his mind again, but there was no response. Even the career panel has lost contact. What happened? Although Suyu was surprised, he did not panic, but analyzed calmly. He clearly remembered that before this, he was Koss the Glory Emperor in the mechanical city, fulfilling his destiny, and secretly calculating the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god. Then, after the erosion and catalysis of the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god, the real chaos evil god was born. This chaos evil god is extremely weird, eroding reality and dragging the entire planet into a weird state. So, I am also dragged into a weird state and become Suyu, an ordinary mechanic in shelter number 73? Anyway, it's not like I've traveled through time again. Suyu thought about these things and got up from the bed. The whole room was a bit messy, just like in his memory. In the corner, a square robot for maintenance was plugged in. When Suyu woke up, the display screen representing his eyes lit up. Master is awake. Get ready. Get ready. Suyu looked at the little guy and said, No. Do you remember who you are? Yes. This little robot with a square head and a square brain, moving on tracks, is Suyu's longtime partner. No. Nono heard it and spoke again. Nono is a repair robot, a good helper for the master. Suyu heard it and shook his head slightly. Normally, Nono has already evolved many times and is a powerful mechanical creature of the 4th level. Whether in terms of strength or intelligence, it is far superior to ordinary humans. But now it seems that it has become the little fool it used to be. Suyu ignored Nono, who had now become a fool, and opened the door of the mechanical repair shop. Sure enough, outside the door was a familiar environment for Suyu, which was similar to the previous shelter number 73. But in the distance, there are tall buildings and busy traffic. This can't be the scenery of a small place like shelter number 73. Suyu looked outside the door and didn't go out. He was thinking, is everything in front of him true or false? Chapter 468 False World. Dreams and Rituals. According to the current situation, everything before was just a dream of Suyu. Now that he has woken up, he is just an ordinary mechanic. It must be fake. Suyu made a judgment in just a moment. Even now Suyu has no power at all, and can't even summon the occupation panel. Even the super fast thinking speed before has been lost. Now he can only think like an ordinary person, and can't calculate and analyze billions of times per second. But Suyu still firmly believes this. Firmly believes that this world is fake. From a powerful superhuman, suddenly becoming a fragile ordinary person, changing to a person with a weak mind. I'm afraid he will collapse directly. At worst, there will be self-doubt, confusion and anxiety. But Suyu has no confusion and anxiety. No self-doubt. As a 4th level strongman, with a 5th level mental power, and having cycled thousands of times in history, Suyu's determination is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Since it has been confirmed that everything is fake, the next thing Suyu has to do is to find a way to get out of the current situation. First of all, of course, we have to determine what the situation is in this world. Suyu already has a clue. The clue is the career panel. The career panel is bound to Suyu's will. Theoretically, even if he dies, as long as there is a trace of will left, he can call out the career panel. Even if there is no will left and he is completely dead, the career panel is still bound to him. But now it can't be called out, which is a bit weird. Unless there is some powerful force that forcibly isolates the connection between Suyu and the career panel, or even seizes control of the career panel. However, based on Suyu's research and understanding of the career panel, its rank is extremely high. The power of the 5th or even 6th level should not have any effect on it. As for the higher level power, there should be no on the Azure Star. Then the only possibility is, this world now is in the depths of my own consciousness. A spiritual world, Suyu said to himself. Since it is impossible to be influenced by external forces, it must be from inside. If his will was affected by something, and he ignored the information on the occupation panel, then he would naturally be unable to call it out. Maybe the occupation panel was displayed in front of him at this time, but he couldn't see it. Is it the second reality caused by the Chaos Evil God? Suyu knew that all this must be related to the previous Chaos Evil God. At that time, the Chaos Evil God pulled the entire planet into a strange state and another reality. And Suyu was also tricked. Now it seems that this second reality should belong to a spiritual world, like a huge dream that contains the entire planet. If it is a dream, then there is a subject who dreams. Logically, this subject should be the Chaos Evil God. But not necessarily. Suyu stretched out his hand and looked at his 5 fingers. His 5 fingers were slender and powerful, and he clenched his fist slightly, making a crackling sound. But this power is for ordinary people. For Suyu, this little power is useless. Suyu loosened his fist, stretched out his hand to touch the wall of the repair shop, and felt his own power. Suddenly, with a strong force, A large piece of the wall was removed. The wall was made of tough reinforced concrete. The flesh and blood of ordinary people were extremely fragile in front of this material. But at this moment, this material was like tofu in front of Suyu. Sure enough, I am also one of the masters of the dream. Suyu retracted his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Just now, he was forcibly hypnotizing himself in his mind, making himself believe that he was extremely powerful. And indeed, he burst out with powerful strength in an instant. This proved one thing, that Suyu was also one of the masters of this dream. In this dream, he had enough authority to control this dream within a certain range. According to Suyu's guess, the Chaos Evil God was a fusion of the second personalities of all humans. Theoretically, all humans are the masters of this dream. Suyu is a human being, so he is naturally one of them. So he can control this dream. However, so far, Suyu's control over this dream is very limited. He can only temporarily increase his strength by about 10 times. And it is impossible to destroy the world like before. But Suyu didn't care. As long as he continued to strengthen this self-hypnosis suggestion, his power would become stronger and stronger, and he would be able to regain his full strength sooner or later. With his 5th level mental power, it was very simple to do this. With his wisdom, he could even develop a new profession according to the current situation, maximize the power of self-hypnosis, and thus improve step by step. Just as Suyu was thinking about what kind of new profession to develop, someone came outside the repair shop. It was Suyu's old acquaintance, Yang Lai. This guy was originally an old man, but now he has regained the appearance of a middle-aged man in Suyu's memory, with muscles all over his body and extremely powerful. He came to Suyu and threw a thick and heavy chain blade on the repair table with a bang. "Suyu, this thing is broken again. Help me fix it quickly, and we will pay at the end of the month. Also, do you want a wife? Do you want me to introduce one to you?" Hee. Yang Lai's attitude towards Suyu was the same as in his memory. Very heroic and enthusiastic. Or in other words, familiar. Suyu smiled slightly in his heart when he saw this, since his strength has gradually increased. Few people around him dare to have such an attitude with him. And this scene will only appear in this dream. Obviously, Yang Lai cannot stay awake in this dream world like Suyu. Yang Lai has forgotten everything before, and has now completely integrated into this world. Suyu was thinking in his heart, while casually picking up the chain blade, looking at it for a while, then fiddling with it for a while, and then turning the throttle. The chain blade started to rumble, and a gust of hot wind rose. This chain blade is a very backward model, and it is still powered by fuel. It is big, black, heavy, noisy, and often breaks down. It seems that Yang Lai is not doing well in this dream world. Advanced chain blades use electricity or even spiritual energy, which is much more useful than this thing. Suyu shook his head and threw the thing back to Yang Lai. Yang Lai had already widened his eyes and looked at Suyu in disbelief. The chain blade is big and heavy, as tall as a person, like a door panel, and weighs more than 300 kilograms, which is almost equivalent to transforming a motorcycle into a weapon. If Yang Lai was not a second-level extraordinary person with natural supernatural power, he would not be able to lift it at all. As a result, Suyu picked it up casually and threw it around, as if it was nothing, just like picking up chopsticks. Suyu was obviously just an ordinary mechanic. When did he become so powerful? After a moment, Yang Lai reacted. "You awakened?" Suyu nodded, and then with a thought, all the metal parts and tools around him flew up. Extraordinary mechanic. After this short period of time, he has already gained mental power through self-suggestion. Yang Lai was overjoyed when he saw this. And then his expression changed. Not good. Suyu heard this and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yang Lai hurriedly said, "There are new regulations in the shelter, strictly checking all the awakened people recently, especially mechanics, who are said to believe in evil gods and exchange blood sacrifices for power. If they are killed, they will not be let go. Anyway, you must not expose the awakening. Otherwise it will be troublesome." Suyu heard this, and was about to ask for specific details. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of breaking air outside. A triangular steel fighter plane was seen approaching at high speed and falling from the sky. The vector nozzle on the belly of the fighter plane ejected a large amount of high-speed airflow, allowing the plane to float in front of Suyu's repair shop. The weapon compartment was opened, and the black 6-barrel machine gun was aimed at Suyu and Yang Lai. A cold voice came from the fighter plane. Identity has been identified. Ordinary person Suyu. Second level extraordinary Yanlai. Suyu. You are suspected of being a believer of the evil god. Surrender and accept investigation. Without waiting for Suyu to answer, the 6 barrels of the machine gun had begun to preheat and rotate, ready to shoot at any time. This machine gun has a large caliber and a very fast firing rate. Even an armored vehicle made of steel can be blasted into scrap iron. Not to mention flesh and blood. Once fired, it can instantly blast people into blood mist. Suyu looked at the black muzzle with narrowed eyes, thinking about whether to really surrender. It's not that he was afraid of the power of the fighter plane and the machine gun, but Suyu had just arrived and didn't know the situation. If he clashed rashly, it might be bad. Moreover, Suyu also wanted to take the opportunity to see what was going on in the number 73 shelter in this dream world. While Suyu was thinking, Yanlai beside him was already sweating profusely. He looked at Suyu anxiously, not knowing what to do. Suyu slowly said, At this moment, Suyu suddenly had an idea, and suddenly stretched out his hand, pulling Yanlai beside him, and ran into the repair shop. Suyu's footsteps were like the wind, and he was suspended by his mental power. It was better to say that he was flying than running. The speed was really very fast. Suyu figured it out. In this dream world, behavior was very important. If he chose to surrender, this behavior might cause some strong psychological suggestion, so that he was really bound and could not escape. For the sake of caution, he must not really surrender, even if it was fake. Looking for death. Boom! A roar of anger came from the fighter plane, followed by the roar of the machine gun, and the large caliber ammunition was poured out at a rate of 3,000 rounds per minute. In just a few seconds, the entire repair shop was blown into pieces, and even affected several shops next to it. Finally, the fighter plane was not satisfied and opened another weapon compartment, from which 2 slender surface-to-air missiles rolled out. Boom! The ruins of the entire repair shop, along with several shops next to it, were blown up into the sky. Fortunately, the people in those shops had already run away when they saw the fighter plane appear. After the fighter plane launched the missile, it scanned with its radar, then started the engine and took off. In the distance, the residents on this street all breathed a sigh of relief, looking at each other and trembling. This street is the slum street in shelter number 73, and the residents inside are basically ordinary people with no power or influence, facing the arrogant and cruel fighter plane. These residents can only swallow their anger and dare not complain. They sighed in their hearts, wondering how the young man named Suyu offended those big shots and was killed by this terrifying fighter plane. At this time, underground, Suyu had already taken Yanlai and drilled into the underground with telekinesis. He even used telekinesis to simulate data, interfering with the fighter's scan, creating the illusion that he was dead. All this was done in an instant. At this time, Suyu's strength increased again. Through self-hypnosis, his strength was increasing all the time. Yanlai next to him had already been dumbfounded. Suyu ignored him and thought in his heart, why did a fighter suddenly come to chase him just now? How did the fighter know that he was awakened? And why did it chase the awakened? After a moment, Suyu thought of a possibility. That is, where is the painful evil god? At that time, the chaos evil god created the second reality, but pulled the entire planet in. Suyu is here. So will the painful evil god be here too? With the strength of the painful evil god, he can definitely recover his strength and stir up trouble in this dream world. It is not surprising that he can sense Suyu's awakening. The so-called belief in evil gods and gaining power. Could it be the so-called painful evil god? Or, the ruler of the shelter number 73 is the painful evil god, who is crying catch the thief and chasing Suyu. Although Suyu has just arrived in this world, the painful evil god may not be the same. After all, time in the dream world is the most untrustworthy thing. In addition, the painful evil god has the 5th level time power, so maybe he has been here for hundreds of years. However, the painful evil god is not a human being, and he should be rejected in this world. So he can only send fighter planes instead of chasing Suyu in person. And that fighter plane was easily deceived by Suyu. And it seems that its strength is not very good. It is estimated that the painful evil god is not doing well. Thinking of this, Suyu felt at ease. Then, he began to think about the meaning of this world. This world is a dream world created by the chaos evil god. The second reality. Why did this chaos evil god do this? What's the meaning? This chaos evil god himself is chaotic and crazy, and may not have the ability to think. But his nature is extremely high, and he may make some actions that are beneficial to himself based on instinct alone. In addition, what the tyrannical evil god said before, Suyu had a guess in his mind. That is, this dream world is the chaos evil god trying to find a brain for himself to try to complete himself. The chaos evil god has no thinking ability, only instinct, and he needs a brain that can think. Whoever can become the master of this dream world can dominate the power of this chaos evil god and become the master of this power. This is what the tyrannical evil god calls stealing the throne. This is a ritual to truly become a 5th level evil god. Chapter 469. It seems that the situation is not good now. According to Suyu's guess, this world is a real ceremony for promotion to the 5th level evil god. The chaos evil god himself has no self-awareness, which is almost a natural phenomenon. He created this dream world by instinct, just to find a brain for himself to think. Suyu has never heard of such a thing. In the past, when Suyu took up a supernatural profession, he had to find a way to prepare the ceremony before he could take up the job. Now it is the other way around. It is this chaos evil god who made a ceremony to select the incumbent of the god position. The evil god is indeed strange and unpredictable. And now there should be 3 competitors for this ceremony. Suyu, the painful evil god, and the tyrannical evil god. Yes, the tyrannical evil god is also among them. This ancient evil god has a lot of secrets, and he should also want to take this opportunity to control another god position. And from the previous fighter plane, it seems that the painful evil god or the tyrannical evil god has come one step earlier and has mastered part of the control of this world. Suyu is still at the 4th level after all, and is the weakest among the 3 competitors. The chaos evil god is looking for a brain for himself, so he should be inclined to find a more powerful existence. And Suyu's priority is the last. For Suyu, this is a bit passive. Fortunately, the other party's control authority does not seem to be very high. Otherwise it would not be just a fighter plane coming, but directly sending a large army to kill, or even the body to come. Moreover, Suyu's previous hypnotic erosion of the painful evil god should still be working, but it is difficult for him to sense it now. If he faces the painful evil god, he should be able to activate that erosion again. I just don't know where the painful evil god is now, and it is a bit difficult to find him for a while. Before, the painful evil god has been eroding Suyu, and he is almost inseparable from Suyu. Theoretically, where Suyu is, the painful evil god is there. But now, the two have been completely separated. This is not surprising. After all, even the career panel can be blocked and difficult to sense, let alone the painful evil god. The painful evil god should be in a corner of this world now, trying to control this world. Although he was at a disadvantage, Suyu was not impatient, but thought calmly, now we must first find a way to investigate the situation in this world and figure out what it means to complete the ritual. Yang Lai, who was next to him, was speechless for a moment as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar young man. Suyu was thin at this time, and his height only reached his chest, looking frail. But there was a kind of majesty that was difficult to violate, so he didn't dare to ask casually, even though he had been extremely curious in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he turned his head and looked at Yang Lai beside him. What is the situation of shelter number 73 now? Tell me. Suyu only had a vague memory of the setting of shelter number 73. After all, he had just come here and had not integrated into it, so he needed to ask Yang Lai to get information. Yang Lai heard this and hurriedly said, "Oh, okay." He obeyed Suyu's orders involuntarily, as if this was a habit for decades and had long been engraved in his mind. Suyu was obviously also a resident of shelter number 73, but he needed to ask him about the situation, which seemed a bit strange. But Yang Lai still had no questions and answered without hesitation. After a while, Yang Lai had roughly told Suyu about the situation he had mastered. According to Yang Lai, this shelter number 73 is the largest city in the dead wasteland. People can only survive here to resist various dangers from the outside world. Outside the city, there are various dangerous corpse beasts, evil spirits, and mechanical demons. The so-called corpse beast is the corpse of a human after death. For some reason, it stands up again and merges together to become a terrible monster. The corpse beast feeds on living people and wants to merge any living human into their twisted bodies. Cremation is practiced in the shelter. But there are still some humans living outside the shelter. Those humans are the nutrients of the corpse beasts. Evil spirits are also another kind of change after human death. They are monsters that mutate when human extraordinary people lose their bodies due to death, or some other reasons. But their spirits remain. These monsters are devoid of humanity, keen on torturing the living, and feed on human terror and pain. Mechanical demons are monsters that have mutated from mechanical creations for unknown reasons. Mechanical creations that were originally driven by humans may suddenly gain self-awareness one day and become extremely hostile to humans. After they capture humans, they will decompose human flesh and blood to make biological batteries, and then peel off human brains to make biochips to provide computing power for themselves. The more people this kind of mechanical demon kills, the stronger it becomes. Corpse beasts, evil spirits, and mechanical demons are the three major threats facing humans. These ghosts often invade the shelter, and even climb over the high walls and invade the interior. Every day, people die or go missing because of this. However, these things are both threats and resources. Hunting them and obtaining their remains can be exchanged for credit points in the city, which can be used to exchange for various resources. There are millions of people in the entire city, and tens of thousands of people make a living from this. Each of them is a powerful, extraordinary person. Yang Lai is a member of the hunting team. He makes a living by hunting monsters outside the city. He just exchanged for a new strengthening potion and raised himself to the second level. After listening, Suyu nodded. This situation is similar to the original shelter number 73. However, the threat that Suyu and his team faced was radiation beasts. Not some weird corpse beasts, evil spirits, and mechanical demons. The original shelter number 73 was not so large and did not have so many people. In fact, there was only one shelter number 73. Now, in addition to number 73, there may be other number 72, number 71, etc. After all, the entire planet, hundreds of millions of people, were brought here. Suyu thought for a moment, and then asked, who is the supreme leader of this shelter? And what about the evil god believers? Yang Lai also thought about it, and then answered, I don't know. The supreme leader has never shown up, and no one knows his name. It has always been his mechanical slaves who convey orders. There are even rumors that this city is not ruled by humans at all, but by a mechanical creation. As for the evil god, I don't know either. I have never heard of any evil god. After saying that, Yang Lai's eyes flickered. It seems that he regarded Suyu as the so-called evil god believer, or even the evil god himself. Suyu smiled slightly when he saw this. Don't worry. I'm not an evil god. On the contrary, the guy who just sent a fighter plane to kill us is the real evil god. Then, he moved his mind, and various metal debris fell from above. That was the metal left after Suyu's shop was bombed. Under Suyu's will, these metals were melted, cut, and combined at a rapid speed. In a short time, they had already turned into a mechanical armor that was more than one person tall. The armor was thick, with thick arms and legs, and it looked very powerful at first glance. The armor exuded a strong spiritual energy. The armor opened. Suyu glanced at Yang Lai and motioned him to go in. Yang Lai did not dare to disobey, so he had to go in. The armor closed immediately, and various pipelines were inserted into Yang Lai's body, and powerful power was infused into his body. Good. Such a strong power. Yang Lai exclaimed in the armor. This is a 6-star armor. Just use it, Suyu said casually. After this period of self-suggestion, his current strength has recovered to the 7-star level, and he can easily create a 6-star armor. As for the 7-star level, he can't make it for the time being. Then, Suyu stretched out his hand and held a ball of scrap iron in his palm. The scrap iron changed rapidly, and in a short time, it turned into a metal ball. The metal ball vibrated and made a sound. Master. It was Nuonyo. Its body was destroyed by the fighter just now, but it was essentially a 4th-level mechanical creation. Even in this spiritual dream world, it was not so fragile. Suyu helped it to mold a new body. Seeing Nuonyo recovered, Suyu ignored it, which had become a fool, and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he said to Yang Lai, let's go to the city center and see what's going on with the mysterious ruler. After saying that, Suyu soared into the sky, broke through the stratum above, and flew upwards. Seeing this, Yan Lai also hurriedly activated the armor, sprayed a strong airflow, and followed Su Yu. The armor that Su Yu built for him was connected to his nerves. He could activate various functions with a thought, which was very convenient. Once put on, it could provide him with 6-star strength. Yan Lai followed Su Yu with a look of surprise and flew towards a building in the city center. The building was extremely tall, made of metal, and its exterior was as smooth as a mirror. There were no regular doors or windows, and the entire building looked like a mechanical fortress. This was the ruler building, which was extremely mysterious. According to Yan Lai, all kinds of strengthening drugs and transformation operations were performed here, but he had never seen what it looked like inside. Anyone who dared to approach the building would be mercilessly shot. At this time, Su Yu took Yan Lai and flew over carelessly, and the entire building immediately sounded an alarm. Other people in the entire city were immediately startled, and they turned their heads involuntarily to look in this direction, looking at Su Yu and Yan Lai in the air. At the same time as the alarm sounded, the smooth outer wall of the ruler building opened up a series of black holes, and various fighter planes and armor flew out of it. Tens of thousands of them, covering the sky and the earth, densely packed. At the same time, gun barrels extended from the building, and the energy light came out of the gun barrels, and began to accumulate energy. After so much time, Su Yu's strength has greatly increased. Before, when facing a fighter plane, he still needed to hide underground. But now facing so many, he didn't care. Boom! Those fighter planes, armor, and gun barrels fired at the same time, and the rain of bullets poured towards Su Yu. Su Yu stretched out his hand slightly, and with a thought, the barrage in the sky all stopped, and then flew towards where it came from. A moment later, the fighter planes and armor in the sky had exploded into fireworks in the sky, and in the wreckage of those fighter planes and armor after the destruction, there was no human being, but a biological chip made of flesh and blood brain. This is mechanical demon. Yan Lai next to him didn't have time to be shocked by Su Yu's strength, and couldn't help exclaiming. Those mechanical fighter planes and armor looked exactly the same as the mechanical demons. There was no human driver inside, but pure machinery, and the biological chip was made of human brain to enhance computing power. This is exactly the same as the mechanical demon. The question is, why are there mechanical demons in the shelter? This shocked Yan Lai. Su Yu was not surprised. He had used his mental power to see the situation inside those fighters and armors long before he took action. It seems that this so-called ruler is not very clean. After Su Yu packed up all the fighters and armors, he looked at the metal building. As soon as he moved his mind, the whole building began to make a tooth-grinding creaking sound. A moment later, the entire metal building was torn apart by Su Yu's mental power. Su Yu now has no spiritual power, only pure mental power. But it is enough. The building was torn apart, exposing the situation inside. Inside the building, there were all kinds of mechanical devices everywhere. Those mechanical devices were production lines, and the materials on the assembly lines. In addition to metal and machinery, there were actually living humans. Those humans were dismembered. Their flesh and blood were made into biological batteries, and their brains were made into biochips, which were installed in various mechanical fighters and armors to provide them with combat power. When these humans were dismembered, they were still alive and screamed in pain. Under extreme pain, part of their spirits were separated from their bodies, turning into shadows full of pain and resentment. Evil spirits. Those evil spirits were bound by some kind of force field, unable to move, and could only roar in despair. Some human bodies did not seem to meet the technical requirements. When they were halfway through the dismemberment and transformation, they were directly discarded. These discarded bodies, because they had been transformed by the production line, had some kind of fusion and turned into terrifying monsters. Corpse beasts. Seeing all this, Yan Lai and the other people who had already gathered around were stunned. The three major threats faced by humans were all produced in this ruler building. What on earth is going on? Su Yu saw all this and shook his head slightly. Although this world is a false dream world, the pain and torture are real. Even death is real. If you die here, you may die just as miserably in reality. These people should be really dead. Unless Su Yu completes the ritual, seizes the throne, and finally defeats the two powerful enemies, the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god, to use the power of time to resurrect them. Otherwise, their death is in vain. Su Yu's heart was slightly cold. And then his mind power was activated again, ready to tear the entire ruler building apart completely to see what the so-called ruler looks like. However, before he took action, he suddenly looked at Yanlai next to him and said coldly, "Do you want to pretend anymore?" Chapter 470 The Painful Evil God Appears. Changing Shelter Number 73. Suyu looked at Yanlai with cold eyes. Yanlai was stunned when he heard this. "Suyu, what are you talking about?" Before he could finish, another cold voice came out of his body. "How did you find out?" This voice was very similar to Suyu's voice, but it was very cold and without any emotional fluctuations. It was the painful evil god, who actually disguised himself as Yanlai. Suyu heard this and said casually, "You are too fake." In fact, when Yanlai appeared for the first time, Suyu had doubts in his heart. Suddenly coming from the real world to this dream world, even the occupation panel lost contact with Suyu's vigilance. He would not trust anyone around him. What's more, not long after Yanlai appeared, a mechanical fighter immediately came to chase him, which made Suyu extremely suspicious of Yanlai's identity. Then, Suyu began to test. Suyu showed his strong strength, on the one hand to avoid the pursuit of the fighter plane, and on the other hand to test Yanlai's reaction. But Yanlai was only shocked when he saw Suyu suddenly had strong strength. But he didn't react much. It seemed that he simply accepted Suyu's shocking change. Although this can also be explained as being scared, it still increased Suyu's suspicion. So Suyu asked Yanlai about the information of the number 73 shelter. Suyu's question was really for collecting information on the one hand, and on the other hand, it was actually taking the opportunity to observe Yanlai's reaction. Suyu found that when Yanlai talked about those corpse beasts, evil spirits, mechanical demons, and other terrifying things, although there was fear and disgust in his tone and expression, it seemed quite false. It was like pretending. Although Yanlai disguised well, how sharp was Suyu? He still found something wrong. A monster that is not human. It has no humanity, no human emotions, fear, but it is covered with human skin, and it needs to disguise itself if it wants to sneak into humans. Pretend it has feelings and fear. The painful evil god is such a monster. He needs to disguise himself if he wants to sneak into Suyu's side. He disguised himself very well. But unfortunately, he still couldn't fool Suyu. After confirming that Yanlai had a problem, Suyu confirmed one more thing. That is, this dream world has great limitations. Suyu and the painful evil god face to face. But he couldn't sense the existence of this guy. Obviously, Suyu had hypnotized and eroded the painful evil god before, and should be able to monitor the state of the painful evil god at all times. Although this kind of monitoring can't read the painful evil god's mind at all times, it can still grasp his position, state, and some subconscious memories. But now, this monitoring ability has been destroyed. Although as Suyu's strength recovers, this monitoring ability will be restored sooner or later. However, time waits for no one. Who knows what the painful evil god is planning? Suyu needs to repair the ability to monitor the painful evil god as soon as possible. So Suyu immediately used various scrap metals to cast a battle armor for Yanlai, who was disguised as the painful evil god, to wear. This armor itself is nothing special. It is just a 6-star armor. After confirming that there is no problem with this armor, the painful evil god put it on. This is Suyu's trick. Suyu has studied the spiritual power knowledge left by the Ghost Emperor and knows that in this spiritual dream world, behavior is very important, and every word and action must be careful. Every word and action here may evolve into a corresponding dream plot due to some mechanism. Just like in a dream. If you want to eat, you may come to the table in an instant. If you suddenly feel that there is a monster, the food on the table may jump up and chase him. If you feel that you want to run away, you will really run, and the monster can't catch up with him. If you feel that you can't run anymore, the monster will catch up. Thoughts are everything here, and behavior will change thoughts and create strong hints. So you must pay attention. Unless you can completely control this dream. Otherwise, he can only deal with it carefully and pay attention to his words and deeds. However, Suyu could not control this dream, and he believed that the painful evil god could not control it either. So he could use this situation to trick the painful evil god. So Suyu forged that battle armor for the painful evil god. And when the painful evil god put on that battle armor, it was in line with a certain behavior. In reality, the painful evil god was transformed into an evil god soldier mecha. He put on the battle armor forged by Suyu here, which was in line with reality, which was equivalent to being transformed into a battle armor in the dream. This naturally changed the dream of the Chaos Evil God, and the ordinary 6-star battle armor actually gave rise to some functions of the Evil God's soldier mecha. So, not long after the painful Evil God put on the battle armor, Suyu once again completed the mental monitoring of the painful Evil God. Although the signal was a bit intermittent, it also allowed Suyu to truly confirm that this Yanlai was the disguised painful Evil God. Originally, he had speculated that this might be the tyrannical Evil God, but now he could rule it out. And the painful Evil God actually understood the importance of behavior. But in his cognition, Suyu had already been eroded by him for a long time. Even if he put on the armor and completed the symbol, it didn't matter. Suyu couldn't make a big wave. But how could he know that it was not him who eroded Suyu, but Suyu who eroded him? Is it too fake? I clearly used my mental power and memory to create a personality named Yanlai. It seems that I am not a human after all. The painful Evil God heard Suyu's words and said to himself. Suyu looked at him and asked, "What is in the deepest part of the ruler building?" The painful Evil God did not answer, but said, "If you want to know, why don't you take a look yourself?" Suyu thought to himself that it was not good, and quickly activated his telekinesis to seal the ruler building. But at this time, Yanlai, disguised as the painful Evil God, took the first step. He also used telekinesis. And in just a moment, the Alakast building was uprooted, revealing the deepest secret. It was a mechanical throne, cast from metal machinery and bones and flesh. There was nothing on the throne. At the moment the throne appeared, Suyu felt a flash in front of his eyes, and appeared on the throne out of thin air. His body also shrank and turned into a terrifying mummy. Mummy Suyu sat on his mechanical throne. Around him were the evil production lines that kept using living people as raw materials to create corpse beasts, mechanical demons, and evil spirits. And this scene was seen by all the millions of people in shelter number 73. It stands to reason that most of the millions of people in the shelter cannot see the situation in the ruler building at all. However, this is not reality. But they can see it at this time. When the million people saw Suyu on the throne, a strong hatred, pain, and anger suddenly erupted. Is this his purpose? To plant the seed of the idea that Suyu is an evil ruler in everyone's heart. Suyu could stand up from the mechanical throne at any time. But he did not act, but thought secretly in his heart. It is obvious that the control of the painful Evil God over this dream world is far ahead of him. This shelter number 73 should be created by the painful Evil God to manipulate the dream. The million people in the shelter are also real humans. And the painful Evil God did these tricks. Obviously for this scene, let everyone see the evil darkness inside the ruler's building, and see the mummy Suyu on the throne. When this scene is completed, the millions of residents in the entire shelter number 73 will hate Suyu in their hearts. Shelter number 73 is where Suyu's extraordinary road begins. When such a city appears in the dream, those who are closely related to Suyu will automatically appear here. The painful Evil God then planned to make those who are closely related to Suyu hate him, so as to achieve his goal. The painful Evil God succeeded. Or rather, he must succeed. Although Suyu had obtained the 3rd level telekinesis in this dream world through self-hypnosis, he was still difficult to resist. Theoretically, the painful Evil God could have directly pressed Suyu on the mechanical throne when Suyu just came to this world, so that everyone could see clearly and make everyone hate Suyu directly. But he did not do so, but tried to disguise himself as Yanlai and wanted to deceive Suyu. He should have wanted Suyu to take the initiative to sit on the mechanical throne, rather than having him press it with force, so that the effect would be better. But Suyu did not fall for it, and in the end, he had to press Suyu on it. Suyu did not fall for it, but the painful Evil God fell for Suyu's trick, put on the armor, and was mentally monitored again. At the same time, in the real world. That's right. Although the entire planet has been dragged into the dream world by the Chaos Evil God, the real world still exists. In the real world, everything is normal, and hundreds of millions of people on the entire planet are still producing and living normally. Those fusion masters who just escaped from the mechanical city are still discussing whether to really kill Suyu. It seems that everything that just happened in the dream world is just an ethereal illusion. But if you look closely, you can find that there is confusion and dullness in the eyes of these people. It seems that they are all in a dream at this time. The actions on the surface are normal, but in fact they are just sleepwalking. When the people in shelter number 73 in the dream world saw the mummy Suyu on the mechanical throne in the ruler building, many people in reality suddenly showed expressions of great hatred and hostility. There are not many of these people. Only 1 million. But they are all those who have a close relationship with Suyu. And they are basically the old people of Suyu's mechanical city. And they are all powerful, extraordinary people. The will of the painful evil god penetrated from the dream world to reality, and noticed such changes, and was very satisfied. His plan was successful. These 1 million people are almost all Suyu's diehard fans. But at this time, they have really begun to hate Suyu. And this plan is really useful. To put it bluntly, the painful evil god still wants to quickly promote the betrayal of the fate, and let these people kill Suyu quickly. But it's still not enough. The great rebellion that the painful evil god wants is a war that hundreds of millions of people around the world will participate in. These 1 million people are far from enough. It's time to enter the next level, the painful evil god said secretly in his heart. Then his mind moved, and the dream world changed again. In the dream world, Suyu on the mechanical throne. His eyes went black again. It seems that the entire dream world is about to change again. However, Suyu is not at the mercy of all this like last time, because he has re-established monitoring of the painful evil god. He can monitor the painful evil god's thoughts, memory, and state to a certain extent. So Suyu also saw the scene in reality just now. It is true. It seems that the painful evil god wants to use the dream of this chaos evil god to influence the thoughts of those humans in reality, so that they will hate me and complete the rebellion, Suyu said secretly in his heart. But is it really that simple? Suyu felt something was wrong again. He carefully sensed it, and with the help of the erosion of the painful evil god, after a moment, Suyu finally saw the truth. That is, the past history of the real world. The past history of the number 73 shelter, where Suyu lived at the beginning, actually turned out to be what it was in the dream world. The number 73 shelter where Suyu originally lived was really just a small shelter with a small population. About the same as a village. The technology was also backward, and it could only barely resist the threat of radiation beasts. But now, history has changed. Shelter number 73 has become a big city with a population of 1 million. In this city, everyone is deceived and oppressed by the supreme ruler, Suyu. All the corpse beasts, mechanical demons, and evil spirits are real. They are all pollutants created when Suyu uses living people to produce mechanical creations. Finally, a hero descended from the sky and smashed the ruler's building. And all this came to light. Everything is the same as the plot in the dream world. However, now it is not just a dream, but real history. The 1 million people in the number 73 shelter have had a deep hatred for Suyu since then. This is not mental erosion and hypnosis, but real history. They really have hatred for Suyu. Is this the dream of the chaos evil god? He directly modified history and created a large city with 1 million people. Suyu was secretly shocked. To be honest, Suyu could also modify history. When the mechanical city was completely destroyed and everyone died, Suyu used the power of time to resurrect everyone. But in order to avoid the backlash of time, Suyu tried his best to avoid changing history. When Suyu resurrected those people, he used his ability to create fake bodies for everyone, and let these fake bodies die in history instead of them. Then put the real body into the materialized space to sleep, and brought it back to now. The final result is that the mechanical city is still destroyed in history, and everyone is dead. But the dead are the fake bodies that Suyu helped them create. The real body has been sleeping in the materialized space until now, and was finally awakened by Suyu and successfully resurrected. After all these operations, the changes to history are minimal, and on the surface, there is no obvious change in history. So the accumulated time backlash is not much. At present, the dream of this chaos evil god is much more extreme. It actually directly changed the history of shelter number 73 into a large city with a population of 1 million. This is a thorough change of history, involving the history of 1 million people. Chapter 471 The Next Level of Dream. The Dark Giant City. In fact, it would be fine if only the history of 1 million people was changed. The problem now is that the history of these 1 million people has been changed. But there are hundreds of millions of people on the entire planet, and the history of other people does not seem to have been changed. This way, there is a logical conflict, because the history of the other hundreds of millions of people is normal. It is the mechanical city established by Suyu, which split into 300 cities, and then developed and multiplied. Most people respect Suyu very much. But the history of these millions of people came from the changed dark shelter number 73. With deep hatred for Suyu. In this way, various histories do not match. If according to the history of shelter number 73, many people would not be born at all. And there would not even be so many people at all. Because of this logical conflict, the historical timelines of many people are fluctuating. And there are signs of collapse. The bodies of many people began to switch between translucent and solid states. Because according to the changed history, they should not exist at all. It's really the chaos evil god. It's really a mess. Completely disregarding the consequences. Seeing this scene, Suyu was also slightly helpless. The chaos evil god's dream is really unscrupulous. Modifying the historical timeline at will. Ignoring logical conflicts. If it happens a few more times, I'm afraid the historical timeline of the entire planet will be messed up and finally destroyed. Fortunately, for a while, that kind of logical conflict has not caused the timeline to collapse. Although those people's bodies are looming, they have not completely disappeared. It should be the pain evil god who helped stabilize it. After all, he still hopes that these humans will rebel and fulfill their destiny. If the entire historical timeline collapses and dies, how can his plan be completed? The pain evil god himself is the product of paradox. His power can help these humans temporarily stabilize their state, and will not disappear due to space-time conflicts. Let's see what the next dream is. Suyu's mind turned quickly. If nothing unexpected happens, the next dream will round up the logical problem. How will the dark truth of shelter number 73 develop after it is exposed? After being exposed, how will it develop to have hundreds of millions of people? The next dream will reveal it. At this time, Suyu's eyes lit up, and it seemed that he had arrived at the next level of the dream. Suyu found that he was back in his small repair shop. Master, work. It was Nono's voice. At the same time, memories emerged in his mind. These memories are the plot settings in this dream. If it is an ordinary extraordinary person, once entering this dream, he will accept the settings in these memories completely integrate into this dream, and become a member of it. But Suyu is powerful and mentally tough, so he can distinguish the truth from the falsehood of the memory. Is it so rounded like this? Suyu carefully distinguished the memory and roughly understood how the chaos evil god's dream rounded the plot. Back, the ruler of shelter number 73. Suyu ostensibly provided shelter for the residents of the city, allowing them to survive under the threat of corpse beasts, mechanical demons, and evil spirits. But in fact, corpse beasts, mechanical demons, and evil spirits were all byproducts of Suyu's dark research on living people. Mechanical demons were the product of Suyu's fusion of biotechnology and mechanical technology, using human flesh and blood to strengthen machinery, and using human brains to make biochips to strengthen mechanical computing power. Corpse beasts were monsters formed by studying the remaining human limbs and fusion. Evil spirits were psychic monsters that abandoned their bodies after the tortured human spirits abandoned their bodies. In short, Suyu was the source of all disasters. Later, a powerful outsider opened Suyu's ruler's building and exposed his dark research. Afterwards, the residents of the entire city rebelled against Suyu and launched a crazy attack on Suyu. However, this Suyu showed great strength. He stood up from the mechanical throne, and his mummy-like body began to merge with corpse beasts, mechanical demons, and evil spirits, and finally turned into an extremely twisted and terrifying monster. The monster, Suyu, showed his extremely powerful strength and suppressed all the betrayers. In a short time, countless people were killed and injured. But after suppressing the rebellion, the monster, Suyu, did not kill them all, but continued to maintain his dark rule. The remaining people were powerless to resist, and could only continue to submit. So, the entire shelter number 73 once again restored peace. But in addition to peace, there would be invasions of corpse beasts, mechanical demons, and evil spirits from time to time. Every day, living people disappeared, and no one could see them alive, and no one could see their bodies after they died. But humans are the animals that are best at reproduction, and the death of a few people is nothing at all. The entire shelter number 73 is even still. Suyu's rule, it developed rapidly. The population of shelter number 73 quickly increased from 1 million to 2 million, 3 million, 10 million, 100 million. Although there were so many people, shelter number 73 did not split. but continued to expand on the original basis. Moreover, because there were corpse beasts, mechanical demons, and evil spirits rampant outside the city, coupled with various terrifying pollution. Therefore, the expansion of shelter number 73 was not to expand in all directions, but upward. The buildings are getting higher and higher, from hundreds of meters to thousands of meters, and even 10,000 meters. Until now, a giant city 10,000 meters high stands on the planet like a mountain. The entire city has a population of 400 million, and all people's production and life are in this city. This is not a city, but a dark world, because the buildings are too high. The lower floors of the entire city will never see the sun. It is cold and damp, and there are corpse beasts, mechanical demons, and evil spirits lurking there. The humans living there have almost been assimilated by those monsters. Every day they carry out various maintenance work in the extremely dangerous lower floors, maintain the foundation of the city, so that the city will not collapse one day. The middle layer of the city is better, and the environment can barely survive normally. But everyone also has to do heavy labor, produce various industrial products, and offer them to the bigwigs in the upper layer. There are strict production laws in the city. If they fail to complete the scheduled tasks, they may be sent to the lowest layer and live with corpse beasts and mechanical demons. That is a situation more terrible than death. It is said that the humans in the lower layer have basically lost their human form, and have even become members of the evil spirits of corpse beasts and mechanical demons. I don't know why. They have become monsters, but they are still repairing the lower layer of the city. They really have to work until they die, and endure eternal torture. Therefore, the residents of the middle layer of the city dare not slack off every day. Even if they are exhausted to death, they will die in the middle layer. The upper layer of the city is the residence of the nobles. Those nobles are much happier. They don't produce. They just need to enjoy themselves every day and enjoy the offerings of the middle-level people. They enjoyed great power and could kill and give life to the middle and lower classes at will, and their lives were extremely superior. However, these nobles could not really enjoy themselves forever. They had an obligation, which was called head tax. So head tax, as the name suggests, is to pay taxes with human lives. The living nobles were handed over to the supreme ruler at the top, Suyu. They must be nobles, not ordinary people in the middle. It is said that the supreme ruler likes to hear people wailing in pain the most. So he would select nobles, who have lived a life of luxury and enjoyment, to come to his mechanical palace. Then, he would torture these nobles cruelly for fun. It is said that when nobles who have enjoyed their lives are tortured, their wailing in pain is particularly loud and pleasant. All this is just a legend, because no noble who paid the head tax has ever come back. No one knows what happened after going to the mechanical palace at the top. Those nobles did not dare to explore, and just lived a life of drunkenness and dreams, until the day when the head tax came. He was taken away by the mechanical guards sent by the top, and he could never come back. In fact, some people thought about escaping. But where to escape? Outside the city. The entire planet has been occupied by monsters, and there is nowhere to escape. In this way, the supreme ruler, Suyu, seems to continue this dark rule forever. This setting is definitely thought up by the painful evil god. After reviewing these memories, Suyu thought speechlessly. This distorted environment is similar to the situation in the original materialization space. Both are extreme oppression of humans, and they are almost always in extreme pain. This is in line with the ability of the painful evil god. He is such an evil god. And this dream also rounded off the subsequent development of shelter number 73, and included all the population on the entire planet. Has the painful evil god's control over this dream reached this level? He is also one of the dreamers? And the leader? Suyu was a little surprised by the change in this dream. The original shelter number 73 only had a population of 1 million, which was fine. It was probably created by the painful evil god using his spiritual power to influence the dream. But now this huge dark city has accommodated all the people in the world. This level of change made Suyu a little suspicious. Could the painful evil god really do such a thing? If it was really done by the painful evil god, then he might have completely mastered this dream. Suyu concentrated his mind and began to sense the painful evil god. In the previous dream, Suyu restored his monitoring of the painful evil god by letting him wear armor. Although he had come to another dream and the painful evil god had gone to who knows where, Suyu could still sense him, but he just needed to concentrate. Soon, Suyu sensed the painful evil god and found that this guy was at the top of the dark giant city. In the mechanical palace, playing the role of supreme ruler Suyu, the painful evil god sat on the mechanical throne, his body like a dried corpse. In front of him, some nobles in gorgeous clothes were dancing. Their dance was extremely strange, and every movement seemed to be torturing themselves, making themselves feel the greatest pain. These nobles had traces of torture all over their bodies, and some even had various torture instruments inserted into their bodies, with their internal organs exposed. It was extremely painful at first glance, and it was even impossible for them to be alive. But these guys were not only alive and well in this state, but also exuded powerful power all over their bodies, at least the third level of power, and some were even close to the fourth level. These were the loyal subordinates of Supreme Ruler Suyu, painful monks. Suyu sensed all this through monitoring the painful evil god. This guy. Suyu was speechless when he saw all this. The painful evil god really spared no effort to discredit him, Suyu, and even went on stage to cause Suyu. Obviously, the painful evil god originally wanted Suyu to sit in that position and let him torture the residents of the city. But Suyu was obviously a little late, so the painful evil god had to go on his own. Suyu also sensed some of the painful evil god's subconscious memories, and confirmed that this new dream was actually naturally generated. It was the chaos evil god himself, who evolved from the previous dream. It's not that the painful evil god really has such a great influence. His influence is just to make himself the supreme leader Suyu. Seeing this, Suyu felt relieved and relieved. But after a moment, Suyu's heart trembled again, and he thought of a possibility. Suyu, the glory emperor at the beginning, contacted this powerful human emperor, and got help. Now the painful evil god has done the same thing, turning himself into a mummy and sitting on the mechanical throne. Will he be able to contact some power? It shouldn't be the case. The painful evil god is not a human being, and his imitation doesn't look like the glory emperor at all. He is a dark tyrant. Plus, this is a dream, not real, Suyu said to himself. However, he had a vague guess in his heart. It is impossible for the painful evil god to contact the glory emperor. If he can really contact something, it should be the dark side of the glory emperor. What kind of existence is the dark side of the glory emperor? And what kind of power it has? Suyu has never seen it. It is just a vague guess that it must be a terrifying existence with darkness and destruction as its core. If the painful evil god can contact the other party, it will be terrifying. Fortunately, the painful evil god should not be imitating intentionally. After all, the painful evil god theoretically does not know the information of the glory emperor at all. At most, he only knows a name. He turned himself into a mummy just to push fate and make those humans hate Suyu. But this unintentional imitation should also be able to touch some power in the dark. Fortunately, the imitation of the painful evil god only stayed in the dream, which was equivalent to imitating it in his own mind and had not become real. However, if this dream, like the previous one, also descended into reality, changed history, and became a real existence, at that time, there would no longer be 300 cities in reality, only a huge dark city with a population of 400 million. And at the top of the dark city, in the mechanical palace, the painful evil god in the state of a mummy should be able to contact the dark side of the glorious emperor. Suyu could not predict what would happen then. He must be stopped as soon as possible. Chapter 472. Suyu had an impulse at this moment. Why not go directly to the top floor of this huge dark city, walk to the mechanical throne, and then replace the painful evil god and sit on it himself? In this way, the painful evil god will not attract the attention of the dark side of the Guangyu Emperor. The Dark Emperor. Because of cost the Guangyu Emperor. The painful evil god originally wanted Suyu to sit on the mechanical throne, and he would definitely accept it with pleasure, giving up his position. At most, he would wonder why Suyu was so cooperative and took the initiative to sit on the mechanical throne. But with the 92 times mental hypnosis that Suyu had left on him before, this doubt was not a problem. However, Suyu's impulse only came up for a moment, and he denied it, because he thought of a possibility. That is, the attention of the Dark Emperor may have arrived. Originally, Suyu thought that the painful evil god's cause of the Guangyu Emperor was still in this virtual mental dream, and had not yet come to reality. It should not have attracted the attention of the Dark Emperor. But after thinking carefully, Suyu felt that he could not underestimate that existence. as the dark side of the Emperor of Glory. That existence must have a very high level and incredible power. Looking at the appearance of the dry corpse of the Emperor of Glory, even if the Dark Emperor is not as powerful as the Emperor of Glory, it is estimated that he is not much worse. Otherwise, he would not have pitted the Emperor of Glory so badly. Such a powerful existence, even if the painful evil god only imitates it in a dream, may attract its attention. In this way, Suyu wants to directly replace the painful evil god and sit on the mechanical throne, which may not be so easy, and may even be extremely dangerous, because the painful evil god may have been affected by the power of the Dark Emperor, just like Suyu obtained the power of the Emperor of Glory. That is, the Glory Seed. The painful evil god may have also received some kind of gift from the Dark Emperor. However, the Dark Emperor will definitely not be as kind as the Guangyo Emperor, and the gift to the painful evil god is probably not a good thing. Wait, when I was monitoring the state of the painful evil god just now, there was an idea in his shallow consciousness. That is, he needs a large rebellion involving hundreds of millions of people. So he built such a dark giant city to carry out cruel oppression. When Suyu thought of this, he was suddenly shocked and found another strange thing. Before, in the destiny that Suyu showed to the painful evil god, the number of participants in that large rebellion was not large. After all, the more people there are, the more chaotic the situation will be, and it will cause a large number of casualties. According to Suyu's original plan, some of the more than 10,000 third-level strongmen in the world will lead some of their subordinates to launch a rebellion. The number of participants will be controlled at about 1 million, and it will be enough to show it. And this should also be the plan of the painful evil god, because the fate of the rebellion that the painful evil god has seen was all shown to him by Suyu. But now, the painful evil god's concept seems to have changed. He actually wants a large rebellion involving hundreds of millions of people. This is to include all the world's population, whether it is the first, second, third, or fourth level, whether it is the elderly or children. All the people in the world will launch a great rebellion together. This scale is a bit exaggerated, and it is completely unnecessary. Obviously, there is something wrong with the painful evil god. His thinking has been affected. Being able to unconsciously affect the thinking of the painful evil god, combined with previous speculations, Suyu thought of a possibility. That is, the Dark Emperor has already taken action. The gift given by the Dark Emperor to the painful evil god has already begun to show signs. In fact, if Suyu had not already received the gift from the Glory Emperor, he might have been unconsciously influenced by the Dark Emperor. It's difficult. Suyu was secretly shocked when he was monitoring the painful evil god just now. Maybe the Dark Emperor was also watching him silently. Now Suyu has made up his mind that he must not go to the painful evil god. Otherwise he will run into the gun. But we can't just hide like this forever. Right? Will we really let the painful evil god sit on the mechanical throne, successfully fulfill his destiny, be betrayed by hundreds of millions of people, and finally attract the power of the Dark Emperor? I don't know what the Dark Emperor's purpose is. It's definitely not a good thing anyway. However, the Dark Emperor has taken action, and the Glory Emperor has no response? Try to pray? Your servant Suyuchi respectfully requests the Holy Judge illuminate the Emperor's will and destroy the monsters. Suyu pondered for a while, and felt that such a matter involving extremely high-level existences would not lead to any result if he guessed randomly. He needed the guidance of a higher-level power. That is, the help of the Glory Emperor. Suyu tried to pray to the Glory Emperor in his heart. Originally, Suyu had done this kind of prayer once, and it had no effect. This time, he just tried it. If it didn't work, he would think of other ways. However, this time, it actually succeeded. It seems that after so many years of CS, Suyu has indeed become closer to the Emperor of Glory, so he can already contact the Emperor of Glory through prayer. At this time, Suyu's eyes were trance, and he saw the giant with infinite light again. That was the real body of the Emperor of Glory. Suyu was happy. The last time, he saw the real body of the Emperor of Glory. He got the Seeds of Glory. I wonder what he will get this time. At the moment, he saw the Emperor of Glory, Suyu suddenly had a kind of confidence. That is, no matter what the Dark Emperor wants to do, the Emperor of Glory will never allow it to happen. This is not a mental influence, but the result of Suyu's approaching the Emperor of Glory. At this time, when Suyu was looking at the real body of the Emperor of Glory, he could faintly interpret the thoughts of the Emperor of Glory. The thoughts of the Emperor of Glory did not seem to be clear, but very chaotic and violent, and difficult to interpret. He is like a star. Although he is infinite light, he is always undergoing violent fusion reactions, and there is no moment of calm. That is why the words of the Emperor Guangyo are so powerful. Listening to him speak is just like an ordinary person looking directly at a star at close range, which is naturally extremely dangerous. However, even though his thoughts are confused and violent, Suyu can still vaguely sense an extremely strong belief. That is humanity. For the Emperor Guangya, humans are an extremely strong obsession. As soon as Suyu turned these thoughts, the scene in front of him disappeared. At the same time, a magnificent voice sounded in his mind. This voice only has 2 words, destruction. Buzz. Suyu only felt dizzy. This is the second time I have heard the voice of the Emperor Guangyu. Compared with the last time, it feels much better, but it is still a bit uncomfortable. Suyu quickly adjusted his state and began to think quickly about the meaning of the 2 words of the Emperor Guangyu. These 2 words must contain extremely important information. Destruction? Does this mean that the Dark Emperor's goal is destruction? Suyu pondered for a while and felt that this was what the Glory Emperor meant. After all, the content of Suyu's prayer before was to ask the Glory Emperor whether the Dark Emperor had taken action and what the Dark Emperor's intention was. The answer now is destruction. It seems that this is the Dark Emperor's goal. No wonder the Dark Emperor wants hundreds of millions of people to participate in the rebellion. He wants to involve everyone and carry out complete extermination. Perhaps this is a large-scale sacrifice that will help him suppress the Glory Emperor. Thinking of this, Suyu was secretly shocked. He had a vague feeling that a dark and cold sight was projected across countless light years, wanting to exterminate Suyu and hundreds of millions of humans on the Azure Star. This might not be an illusion, but reality. Fortunately, the Emperor of Glory would definitely not allow this to happen, because Suyu's prayer just now not only obtained 2 words, but also another gift, which is... Suyu waved his hand and took out a strange thing. That thing was the paradox that Suyu had obtained from the painful evil god. This thing was very strange, and it was rapidly switching between reality and nothingness at every moment, and the specific shape could not be seen clearly. It was the crystallization of the paradox of time and space, the error of this world, and something that should not exist. The painful evil god was born because of this, and later used it to cultivate a completely independent clone. Originally, although Suyu obtained this thing, it was difficult to use. After all, this thing is the original power of the painful evil god, which is extremely strange. Suyu wants to use it, but he doesn't know how to start. He has studied it secretly for many years, but it has no effect. But now, I don't know what the Emperor Guangya did. This thing actually has a sense of flesh and blood connection with Suyu. It seems that this thing is no longer the original power of the painful evil god, but the original power of Suyu. After a moment, this paradox has been completely integrated into Suyu's body and disappeared. As Suyu merged with this paradox, Suyu felt that his body and mind began to undergo strange changes. Became not real. It was like a future possibility rather than a real existence living in the present. At the same time, Suyu's mind gained some strange memories. In those memories, Suyu was no longer the ordinary mechanic in shelter number 73, but woke up from a dark time and space in the future. Once he woke up, he had a power close to the 5th level. Doesn't it mean that my identity and that of the painful evil god have been reversed? Suyu was so smart that he quickly figured out the meaning of this change. This kind of strange change, even though Suyu was now well informed, had never occurred to him. The original painful evil god was a future possibility of Suyu. This future possibility, after some unknown experience, gained a paradox. So from a false future possibility, it became a painful evil god with 5th order power. It can even descend from the future time and space to now to erode Suyu's body. This is the relationship between Suyu and the painful evil god. But now, because of Suyu's previous efforts and the power of the Glory Emperor, the situation has reversed. The current situation is, Suyu has become the future possibility of the painful evil god. Suyu has become a paradox, and woke up from the dark time and space of the future. Even Suyu is eroding the painful evil god. And this is also in line with the plot setting of this dream world. According to the setting of this dream world, there was no normal person Suyu at the beginning. In shelter number 73, there is only a cruel and weird supreme ruler Suyu. Supreme Ruler Su Yu is naturally the painful evil god, who is now sitting on the mechanical throne pretending to be a mummy. When this dream world develops to a certain extent, it will cover reality, and directly rewrite the historical timeline of reality. At that time, everything in this dream world is real, and without falsehood. Su Yu, a normal person in the real world, will no longer exist. At the beginning, there will only be the painful evil god. In the changed history, this painful evil god ruled shelter number 73, ruled the world, built the dark giant city, and cruelly oppressed all mankind. Although this painful evil god is cruel, there is a future possibility. Normal person Su Yu. This normal person Su Yu was born from the future because of a paradox, gained power, and reversely eroded the painful evil god Su Yu. The identities and destinies of the two were completely swapped. This is really amazing. Su Yu never dreamed that it would turn out like this in the end. It has to be said that the power of the glorious emperor is really magical. Originally, Su Yu was a little worried that if this dream world covered reality and completely rewrote his past, would there be any bad effects? Now there is no need to worry at all. Su Yu's past is gone. After he merged with the paradox, he had changed his fate and was born directly from the future. I woke up from the dark time and space in the future. And now, could it be that the painful evil god was also born in this way? Su Yu thought of the birth memory that had just been added, and couldn't help thinking. In the future where he was born, there was nothing, only a dark vacuum. If I guessed correctly, that was also the scene when the painful evil god was born. After all, the identities and destinies of the two had been exchanged. Then the question is, why was the painful evil god born in such a dark time and space? Logically speaking, the painful evil god should be Su Yu in a certain possibility in the future, abandoning humanity, holding a dark ceremony, and being promoted to the 5th level, and then becoming the painful evil god. But in that dark time and space, there was nothing. Even the planet had been destroyed. So where was the ceremony? Unless the dark time and space was caused by the ceremony. Su Yu's heart trembled, and he thought of a possibility. He recalled the 2 words that the Emperor of Glory had said before, destruction. Could it be that the purpose of the Dark Emperor was not only to destroy the hundreds of millions of humans on this planet, but to destroy everything, including the entire planet and even the galaxy? And during this destruction process, the painful evil god completed the ritual and was successfully promoted. So in the end, the painful evil god would wake up in a dark void. And now, this ritual is in progress. The fate of this great rebellion is the ritual. When the ritual is completed, the painful evil god is born. However, the ritual has been reversed, and the one who finally completed the ritual and woke up in the darkness was Su Yu. So the current development is that the painful evil god completed the ritual, brought about destruction, and then the ritual was completed, successfully promoted, and finally gave birth to me? Give birth to me, a normal human being. Su Yu? Will it really develop like this? Su Yu thought strangely in his heart. The evil god held a ritual and promoted to become a human being? Is there something wrong with this? Chapter 473. It's about to begin. Theoretically, Su Yu, who has exchanged fate with the painful evil god, doesn't need to do anything now. He just needs to wait for the painful evil god to complete the ritual, and then he will replace the painful evil god. However, he certainly can't do this, because the completion of the ritual means that everything is destroyed, and only Su Yu is left, waking up in the darkness. If the hundreds of millions of humans and the blue star are destroyed by the Dark Emperor, it is hard to say whether they can reverse time and revive. After all, the power of the Glory Emperor can even change identity and fate. So it is not surprising that the Dark Emperor has the same level of power. The destruction of the Dark Emperor may be a complete destruction in the true sense. Time, fate, cause and effect, all destroyed. And there is no possibility of resurrection. At that time, although Su Yu survived, his friends and subordinates were all dead. In addition, Su Yu doubted that with the style of the Dark Emperor, would he destroy Su Yu as well, and not give him any chance to wake up at all. The so-called future possibility is just a possibility, not a certainty. With the power of the Dark Emperor, it is normal to destroy the possible future time and space. In that case, Su Yu must not wait for the ceremony to be completed, but must take action to change the destroyed future. With Su Yu's power, it is almost impossible to stop the Dark Emperor whose strength is unknown, and he is completely unable to compete. Suyu's strength is barely close to the 5th level. That is, the planetary level, which seems very powerful. But the Glory Emperor is in existence that has the ability to rewrite the rules of the universe. The gap between the two is immeasurable. And the Dark Emperor, as the dark side of the Glory Emperor, is definitely not something that Suyu can fight now. Fortunately, with the restraint of the Glory Emperor, the Dark Emperor must have been greatly restricted. Otherwise, with his strength, a thought would have been projected over, and everyone on the Azure Star would have died long ago, and the entire planet would have been nothing left. So why would there be any need for a ceremony? He still needs a ceremony, which gives Suyu a chance. However, before taking action, Suyu must think clearly about one thing. That is, how can this fate ritual of betrayal be successful? Is it successful if the painful evil god is killed in the rebellion? Or is it successful if he suppresses the rebellion? There is a big difference between the two. Suyu needs to choose a route. The betrayal route? Or the suppression route? This fate ritual was born because of the fate of the Guangyo Emperor. The Guangyo Emperor was betrayed and eroded by his own dark side, causing him to become a mummy. It is obvious that the betrayal failed in the end, and those rebels were suppressed by the Guangyo Emperor with great strength, and his dark side did not succeed in eroding him. And now it is a stalemate. From this point of view, in order to complete the ritual, you need to suppress the rebellion. Of course, Suyu is definitely not asking the painful evil god to suppress the rebellion. Otherwise, the painful evil god will probably kill everyone. Suyu could go directly and exchange with the painful evil god, and let him sit on the mechanical throne to complete the suppression of the rebellion. Or, Suyu could secretly erode the painful evil god and manipulate him to suppress the rebellion. But in this case, he would inevitably collide head-on with the power of the Dark Emperor. Moreover, Suyu also thought of another possibility. That is, he has now exchanged his identity with the painful evil god, and completely reversed. Does the fate of this rebellion also need to be reversed? If the ritual method is completed correctly, will the rebellion be completed? The painful evil god be killed, and he will completely erode and replace the painful evil god? The more Suyu thought about it, the more he felt that this was the right path. The Guangyo Emperor exchanged his identity and fate with the painful evil god, which should be the intention. That is, to let Suyu complete this rebellion. If this rebellion can be completed, it may even provide some help to the Guangyo Emperor. Is this a fight between the Guangyo Emperor and the Dark Emperor? Suyu had a kind of enlightenment in his heart. At this time, he and the painful evil god have become the battlefield between the Brilliant Emperor and the Dark Emperor. Perhaps, the fate that the Brilliant Emperor really wants to change is between him and the Dark Emperor. Now he is just using this power of changing fate on Suyu, using him to indirectly fight against the Dark Emperor. If Suyu wins, it may bring some benefits to the Brilliant Emperor and improve his condition. After figuring this out, Suyu has no doubts about the future. Next, what he has to do is to sneak into the rebels, personally participate in this great rebellion, kill the painful evil god head-on, and complete this ritual. However, where are the rebels? Although Suyu thought so much, he had just arrived at the Dark Giant City in this dream world. He didn't know much about the situation in this dream world. He was not sure whether the time for the Great Rebellion had arrived yet. Would he have to wait another 10 or 20 years? Besides looking for the rebels, Suyu had another thing to pay attention to, which was, where was the tyrannical evil god? Destiny is the ritual of the birth of the evil god. He told Suyu about this. This ancient tyrannical evil god was very sinister. He must also want to gain some benefits from this destiny ritual. Where is he hiding now? Besides, does the tyrannical evil god know about the glorious emperor and the dark emperor? Suyu thought quickly in his heart, looking for clues about the tyrannical evil god. Just as Suyu was thinking, he suddenly became alert and looked at the door. He sensed that someone was approaching outside stealthily. It was a child of 12 or 13 years old, who looked very thin, with ragged clothes, and shriveled ribs visible, various sores on his skin, and a mask on his face. He walked to Suyu's repair shop. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked on Suyu's door a few times, then stuffed a card under the door and ran away quickly. Judging from the direction, he went to another shop to stuff the card. Although Suyu did not have psychic power at this time, he could still have the strength of the 3rd level by relying on mental power. He could see everything clearly through the door. When the child ran away, Suyu moved his mind, and the card automatically flew into his hand. Suyu was immediately happy when he saw it. It said, "Do you desire power? Do you yearn for freedom? Do you want to smash the head of the tyrant Suyu?" There were some inflammatory words written on the card, which made Suyu laugh in his heart. Is it going to start? Suyu knew that it was obvious that the rebels were about to start, and they started to distribute flyers all over the street. Suyu's identity here was just an ordinary mechanic, but he was involved. It seemed that this was a national mobilization. It is not known whether it was spontaneous or secretly promoted by the painful evil god. After all, the painful evil god wanted everyone to rebel quickly. It seemed a coincidence that Suyu had just entered this world and started to rebel. But it was not a coincidence, because this world was originally the dream world of the chaos evil god. It was just a dream, so there was no coincidence. Suyu turned the card over and found that the front of the card was those inflammatory words. The back was an address. If you want to join the rebels, you must go to that address and go through some kind of selection. Without further ado, Suyu immediately stood up, grabbed Nuwa beside him, used telekinesis to transform it into a metal ball, stuffed it into his pocket, and then opened the door and went out. After Suyu went out, he first looked up at the sky. In the weak light, he saw those dark-style buildings extending upward continuously, as if there was no end. Suyu was looking up at the sky, but it seemed like he was looking down at the abyss. Or rather, this is the abyss. Ordinary people here will never see the sky in their lives. With Suyu's eyesight, he could see through the layers of buildings, see the sky, and even see the space. Suyu saw that there were no mechanical creations in the space. Weren't Zhang Qinfeng's creations pulled into this dream? Suyu thought to himself. Zhang Qinfeng's mechanical creations had basically not made any movement since they helped Suyu transform the painful evil god into the evil god soldier mecha decades ago. They just quietly maintained the seal of the Azure Star, as if they were waiting for something, and seemed to be planning something. However, no matter what they were planning, this incident involved the Emperor of Glory and the Emperor of Darkness. And with the strength of those mechanical creations, it was probably difficult to play any role. But it's not necessarily the case. After all, Zhang Qinfeng is the guard of the Emperor of Glory, the Imperial Guard of Glory. The mechanical creations he left behind might be given some power by the Emperor of Glory. After Suyu glanced at the sky, he lowered his head and began to walk. The buildings here are very close together, and there are narrow streets between the buildings. Suyu walked on this street, heading towards the address on the back of the card. The street was full of all kinds of messy garbage, and the smell was very abstract. It was not just a stench, but a poisonous gas. Ordinary people would faint or even die instantly when they came here. There was even some kind of psionic pollution. Suyu casually used his mental power to conjure a mask and put it on to isolate the poisonous gas and stench. In addition to Suyu, there were other people on the road, all of whom were in a hurry and looked alert. Suyu estimated that many of them had received small cards, like his destination, and were ready to go to the rebel gathering. At this time, the location was in the middle and lower levels of the Dark Giant City. Close to the bottom level, the environment here was bad. Close to the bottom level of hell. But it had not really sunk to the bottom level. At the same time, it was far away from the middle level. There were no factories, and even no mechanical guards. So a power vacuum was formed. 3 no man's land free zone. The people here do not need to go to the bottom level and associate with those corpse beasts, mechanical demons, and evil spirits. They do not need to work hard every day like those people in the middle level to produce various materials for the upper nobles. The people here are almost the most free. But in fact, they are not free at all. Just exiles. Some people in the middle level committed crimes and lost the qualification to live in the middle level. But they were not at the level of being sent to the bottom level. So they were thrown into this exile. They have no work, but no pay. Freedom is freedom. But in fact, even eating and surviving are problems. When the upper and middle levels live, various household garbage is thrown down. And some food can be grown and some materials can be synthesized to barely allow the people in this free land to survive. Suyu's small repair shop is opened here to help others repair some broken mechanical equipment. The people in this free land have another role. That is, the pollution from the bottom level will occasionally penetrate up. And the people in the free land can act as a buffer and use their bodies as a living purifier. Just like the activated carbon in the filter. It absorbs and filters all kinds of pollution, and plays this role, perhaps, As time goes by, this free land will eventually be swallowed by pollution and become part of the bottom layer. At that time, the upper layer will become a new free land. It has to be said that the dream of chaos evil god, although the setting is a bit dark and cruel, it is quite real and reasonable if you delve into the details. It's just like, there really is such a world. Wait. At this time, Suyu's mind moved, and he had a faint feeling that something had changed outside the dream. However, at this time, his mind was almost completely isolated from the outside world, and this feeling was very weak and difficult to be clear. But Suyu had guessed what was going on. It was this dream world that began to invade reality. In the real world, the entire surface of the planet was undergoing drastic changes silently. Originally, after the governance of Suyu and hundreds of millions of people, the entire planet had long since become a beautiful blue star with green mountains and clear waters. But now, the entire planet is once again covered in darkness and pollution. The seawater is as black as oil, glowing with fluorescence, and occasionally there are monsters passing under the water. The land is dead silent, without a trace of green, and extremely desolate. The sky is dark, covered with dark clouds, blocking the sun. On the land shrouded in darkness, various monsters began to appear out of thin air. They are corpse beasts, mechanical demons, evil spirits. At the same time, the 300 cities scattered across the planet have disappeared out of thin air. In their place, a huge dark city with a population of 400 million has risen from the ground and reached a height of 10,000 meters. As the plot develops, the dream world has begun to transform the entire planet. It is obviously a dramatic change in the world, but the whole process is silent. This is not just a superficial transformation, but a change in the entire historical timeline. In the history of the real world, all the events that have been experienced before have been rewritten. Suyu started from shelter number 73, defeated the Ghost Tribe, conquered the City of War, built the Mechanical City, fought against the Ghost Emperor. The painful evil god descended. The evil god armor, fought against the tyrannical evil god. Wait. Everything no longer exists. The current history is the supreme ruler painful evil god Suyu, based on shelter number 73, built his dark giant city, oppressing 400 million humans. If under normal circumstances, his own history was changed so drastically, Suyu would definitely suffer a heavy blow and suffer a serious backlash of time. But now, Suyu's fate has been exchanged with the painful evil god. So nothing happened. However, from now on, the others are really oppressed by the supreme ruler Suyu. The various happy and stable lives under Suyu's rule before no longer exist. They don't even have any memories. And the memories of the past are only endless oppression, pain and despair. Fortunately, the Great Rebellion will soon begin, and all this will end. At this time, Suyu has walked to the door of the gathering place. Stop. What's your name? Register. Suyu? Chapter 474 Rebel Speech. At this time, Suyu was standing at the door of a small tavern. The sign of the tavern was tattered and it looked like a small place. But Suyu had seen hundreds of people enter before. It was obvious that there was another cave inside the door. Probably a materialized space or something like that. At this time, there were still many people at the door, and they had obviously received an invitation. These people were all alert and basically didn't talk to each other. After all, they came to rebel. The supreme ruler Suyu was extremely powerful. They dared to come here, and they had already taken out the courage to fight to the death. Naturally, they were not in the mood to chat. However, this group of people who were ready to die heard a familiar name as soon as they walked to the door. Suyu? Supreme ruler Suyu. In the hearts of hundreds of millions of people in the dark city, Suyu's name was countless times more terrifying than any corpse beast mechanical demon evil lair. Some timid people almost went weak in the legs when they heard this name. Even the brave ones were shocked. They wondered if this group of rebels had been discovered by the supreme ruler Suyu, and came directly to suppress the rebellion. Only a few daring and thoughtful people reacted instantly, and glared at Suyu. They all thought that this was a bad joke. Suyu didn't look like the terrifying supreme ruler Suyu at all. He was just a thin young man. Not even a transcendent. Moreover, even if the supreme ruler Suyu wanted to suppress the rebellion, he wouldn't come alone. So, was it this young man who deliberately used this name to scare people for fun? Some of the hot-tempered ones had already clenched their fists. There were two tall guards at the door of the tavern. The two men were wearing rusty mechanical armor, which seemed to be about to fall apart at any time. But Suyu could see at a glance that this was a deliberate aging effect. The armor on these two people had the strength of the top 6 stars, almost touching the edge of the 3rd level. These two are definitely strong men. But they are guarding the gate here, which shows that there must be stronger extraordinary people inside. This is normal. Without some strength, what can you use to rebel? And when these two guards see someone coming in front of them, they will ask the other person's name and ask them to register. Facing the inquiry, Suyu reported his real name without hesitation, which naturally scared the two guards. Then, they also reacted that this should be a joke, so they couldn't help but glare at Suyu and shout loudly. When they shouted, the blood vessels on their foreheads were beating. The powerful spiritual pressure emanated from their bodies, blowing Suyu's hair all over. It seems that if Suyu doesn't have a reasonable explanation, they will immediately teach Suyu a lesson. And it's not surprising to beat him to death directly. In this exile place, there is no law to speak of. Especially these two people are rebels. Killing ordinary people is naturally nothing. Facing these two fierce guys, Suyu said, as a matter of course, "My name is Suyu. 53 kilometers away, in the garbage street. I opened a small mechanical repair shop there. Don't you know me?" The two guards heard this, and they used the armor to connect to the rebels' intelligence system with doubts, searching for Suyu's information. After a while, they really found it. They looked at Suyu as if they had seen a ghost. These days, there are really people who are not afraid of death and dare to take this name. Suyu chuckled. It's just a name. What's there to be afraid of? The two guards heard this and shouted, "Good. They are all rebels. If they don't dare to take a name, what's the point of rebelling?" And hearing their conversation, the other people around them were also confused, trying to recall whether there was such a mechanical repair shop, and whether there was such a young man named Suyu. After a while of recollection, they really remembered. And some even remembered that they were once Suyu's customers and asked him to help repair things. So the person of that age is called Suyu? How dare you take such a name? In this dream, Suyu also has an identity, and other people naturally have memories of Suyu. However, this memory is very strange, as if it was just generated out of thin air. This is actually the performance of Suyu's formal integration into this dream. Suyu began to contact other people with his real name, so there were related settings that began to be generated. Other people naturally had memories related to Suyu. This memory is not false information, but real history, which is the change caused by changing the timeline of past history. In a sense, these memories are real. If it is Suyu, he can naturally detect the abnormality of this weird thing of generating memories out of thin air. But other people do not have this ability. They were only surprised that there was a guy like Suyu who was not afraid of death. But they had never had any impression of him before. Suyu ignored the surprised eyes of others, registered with the two guards, and walked into the tavern. The small disturbance caused by Suyu's name was quelled. However, there was a pair of eyes in the dark, which was startled by Suyu's behavior of reporting his real name just now, and secretly stared at Suyu. Suyu felt that someone was spying on him, if it were in the real world. With this feeling, plus the power of time, Suyu could find out the source in an instant, even if it was a tyrannical evil god, who was so unscrupulous in spying on Suyu. Suyu would find his true body. But now it is not possible. In this dream, Suyu has no spiritual power at this time, only mental power. Fortunately, after self-hypnosis all the way, Suyu has restored his mental power to the 4th level, and it is still increasing rapidly. Give him some more time, and he can recover to the 5th level. This is also the reason why he dared to go alone, even without psychic power, the power of time, and other powers. With only this powerful mental power, there are only 1 or 2 beings in this dream world that can threaten him. However, Suyu did not choose to conceal his identity, but directly reported his real name. It was not because of confidence in his strength, but because he had to do it. Because in this dream, behavior is very important. If he chooses to conceal his real name and act under a pseudonym, maybe the dream changes. The pseudonym becomes true, and he is really no longer Suyu, but has changed his identity, becoming Liu or Wang Yu. That would be troublesome. This dream is the dream of the chaos evil god, and it is also an extremely strange natural phenomenon. It really has the ability to change the fate of identity. Before, Suyu's identity and fate had been exchanged with the painful evil god. If it is exchanged again, No one knows what will happen. So Suyu must act under his real name, even if it will attract attention. Now it seems that he has indeed attracted attention. But I don't know whose attention it is. Maybe the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god have already locked Suyu's position. Suyu knew that this was inevitable. If these two wanted to take action, they would also be exposed. But speaking of it, the painful evil god used the name of Supreme Ruler Suyu instead of the painful evil god. It is estimated that there will be a lot of trouble. Is he affected by the power of the Dark Emperor and lost his mind? I have to be careful and not fall into the trap. The painful evil god now calls himself the Supreme Ruler Suyu. As expected, his identity has been changed. Now the painful evil god has exchanged identities with Suyu. He is really the Supreme Ruler Suyu. It is estimated that he has been welded to the mechanical throne and can't run away. It's his own fault. Suyu thought vigilantly in his heart and walked into the tavern. Although this exile place is poor, dilapidated and seriously polluted, there are still entertainment places such as taverns. People use the limited food to brew crude wine to numb their long-suffering nerves and get a moment of peace. Some people even think that ordinary alcohol is not strong enough, so they add some mechanical lubricants to it to increase the strength of the alcohol. Those mechanical lubricants are made with psychic technology and have strong anesthetic functions. It is highly toxic to ordinary people, but not fatal to extraordinary people. In this dark giant city, almost everyone has some psychic power. So these alcohols mixed with mechanical lubricants will at most harm the body, damage the nerves, and reduce lifespan. But in this ghost place, you don't know how long you can live. So it doesn't matter if you reduce your lifespan. So many people will drink alcohol, and drink alcohol mixed with mechanical lubricants. You can often see some people drunk on the street, smelling of alcohol and motor oil. These guys are nicknamed motor oil guys. The place where they often gather is called Motor Oil Restaurant. And the tavern that Suyu is entering now is a motor oil restaurant. Suyu recalled these settings and was slightly surprised. What a mess. But it seems reasonable. How did this chaos evil god have such a dream? Or was it the painful evil god or the tyrannical evil god who influenced the dream and created the setting? Suyu thought while looking at the structure inside this engine oil museum. Just as Suyu thought before, there was another cave inside the entire engine oil museum. From the outside, it looked like an area of at most a few dozen square meters. But after entering, he found that the space was huge and crowded. There were actually hundreds of thousands of people, and the number was still increasing. There were tables and chairs in the space, and they were full of people. Suyu found a seat and sat down. Then he touched the armrest next to the chair and took out a cup filled with a mixture of engine oil and alcohol, which exuded a strong smell. This rebel party actually gave out drinks. Suyu raised the cup, frowned and smelled it, and tried to taste it. Although the taste was strange, it was actually not bad. After taking a sip, he even felt like he was lubricated and his spirits were lifted, as if this was some kind of tonic. However, Suyu knew that this was an illusion. This feeling of being lubricated was actually the toxicity of the engine oil eroding the body. But it must be said that it was really delicious. And Suyu took another sip. Now he is also an engine oil guy. TSK. It must be the work of those gourmet mechanics. This weird drink. Suyu didn't need to investigate. He remembered that it was made by those guys who study gourmet food every day. Those gourmet mechanics, after being sucked into this dream, must have lost their original identities and memories. But their nature is hard to change. This engine oil wine is probably made by them. It's hard for them to make such a weird drink in such a harsh environment. Suyu tasted the engine oil wine while looking at the center of the space. There was a huge podium, and it was obvious that some kind of speech was being prepared. But the speaker had not appeared yet, probably waiting for everyone to arrive. Suyu looked around and found that there were layers upon layers around him. Obviously, there was more than one such space, but hundreds of layers with the podium as the center. There were tens of millions of people in one layer, and there were probably hundreds of millions in hundreds of layers. The degree of assembly of the rebels was really amazing. Suyu was a little looking forward to it. What would this so-called rebel speech look like? Suyu waited patiently for a while, and finally a figure appeared on the podium. It was someone Suyu knew. Song Ming. That's right. It was the young strong man who suggested that if Suyu was really crazy, he would have to kill Suyu when tens of thousands of third-level strongmen held a meeting in Tiangui City. As a result, Song Ming was sealed by others just after he made the suggestion. This guy didn't do well outside. But he did very well in this dream world. He was wearing a straight dark red uniform, which seemed to be transformed from a battle armor. And he looked very energetic and handsome. He strode to the center of the podium, looked at the people below, took a breath, and said loudly, "Today, I came here just to tell you one thing." Next, Song Ming launched a very inflammatory speech. From the life experiences of the people, to the darkness and injustice of this city, to the cruelty and ruthlessness of the supreme ruler Su Yu. In short, all the things that people wanted to say but dared not to say before, were said one by one. I have to say that Song Ming is really a talent. Originally, many people who came to the party this time were a little confused. And even some oil men came because they heard that there were free drinks. But after listening to Song Ming's speech, one person's eyes turned red, and he was obviously aroused by his emotions. At the end of the speech, Song Ming shouted loudly, "Are you willing to be ruled by the tyrant Su Yu until you die?" "No." Everyone cheered. "Then what are you going to do?" Song Ming asked. "Go to the mechanical palace and kill the tyrant Su Yu and his lackeys." Everyone shouted fanatically. The scene was filled with fanatical and violent emotions. Even the weakest people were filled with passion and courage at this moment. Just when the atmosphere on the scene had reached its climax, suddenly, boom, the entire speech space was shattered, and dark gates appeared one after another. From the dark gates, mechanical creations, like huge torture instruments, walked out. They were the mechanical guards of the supreme ruler Su Yu. There were also figures covered in blood, with their internal organs exposed and faces full of pain. They were the suffering monks under the supreme ruler Su Yu. Rebellion? Die! Those mechanical guards glanced at the people on the scene and made emotionless voices. Chapter 475. The crowd, who had originally become excited by Song Ming's speech, was now speechless and terrified. They immediately realized that it was the supreme ruler Su Yu who had discovered their rebellion and sent troops to suppress it. There were a large number of these strange and terrifying mechanical creations, and judging from their energy reactions, they were all top-level 6 stars. And there were also quite a few other third-order machines with 7, 8, and 9 stars. There were even some fourth-order terrifying mechanical matrices hiding outside the space, continuously sending troops here. These mechanical creations alone could slaughter everyone. And those painful monks also had terrifying auras all over their bodies. Just by seeing them, many people at the scene felt extremely painful and almost lost any combat effectiveness. Everyone had a vague feeling that if they fell into the hands of these weird weirdos, their fate might be even crueler than death. Faced with this situation, Song Ming, who was just giving a speech, also stopped talking and did not move, as if he was also scared silly. Everyone had hoped that this guy would come out to fight, whether it was fighting or fleeing. At least there was an explanation. But he was actually scared silly. Everyone only felt that their eyes went dark. This was too unreliable. Could they rebel just like this? At the same time, the subordinates of the supreme ruler Su Yu launched an attack at the same time. It's over. Everyone's eyes went darker. After a moment, everyone found that the feeling of blackness in front of their eyes was not because of extreme anger. It was really black in front of their eyes. After a while, light appeared in front of everyone again. Then, they were shocked to find that they were actually sitting at home, walking on the street, or drinking oil in a tavern. Anyway, they were not attending any party or listening to any speech. What party? Oil wine, speech, mechanical guards, painful monks, all disappeared. Everything that just happened seemed to be an illusion. Is the hallucination so real? Or did the rebels mobilize their forces and teleport us back home? But what's the use? The subordinates of the supreme ruler Su Yu must have recorded our information. Even if we teleport back home, we will still die. Wait, how come time went back to 3 days ago? Some people suspected it was an illusion. But there were also perceptive people who soon discovered that they were not just returning to their own homes. It seemed that they had returned to the past. Back to 3 days ago. The invitation to this party started 3 days ago. Over 100 million people received invitations within these 3 days. Then they went to the party at the same time to listen to the speech. As a result, they were discovered by the supreme ruler Su Yu just halfway through the speech and sent his men to strangle them. Facing the terrifying power of the supreme ruler Su Yu, they were naturally doomed to die. Then, their eyes went black and they went back to 3 days ago. So, everything before naturally had not happened yet. And naturally there was no danger. But their memories were still preserved. Knock. 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 At this moment, many people's doors were knocked, and cards were silently stuffed into the cracks of the doors. It was 3 days ago now, so the rebels began to distribute invitations. At this time, a voice sounded in the hearts of the people who had just escaped from danger. Don't worry. I have the blessing of the god of tyranny and courage, and I can go back in time and return to the past. Even if the tyrant Suyu finds out our plot, we can go back in time and start over. After time goes back, only our own people can retain their memories, and the tyrant and his minions will forget everything. Last time, the party information was leaked. This time, change the place. This voice is very familiar to everyone. It is Song Ming's voice. This is their power? The power of time? Go back to the past? After everyone figured it out, they looked at each other in disbelief. After a moment, everyone was fanatical. If this is true, then there is a real chance to overthrow the rule of the supreme ruler. The tyrant Suyu. The young man named Song Ming can actually reverse time. Isn't such a person the savior? After all, although the supreme ruler Suyu is powerful, he has never shown any power in time for so many years. With such magical power, these rebels will definitely win. No wonder the newly emerged rebels are so arrogant, directly summoning so many people and holding a swaggering party. It turns out that they have a regret pill to take, even if they are discovered. What's wrong? Just go back in time and start over. However, who is the god of time and courage? At this time, in Suyu's small repair shop, Suyu looked at the familiar scenery and was also slightly stunned. Then he immediately reacted and smiled. Interesting. This is meeting the protagonist. Young, powerful, possessing the power of time, leading millions of people to rebel against the tyrant. Isn't this the protagonist? However, Suyu is now the tyrant that the protagonist wants to rebel against. At the same time, Suyu also knows that Song Ming's identity as the protagonist is full of tricks. This Song Ming is indeed the protagonist chosen by the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god. He can even borrow the power of time. TSK. It shouldn't be easy for the painful evil god to carry out large-scale time reversal in this dream world. He has also spent a lot of effort to overthrow his own rule. Suyu said secretly in his heart. What is going on with this large-scale time reversal? Obviously, it is the work of the painful evil god. Song Ming himself certainly does not have such ability. In this dream, no one can master the power of time more deeply than him. And it is estimated that the tyrannical evil god also assists him. The reason why the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god did this was to promote the rebellion as soon as possible. So they did not hesitate to lend power to Song Ming. The mechanical guards and the painful monk were probably sent to scare everyone, and then let Song Ming show the power of time reversal to win people's hearts. With such a magical power, everyone will have infinite confidence after seeing it, and they will definitely be able to defeat the tyrant Suyu. Of course, the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god will definitely not appear in their true form when they give Song Ming power. The so-called god of time and courage are their incarnations. After all, the names of the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god are not good things. The painful evil god has the power of time, so it's okay to call him the god of time. The opposite of the tyrannical evil god should be regarded as the god of courage. There is nothing wrong with their incarnation. With this name change, it sounds much more legitimate. Song Ming himself probably doesn't know that his greatest reliance, the power of time reversal, is actually given to him by his great enemy, Supreme Ruler Suyu. Wait, this Song Ming may not really not know. What is so special about him being chosen by the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god to become the protagonist? Suyu thought for a moment and looked puzzled. Although Suyu had awakened and became a prophet before, he could not really see the future fate, nor could he see who would be the protagonist of the future rebellion. Later, this Song Ming was chosen by the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god to be the protagonist. Suyu had also checked this guy before, but did not find anything. I only know that his job is a tyrannical warrior, which seems to be the layout of the tyrannical evil god. Apart from that, there are no extra abnormalities. Even if Suyu monitored the shallow memory of the painful evil god, he did not get any results. In addition, Song Ming was sealed by everyone at the beginning of the previous gathering of the third-level strong men in Tiangui City, and his performance was a bit unbearable. Even so, Suyu has actually been paying attention to him secretly, but he did not find anything. And he did not see that this guy had any protagonist. Until now. In this dream world, this Song Ming has really become the protagonist. Is it chosen randomly? Or is there something strange about Song Ming? Or is Song Ming the avatar of the tyrannical evil god? Just as Suyu was thinking, there was a knock on the door outside Suyu's small repair shop. Now that time has gone back. Song Ming sent someone to deliver the invitation card again. Suyu waved his hand to call the card over. Took a look, and found that the party location had been changed. I want to see what's strange about Song Ming. Suyu got up directly and prepared to go to the party location. Although there was still half a day before the party started. It was far from the party time. But it was not a big deal to go there early. In addition, Suyu felt that there must be many people who had the same idea as him. Sure enough, Suyu came to the street and found that many people were walking on the street with surprise, confusion, and disbelief. Looking at their direction, it was obviously going to the party location. Suyu secretly quickened his pace and soon came to the party location again. This time, it was still a tavern. And it seemed that Song Ming particularly liked this kind of place. But it was another tavern. When Suyu came to the outside of the tavern, the two guards saw Suyu and did not stop him, letting him in. Apparently, after the last time he went back in time, Suyu had been recorded and was considered one of them. After Suyu entered, he found that the layout inside was the same as before. But there was almost no one inside now. Only empty seats. After all, it was not time for the party to start yet. Along with Suyu, there were many other people who entered. They looked at the layout in front of them with a dazed look in their eyes. It was indeed the same as in their memory. Not an illusion. As time went on, more and more people came in. Suyu ignored them, but found a seat to sit down. Took out a glass of oil wine and drank it slowly. Quietly observing the environment here. It doesn't seem to be a materialized space. After observing for a while, Suyu judged in his heart. In this dream world, Suyu has no psychic power. But after such a long time, his mental power has been restored to almost everything. He has mental strength. But at the 5th level, although this space is a bit strange, it still can't be hidden from him. He found that this is not the materialized space he expected. As for what it is, Suyu carefully analyzed it for a while and found that it is. This is the painful hell. After Suyu pondered for a while, he found that this space was actually the painful hell. That's right. The painful hell constructed by the painful evil god with the power of pain. It can accommodate life in it and torture it forever, thereby providing it with endless painful power. Even if it is a top-level 4th-level strongman, if he falls into it, he will fall into endless pain, experience cruel torture, and never be reborn. But now, the omnipresent terrifying power of pain has been made almost undetectable for some reason. It has even been transformed into a gathering hall. If Suyu had not studied the power of pain very deeply, he would not have been able to detect it. Suyu knew that all this was just an appearance. It is estimated that in places that are invisible to everyone, the terrifying power of pain is surging wildly, trying to devour so many lives. And the reason why those mechanical guards and pain monks came so quickly and timely at the last gathering was because they were just next door. They are even the natives here, waiting for the order of the painful evil god to rush in at any time. So, this is actually the base camp of the painful evil god, right under the nose of the supreme ruler Suyu. After figuring out all this, Suyu looked at the excited expressions of the people around him, and was suddenly speechless. They held a meeting under the nose of the supreme ruler Suyu to discuss how to rebel against the supreme ruler. Even the power provided by the supreme ruler himself was used. It was really funny to think about it. At the same time, Suyu knew that the painful evil god must have discovered him at this time. After all, he now appeared in his real name in a swaggering manner. If he couldn't be discovered, it would be strange. Suyu also confirmed this through monitoring the painful evil god. But the painful evil god did not make any unusual movements. And it seemed that he was still observing. Moreover, he may have been eroded by the dark side of the glorious emperor. It is hard to say how much rationality he still has. Suyu carefully monitored his movements and observed patiently. At the party, as the number of people increased, their spirits became more and more excited. Finally, when Song Ming appeared again, everyone cheered like a landslide. Everyone seemed to have seen the savior. Suyu also joined in the excitement and shouted a few times. And Song Ming waved to everyone with a smile on his face, like a big star. When everyone's emotions were aroused to the extreme, he looked solemn. and the scene suddenly became quiet. Song Ming then spoke. Everyone. This is the second gathering. How do you feel? After speaking, he was silent. Everyone was silent for a moment, and then cheered loudly. Time travel is such a magical thing, and cheering as many times as possible is not too much. Song Ming pressed his hand, and the scene was quiet again. This place has been leaked. Soon the tyrant's army will come again. Then he smiled slightly. But it doesn't matter. Just one time travel. They will forget everything. But before that, I will give you some knowledge and power. And you will take the power and knowledge you get from me and return to the past again. In this way, you will accumulate enough power to overthrow the tyrant one day. Chapter 476 The Secret of Time Reversal. This time, Song Ming's speech was more inflammatory than the last time, because everyone had witnessed his power of time reversal. And not only that, at the end of the speech, Song Ming began to impart some extraordinary knowledge, meditation methods, mechanical knowledge, etc. to everyone. He also distributed energy coins and other resources to them, so that everyone can improve their strength after returning. At the end of the speech, the mechanical guards and the painful monks once again broke through this space and came to suppress the rebellion. In fact, they were just next door, and now that the speech was almost over, they came out to scare everyone. So Song Ming once again launched a time reversal, reversing the time to before the party. In this way, nothing happened. Only the members of the rebels retained the memory of the party. In this way, the supreme ruler Su Yu naturally did not know the existence of this group of rebels. It was a perfect plan. At this time, everyone had already regarded themselves as rebels. In their eyes, Song Ming was a respected commander-in-chief who would lead them to completely end the tyranny of the supreme ruler. Even if there are traitors in the resistance army, and they try to expose them to the supreme ruler Su Yu, it is useless. Only one backtracking can eliminate the traitor. No wonder the party is so careless. And everyone comes and goes as they please. You can enter by just registering your name. And there is no sense of confidentiality at all, because there is no need to worry about the news leaking out at all. Some smart people even speculate that such backtracking may have been carried out many times without knowing it. So such a careless and unreliable party can gather hundreds of millions of people at one time. Among those hundreds of millions of people, some members may have experienced countless backtrackings. At the beginning, there may be only a few people at the party. After these people become the core, they start to recruit people. At the next party, there will naturally be many more people. If the news leaks, then time will be backtracked. But the memories of the members will not be cleared. After backtracking again and again, more and more people will naturally join the resistance army. If this continues, sooner or later, all 400 million people will be united. With the power of time travel, the supreme ruler Su Yu will definitely be overthrown. After the travel back, everyone returned home again, recalling the knowledge gained this time, and looking at the extra energy coins and other resources in their hands. Each of them was extremely excited. Of course, this so-called perfect plan is only a perfect plan in the eyes of everyone, and it is actually all tricks. Su Yu treated Song Ming's so-called speeches as farts. At this time, after time travel, Su Yu returned to his small repair shop. He looked at an energy coin in his hand and smiled. This energy coin is the resource he got from the party. An energy coin contains energy comparable to that of a fourth-level extraordinary person. How powerful is it? He is an ordinary person. Getting an energy coin is enough to embark on the road of extraordinary. At the end of Song Ming's speech, the core members of the resistance army began to distribute various resources to them. For example, energy coins, and chips that store various knowledge. So you knew some of the core members, such as Yang Lai, Feng Ying, and other fusion masters who had previously explored the mechanical city. Those people had now left the fusion state and returned to independent individuals. In the real world, these people disliked Song Ming and sealed him. In this dream world, it seems that these people are loyal to Song Ming. After all, Song Ming is the protagonist. Su Yu looked at the energy coins in his hand and recalled everything he had seen before. Su Yu went to the party before. Of course, not to listen to any speeches. He mainly wanted to see what was so special about Song Ming. But after some observation, he couldn't see anything, and it was estimated that more in-depth observation was needed. And Su Yu was not in a hurry. He waited patiently until the party was over. And when time went back, He wanted to see what was going on with time going back. As a time mechanic, Suyu also had a strong power of time. But in this dream world, he seemed to be targeted. Without any spiritual power, he naturally had no power of time. This may not be targeted, but setting. In the dream, Suyu is just an ordinary mechanic. So naturally he doesn't have any psychic powers. Similarly, other people actually have their own settings, and their strengths are basically different from those in reality. There are also some people, like Suyu, who have changed from powerful extraordinary people to ordinary people because of the setting. However, Suyu has a strong mental power, which can violate this setting to a certain extent. But it's okay to use it for fighting. But it can't do things like time reversal. In fact, even in the real world, Suyu can't really go back in time. He can allow others to travel back to the past, achieving a similar effect of time reversal. But this kind of time travel is actually different from time reversal in essence. After traveling, the time point is past, and it is necessary to go through history to reach the present time point. According to Suyu's idea, the real time reversal should be to reverse time and let the present time point go back. After reversing, the time point is present, not past. This kind of real-time reversal requires extremely high time power. Even in the real world, even the painful evil god with the 5th level time power cannot do it. That is almost equivalent to reversing the timeline of the entire universe. How can it be so easy? Even if the scope is limited to a planet or even a city, it is extremely difficult. But now, after Song Ming obtained the power of the painful evil god, he did it, and it seemed very easy. So you naturally wanted to figure out what was going on. If you observe useful details, you can even try to learn this method. Maybe you can regain the power of time in this dream world. Although Suyu estimated that there must be something fishy about the time travel in this dream world. It is impossible to be the same as the real time travel in the real world. Maybe everyone just traveled back to the past history, not the real time travel. Anyway, they don't have the power of time and can't tell the difference. But when traveling back to the past history, ordinary people will split into 2 different historical timelines and merge into one at the now time point. The more times you travel, the more splits there are. And finally they can't merge and die from the backlash of time and space. Unless you are like Suyu. Unify your own history and stop splitting. But obviously everyone doesn't have that ability. So Song Ming's time travel is a bit strange. Everyone doesn't seem to be facing the problem of historical splitting and fusion. It seems that time is really going back. In this dream world, the painful evil god really has the ability to go back in time? With this doubt, at the end of the speech, when the mechanical guards and the painful monks rushed in, Suyu was alert. Using the powerful mental power of the 5th level, he monitored everything around him. In the time reversal, everyone else lost consciousness and their eyes went black. And Suyu was the same. But his powerful mental power was not affected. And he observed everything from a higher perspective. Even his will faintly penetrated from this dream, and observed the real world. Now he has restored the 5th level of mental power in this dream world, and can extend his will from the dream to reality to a certain extent. This is, Suyu saw that everything around him was flowing backwards. The damaged part of the gathering space began to repair automatically. The mechanical guards and the painful monks, who had just rushed and also walked out backwards. The exclamations of the people around him were also played backwards. At the same time, a member of the resistance army came over and took away the chip and energy coins from Suyu's hand. These were the resources that the member had just given to Suyu. Now that everything was flowing backwards, he would naturally take them back. However, after the member of the resistance army left, Suyu saw that the man had nothing in his hands and had not taken anything away. The energy coins and chips were still in Suyu's hands. At the same time, Suyu saw that reality was also undergoing the same changes. The real world at this time was basically the same as the scene in the dream, because the chaos evil god's dream had changed history. Even the actions of everyone were exactly the same. However, everyone in the real world had dull eyes, and seemed to be sleepwalking. The current dream was no longer a false illusion, but was combined with reality, and was equivalent to reality. Everything that happened in the dream would be synchronized in reality. Or cover. Everything that happened in the dream would cover reality, and happen in reality as well. And when time went back, those people were also walking backwards. Even the things in the city were going backwards. Reality and dreams were going backwards. However, Suyu observed that the backwards only occurred in this dark city, and the outside world was not affected. The clouds, sunlight, corpses, mechanical monsters, and other monsters were still going forward. Interesting. Suyu was thoughtful. Now Suyu could only move with his mental power and observe everything. And his body was also flowing backwards with the surrounding environment. The motor oil wine that he had drunk before was vomited back into the cup. On the podium in the center, Song Ming was giving a speech backwards. Finally, he left the podium backwards. Finally, Suyu stood up, walked out of the party backwards, and walked back to his home backwards. After doing some things backwards, Suyu found that his body could move and the time reversal was completed. Suyu glanced at the time, and sure enough, time had returned to before he set out. However, although time went back, the energy coin and chip were kept in his hands. At the same time, his memory was not lost. It's really time going back. Or reality and dreams happening at the same time. It's really interesting. Suyu looked at the energy coin in his hand, chuckled, and then looked thoughtful. In theory, this energy coin was brought back from the future, and was generated out of thin air. Because after time goes back, everything that happened before is future, and has not happened yet. The more times you go back, the more things you bring back from the future. In theory, the rebels can refresh resources endlessly. No wonder they are so generous. Even Suyu, a common person, can get an energy coin, and other extraordinary people get more resources. As they go back again and again, these resources will increase. And with the psychic knowledge they gain, they can improve their strength to their heart's content. Every time they go back, the strength of their resistance army will become stronger, until they can overthrow the supreme ruler Suyu. From this point of view, it is really a perfect plan. The question is, how can all this be done? Suyu is sure that this method cannot be done by the 5th level time power. Even if it can be done, it cannot be so easy and casual, and it must bear the strong backlash of time. But Suyu carefully recalled everything before, and did not feel any fluctuation of the time power at all. When the dark giant city outside went back, there was no fluctuation of the time power. Suyu has a deep understanding of the time power, and now he has recovered the 5th level mental power. He is confident that even if there is a little fluctuation of the time power, even if it is the 5th level time power, he can feel it. But there is no. So, it's all fake. Suyu made a judgment. This dream world is originally illusory, and it is not difficult to create the illusion of time reversal. As for the real world, it is not difficult for a 5th level strongman to just let a dark giant city realize the illusion of time reversal, and let everything go backwards. On the surface, it seems that time is going back. But in fact, it is just that all people and objects are going backwards. However, Suyu thinks it is not that simple. After all, the history was changed in the dream of the chaos evil god before. And then the history of the real world was really changed. This dream does not play those false things at all. From this point of view, maybe it is real time reversal. First realize the false time reversal in the dream world, and then cover the reality to realize the real time reversal. With the power of the chaos evil god's dream, maybe it can really be done. As for why Suyu did not feel the power of time, it may be that there is no participation of the power of time in this process. It is a strange phenomenon caused entirely by this weird chaos evil god's dream. Can time reversal be caused without the power of time? Suyu couldn't help thinking in his heart. Originally, according to Suyu's idea, if you want to realize the reversal of time, the participation of the power of time is inevitable. But now it seems that this is not the case. The power of time, to put it bluntly, is a special spiritual power obtained by Suyu when studying the time mechanic. This kind of psychic power may not be the only power that can affect time. Just like before, Suyu achieved quantization through the power of the subspace analyzer and could foresee the future. But he didn't have any time power at that time. Therefore, the power of the chaos evil god's dream may be another power that affects time. It may even be more magical than Suyu's time power. And even things like time reversal can be achieved. Moreover, the painful evil god seems to have mastered this dream power, and lent it to Song Ming for him to use. So, can I master it? After Suyu figured it out, he looked at the energy coin in front of him and concentrated his mind. His extremely powerful mental power was activated, trying to affect time and go back to the past. Chapter 477 Dream Demon Mechanic. After a while, Suyu said 2 words to the energy coin, retreat. As Suyu spoke, the surface of the energy coin seemed to flicker. Energy coins are crystals of pure spiritual energy. After they are made, they are actually decaying all the time and cannot exist forever. The universe has a lifespan, let alone an energy coin. By the degree of decay, its lifespan can be inferred, and the time of its manufacture can be calculated. Just now, under Suyu's power, the process of decay of the energy coin retracted forward for a few seconds and returned to the state a few seconds ago. Failed. Suyu shook his head slightly. Although he successfully retracted the energy coin, it was not a real-time reversal. Suyu had already mastered this retreat ability, and just now, he just used his powerful mental power to reproduce it in his dream. This so-called retreat was actually learned from Zhang Qinfeng's mechanical creations. Those mechanical creations have a powerful weapon called retreat cannon, which can retreat things within the range of artillery fire, returning them to the state before a certain time, dissolving the enemy's attack into nothingness, and at the same time recovering their own injuries. This is actually an application of the power of time. Later, the painful evil god also learned this method and applied it in the battle with the tyrannical evil god. Later, after Suyu transformed the painful evil god into an evil god soldier mecha, he also learned this trick by observing the process of the evil god soldier mecha using the retreat ability. However, he still doesn't understand the principle behind it. It is a 5th level power. If Suyu wants to learn it thoroughly, he probably needs to be promoted to the 5th level. The retreat ability is very similar to time reversal, but in essence, it is actually somewhat different. Time reversal directly affects the present time node, affecting time and space itself, but retreat only affects the object itself. For example, an apple, after being bitten, will return to its complete state after retreat. If it is time reversal, it will cover the entire space and time, and everything within the space and time will go backwards, including the apple and everything next to it. Retreated is like a degraded version of time reversal. Just now, Suyu wanted to use mental power to perform time reversal on the energy coin, but in the end, it was just retreat. So he said he failed. Although he failed, Suyu was not disappointed, but somewhat satisfied. After all, before, he couldn't even use the power of time in this dream world. But just now, he directly used retreat. This means that Suyu's previous observation is useful. By observing the process of time reversal, he has mastered the method of using the power of time in this dream world. However, it is not actually the power of time, but a kind of mental hypnosis. Suyu carefully recalled the feeling when he used retreat before, and confirmed that he did not use any time power just now, only mental power. In essence, he used his powerful mental power to hypnotize this dream, and used mental power to simulate the power of time, thus achieving the effect of retreat. In a dream, everything is illusory and is a setting. If an ordinary person can wake up in a dream and tell himself that he can fly, then he can really fly, because he changed the setting. Suyu just used the 5th level mental power to tell himself that he has the power of time. So he really has the power of time and achieves retreat. After recovering the 5th level mental power, he already has the ability to forcibly change the setting in this dream. In the original dream setting, he was an ordinary mechanic. But with a powerful mental power, he can become a powerful extraordinary person at any time. Suyu exerted the 5th level mental power to the limit, and he could directly turn himself into a real 5th level strongman. And there was no problem in confronting the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god head-on. The Ghost Emperor could obtain pseudo 5th level power through his powerful mental power, let alone Suyu. What's more, in this illusory dream, however, this kind of change setting has a limit. That is, Suyu cannot change something that he has never seen and does not understand at all. No matter how much Suyu changes setting, he cannot change the power of time reversal, but can only change the power of retreat. Similarly, he cannot change the power of the glorious emperor, which is beyond his understanding. Just like a person cannot imagine a color he has never seen. It seems that I need to observe Songming carefully and try how to truly achieve time reversal. Suyu knew that his understanding of the power of time reversal was not enough, and he needed more observation. Anyway, Songming will use time reversal many times, so Suyu is not in a hurry. In fact, with Suyu's power, he can try to catch Songming and observe him carefully, but that is equivalent to directly going to war with the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god. And Suyu also counts on Songming, the protagonist, to complete the fate of rebellion. In addition, Song Ming now has the power of time reversal. So it is not so easy for Suyu to catch him. And Suyu thought of another question. Why is it Song Ming? Why is Song Ming the one who has the power of time reversal? Is it that the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god randomly chose him? Suyu thinks it shouldn't be. This Song Ming should be special. Also, the painful evil god has never shown the power of time reversal before. Why did he suddenly have it after coming to this dream world? Suyu has never seen the power of time reversal, so he can't change such a setting. And it is estimated that the painful evil god is similar. Suyu knows the ability of the painful evil god very well. And time reversal is definitely not his ability. Is it the tyrannical evil god? No. The original power of the tyrannical evil god has nothing to do with time. Even if the fifth order essence can interfere with the timeline to a certain extent, it is still incomparable to the real fifth order time power. Not to mention the time reversal that exceeds the ability of the painful evil god. Then, there is only one possibility left. This time reversal power comes from Song Ming himself. Suyu analyzed in his mind and made an amazing judgment. Song Ming may have a very special talent, or some strange power, which can achieve real time reversal. The painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god saw this power and chose him as the protagonist. Song Ming's talent may be very weak and almost undetectable in the real world. But in this dream, after being processed by the mental power of the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god, that talent was infinitely magnified, achieving real-time reversal. TSK. This is really the protagonist. After Suyu figured this out, he became curious about the young Song Ming. Song Ming's real realm is not even the 4th level. How can he have the time-traveling power that the 5th level evil god of pain does not have? What is so special about him? The resistance army should not have been fully assembled yet. There is still enough time. Let's wait and see. Suyu was not impatient and waited quietly for the development of this dream. But suddenly, Suyu's heart moved and his expression changed slightly. He just sensed that some amazing changes had occurred in the real world. Originally, even if the real world and the dream world were synchronized, there was one thing that was not synchronized. That is, in the real world, the mummy sitting on the mechanical throne was Suyu himself. In the dream world, this mummy was the evil god of pain. But now, everything has changed suddenly. The dream world and the real world have achieved true synchronization. At this time in the real world, there is also a small repair shop in the dark city. And there is also a Suyu in the shop. An ordinary person. Suyu? In the original real world, Suyu had power close to the 5th level. But now, he has become an ordinary person. Everything is back to zero. And the mummy on the mechanical throne at the top of the dark city has faintly turned into a human-shaped black hole. Painful evil god. The identities of Suyu and the painful evil god have been completely reversed. Theoretically speaking, Suyu is just an ordinary person now. Whether in reality or in dreams. What giant god mechanic? What time mechanic? All gone. Suyu has cultivated a powerful spiritual power through untold hardships. But it is gone just like that. The dream of this chaos evil god is really terrible. But Suyu did not panic at all. Even though he has become an ordinary person now. An ordinary person, with 5th level mental power. The power of the setting in this dream world has become stronger. But it doesn't matter. I am affected by the setting, and you can't escape it either. It seems that in addition to observing Song Ming, we need to find a way to train the lost spiritual energy again. Faced with a sudden situation, Suyu thought about countermeasures quickly in his heart. Soon, a month passed. During this month, no one came to invite Suyu to a party. In the last party, Song Ming distributed a lot of resources to everyone. This month's free time was for them to improve their strength. In this dream, everyone has their own setting. The strength of most people is very low. Originally, the entire planet had tens of thousands of 3rd level strongmen, millions of 2nd level extraordinary people, and hundreds of millions of 1st level extraordinary people. But after the dream world changed history, the number of 2nd level and 3rd level strongmen has dropped sharply, and most people remain at the 1st level. But under the stimulation of these resources, everyone's strength has increased rapidly approaching the strength in the original normal world line. Of course, a month is too short for a psychic to practice. Unless it is a freak like Suyu. Under normal circumstances, a month will not bring about much change. Even if these people are in a strange state. And it seems that their strength has been improved. In fact, They are essentially taking back their original strength. But it is impossible to be so fast. The reason why everyone has improved so quickly is actually because they have repeatedly retraced hundreds of times in this month. It seems to be a month, but it is actually 10 years. In these 10 years, everyone's strength has basically been improved to the same level as in the normal world line. This improvement is not only a change in the dream world, but also in the real world. Everyone's strength has been improved synchronously. In these 10 years, gatherings have actually been held all the time, and the members of the resistance army have been increasing continuously. It is estimated that everyone has been pulled into the group. However, these gatherings exclude people like Suyu. After all, they have participated in 2 gatherings, witnessed the power of time retracing, and obtained resources at the same time. There is no need to gather again and again. They just need to practice quickly under the power of time retracing. Every time they go back in time, the resources they consumed previously will return to their hands again, and the power they have increased is real. Just like Suyu's energy coin. After repeated backtracking, it has become hundreds of coins. In the past 10 years, Suyu has not been idle. Through meditation and practice, he has promoted himself to the 3rd level. Now he is a 7-star top-level extraordinary mechanic in this dream world. After all, in the setting, although Suyu is an ordinary mechanic, he can also use energy coins to awaken spiritual power, work in extraordinary professions, and become stronger through meditation and practice. Although it is relatively fast to be promoted to the 3rd level in 10 years, it is not too outrageous and conforms to the setting. Now even if Suyu does not use mental power to forcibly modify the setting, he has a certain combat power in this dream. Of course, he does not care about this little power. His practice has another deep meaning. In essence, he is also taking back his own power. But because he was originally too powerful, it is not so easy to take back all the power like others. The profession he worked in this dream was a newly created profession called Dream Demon Mechanic. This profession was very unique, requiring the development and manufacture of a dream-making instrument, and then using this instrument to immerse oneself in a dream. Then, mechanical research and manufacturing were carried out in the dream. And then the dream was summoned into reality, thereby summoning a powerful mechanical army out of thin air. It was very similar to the materialization mechanic, who had the ability to materialize data. But the materialization mechanic used data to materialize, while the dream demon mechanic used spiritual dreams as energy. Those summoned mechanical armies were not real, but mechanical nightmares. After descending into reality, these mechanical nightmares would instinctively collect various materials around them and forge their own bodies, without Suyu having to worry too much. The Dream Demon Mechanic was a new profession created by Suyu through his research on this dream world. The mechanical nightmare was actually a reference to the machine soul that Suyu had made before. Originally, the machine soul needed to be cultivated from the planets in the subspace domain. But this new profession, the Dream Demon Mechanic, can be generated from dreams by itself, which is a pleasant surprise. Although Suyu is only at the 3rd level now, he can even summon a machine soul close to the 4th level from dreams. This newly created profession is very powerful. Its essence is actually stealing the power of the chaos evil god's dream. Suyu created this profession. Combat power is secondary. In fact, he still wants to study this dream world, find loopholes, and steal power. On the other hand, he wants to use this to try to influence the real world. Chapter 478 Return to Reality. Find the occupation panel. At this time, Suyu is trapped in this dream world. If he did not have the 5th level mental power, he would be almost completely isolated from the real world, and he could not even sense his real body. If something went wrong in the real world and caused his real body to die, it would be troublesome. Originally, Suyu did not have to worry about these. In reality, he is a top-level 4th level time mechanic. With strong strength, it is difficult for him to die, and he can be resurrected after death, and before the fate of rebellion is completed. The painful evil god will not allow him to really die. But now, because the chaos evil god's dream setting has modified history, and Suyu and the painful evil god have exchanged their identities and fates. Suyu in the real world has been synchronized with Suyu in the dream world. He is no longer a time mechanic, but a newly promoted dream demon mechanic. Theoretically, Suyu no longer has the power of time. If he dies, he may be really dead, and there is no chance of resurrection. Therefore, Suyu must find a way to connect dreams and reality. Solve this dilemma. and regain his time power. The importance of this goal is even greater than observing Song Ming. Fortunately, although the dream world can change all settings, even overwrite reality and modify history, but no matter how it is modified, Su Yu's 5th level mental power cannot be modified. Because dreams are built on mental consciousness, Su Yu's powerful spirit is enough to ignore this dream setting. So Su Yu used the 10 years of retrospective time to create this dream demon mechanic. This profession was developed by Su Yu through his powerful mental power, studying this dream world, stealing its power, and changing the settings. Originally, Su Yu used mental power to forcibly modify the settings, which could only last for a period of time. To put it bluntly, it is to use mental power as a consumable and as psychic power. When he does not activate mental power in the dream world, he is just an ordinary person. But now, after 10 years of research, Su Yu has successfully solidified a setting and created a dream demon mechanic profession out of thin air. This profession actually utilizes not only Su Yu's own power, but also the power of the setting of the dream world. So it is particularly powerful. The 3rd level is comparable to the 4th level, and even stronger than the 4th level in some cases. Using this power, Su Yu has the hope of breaking the shackles of the dream world. At this time in the dream world, Su Yu is sitting on a strange-shaped mechanical chair, wearing a metal helmet, with various cables connected to the back of his head, and is sleeping. This mechanical chair is the dream-making instrument, which is also the key to the ritual of the dream demon mechanic. Only by making this dream-making instrument can you become a dream demon mechanic. At this time in the real world, Su Yu is also using this instrument to fall asleep, because the two worlds are synchronized. Although Su Yu in the real world has a dulled look in his eyes, he is also a dream demon mechanic at this time. He is using the dream-making instrument to create dreams. What will happen if the dream-making instruments in the dream and the real world are activated at the same time, and the two Su Yu's dream at the same time? The real Su Yu will enter the dream when using the dream-making instrument. Where will Su Yu in the dream go after using the dream-making instrument? The answer is, wake up. The moment the two dream-making instruments were activated, Su Yu woke up. Su Yu opened his eyes, sensed it carefully, and smiled slightly. Sure enough, just like in the calculation, I have returned to reality. That's right. Su Yu sober will has returned to reality. In reality, the dull-eyed, sleepwalking Su Yu was pulled into the dream. Su Yu in the dream became dull-eyed. The two have been exchanged. This is the intention of Su Yu to create the dream demon mechanic, to escape from the dream of the chaos evil god through this means. Professional panel. Su Yu in the real world moved his heart and called the professional panel. The next moment, a familiar panel popped up in his consciousness. Name, Su Yu. Professional, Dream Demon Mechanic LV1. Giant God Soldier Mechanic sealed. Time Mechanic sealed. Skills, Nightmare Advent LV1. Mechanical Deity sealed. Time Power sealed. Professional level, Level 3. Level 4 sealed. Su Yu looked at the familiar professional panel and smiled. He finally found his professional panel. In fact, this panel has never been lost. It's just that when Su Yu was in the dream world before, he was blocked by the setting and couldn't see the panel. Now that he has returned to reality, he has been out of the dream world to a certain extent, so he can see the panel again. Although he could see the panel, his profession was still the dream demon mechanic, other giant god mechanic, time mechanic. All were sealed. Even the various mechanical creations made by Su Yu were sealed. Even the evil god Mecha. The chaos evil god's dream was powerful enough, and the settings were still effective in the real world. When I upgrade the dream demon mechanic to the 4th level dream god mechanic, I should be able to unlock the seal. Su Yu said in his heart. The advanced level of the dream demon mechanic is the dream god mechanic. Although it is a 4th level profession, it is directly named after the god, which shows how powerful it is. In Su Yu's idea, the dream god mechanic profession is to upgrade the dream-making instrument again, so that his body can be completely uploaded into the dream, and he will live in the dream from now on, and take the dream as reality. Then he will use the dream to cover the reality, modify the reality with the dream, change the reality settings, and come back to the reality. If the inauguration is successful, you can use dreams to cover reality at any time, modify all settings, and become the god of dreams. That's right. This dream god mechanic has the same ability as the dream of the chaos evil god. This is beyond the strength that a 4th level profession can achieve, and has reached the 5th level or even exceeded the 5th level. This kind of profession, under normal circumstances, is impossible to succeed at all. It's too outrageous. But Su Yu is confident that he can complete it. First of all, the inauguration ceremony of the Dream God Mechanic has very high requirements for mental power. At least the 5th level mental power is required. That is, it is necessary to have the 5th level mental power at the 3rd level. Su Yu has already met this requirement. Then, a ready-made, powerful dream that is enough to modify the reality settings is needed as support. Then steal the power of this dream to complete the inauguration ceremony of the Dream God Mechanic. This dream that is powerful enough is also ready. To put it bluntly, this profession is tailor-made for Su Yu for himself, in order to truly control the authority of the Chaos Evil God's dream. If it is completed, the dream will cover the reality with just a thought. All his previous abilities are back. Su Yu glanced at the occupation panel, thought for a moment, then raised his head and looked at the sky. He could sense that at an altitude of 10,000 meters, on the top floor of the Dark City, the painful evil god was sitting on the mechanical throne. It seems that the setting works equally for them. Very fair. Su Yu lost his original power because of the setting. The painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god are probably similar. However, these two must have their own means to regain their power. But Su Yu doubted that in his current state, the painful evil god still remembered what his original power was, or even who he was. The painful evil god was first hypnotized by Su Yu, and then suspected of being hypnotized by the tyrannical evil god. The setting was changed by the dream of the Chaos Evil God. It is also suspected that because of Kos the Glory Emperor, he was eroded and controlled by the dark side of the Glory Emperor. Then, Su Yu used the paradox to exchange his identity and fate with the painful evil god. In addition, Su Yu and the mechanical god transformed the evil god soldier Mecha. The painful evil god has so many messy debuffs that it's hard to count them all. So Su Yu wondered if this guy still remembered who he was? Could he really think of himself as the supreme ruler Su Yu? Su Yu looked up and carefully sensed the state over there, with a strange look on his face. This painful evil god, who was born from the paradox, seemed to be a little played. No wonder when the painful evil god was just born. He woke up from the dark future time and space. But he didn't even know how he was born. If all these messy erosions broke out, it would be strange for him to know. However, although the painful evil god was eroded in various ways, his essence was still powerful and terrifying. And Su Yu would not take it lightly. After Su Yu looked up for a while, he shook his head and activated the ability of the Dream Demon Mechanic. A moment later, a mechanical skeleton like mechanical nightmare descended into reality. As soon as this mechanical nightmare appeared, it immediately absorbed various metal materials in the repair shop and cast its own body. Various scrap copper and iron, gear connecting rods, scrap machinery and other things in the repair shop flew all over the sky, and began to melt and assemble according to the design blueprint of the mechanical nightmare. Soon, this mechanical nightmare obtained a real body and became a real mechanical skeleton, standing quietly in front of Su Yu, with red light flashing in its eye sockets. Then, following Su Yu's command, it began to absorb various organic materials in the repair shop to create flesh and blood skin. The surface of the mechanical skeleton was quickly covered with muscles, blood vessels, skin, and hair. Finally, this mechanical nightmare became exactly like Su Yu, and then replaced him, and lay on the dream-making instrument. This is a substitute created by Su Yu using the ability of the Dream Demon Mechanic. Dreams and reality are synchronized. Whatever you do in dreams, you will also do in reality. Now that Su Yu has returned to reality, he will do whatever he does in reality in his dreams. That would be inconvenient to move. So Su Yu created this mechanical dream demon to synchronize on his behalf. The mechanical dream demon has now been synchronized with Su Yu in the dream through the dream-making instrument. Su Yu in reality can move freely without affecting him in the dream. After arranging all this, Su Yu stepped out of the door. Now he can observe Song Ming. Originally, in the dream, Su Yu wanted to observe Song Ming up close, which was a bit troublesome. But in reality, after being out of synchronization, it is much easier. Even if Su Yu stood in front of Song Ming, this guy could not see Su Yu, because Song Ming in reality was sleepwalking, and was blind. Su Yu could even use this barrier between dreams and reality to prevent the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god from finding him. Of course, if he wanted to do something to Song Ming, the protagonist, such as killing him, it would definitely cause vigilance. But if he just observed, It would not be a big problem. So you went out, sensed it a little, and moved towards the depths of the building. He was not in a hurry to find Song Ming. He walked and observed the surroundings. He was thinking about what was going on with the dream of this chaos evil god. According to the previous tyrannical evil god, this chaos evil god was the real evil god who had just been born. He had no self-awareness, but just a distorted concept, pure and powerful. Even because he had just been born, his power attributes were not very obvious, and he seemed a little chaotic and disordered. So he was called Chaos Evil God because his thinking and power were really very chaotic. Only a certain existence, holding a ceremony to steal the power of this Chaos Evil God and obtain the position of God, could truly become a fifth-level evil god with a clear consciousness, just like the tyrannical evil god and the painful evil god. And this dream was a ceremony to steal the power of the Chaos Evil God. However, Suyu wondered, is this really the case? The tyrannical evil god is very sinister, and Suyu dared not take his words seriously. It should be half true and half false. First of all, the knowledge about the Chaos Evil God should be true, which is consistent with my previous research. Suyu said in his heart. Suyu had doubted before why the tyrannical evil god was not tyrannical at all, but very sinister, just with this name. Later, after the tyrannical evil god's self-explosion, Suyu realized that the tyrannical evil god had stolen the throne. It is estimated that at a certain time point 10,000 years ago, a chaos evil god with a tyrannical attribute was born. Then he was stolen by a certain consciousness and became the current tyrannical evil god. In order to stay awake, he would even actively suppress his tyrannical emotions. This part of the knowledge is consistent with Suyu's research. As for the dream of the chaos evil god, Suyu wondered whether it was true or false. Why would such a powerful dream be born when he steals the throne of God? Does the ritual have to be performed in a dream? The tyrannical evil god had said before that the attribute of this newly born chaos evil god is pain, which is the origin of the painful evil god. It is the realm of pain, not the realm of dreams. If it is a nightmare evil god, so you can accept a dream ritual. But if it is the painful evil god, this is not even close. This is a bit strange. After thinking about it, Suyu suspected that this dream might be created by the tyrannical evil god in some way. Although the tyrannical evil god is not in the dream realm, he has lived for so long that no one knows what trump card he has. Thinking of this, Suyu was alert in his heart. The tyrannical evil god was hiding in the dark, and no one knew what he was doing. And that Song Ming of unknown origin. Thinking of this, Suyu stopped and looked up at the front. That was a young man with dull eyes. Song Ming. In a short time, Suyu had found Song Ming's true body in the real world. Chapter 479 The Power of the Emperor. Insight into oneself. Song Ming is now in the base camp of the rebels. The so-called base camp is just a factory in the middle of the city. This is the rebels' arsenal, which specializes in producing various weapons and equipment in preparation for the war. Suyu walked in casually, because this important arsenal is almost undefended. With the ability to go back in time, Song Ming doesn't need to make any strict defense here at all. If there is danger, just go back directly. In the depths of the factory, in a combat meeting room. In reality, Song Ming is standing in front of Feng Ying, Yan Lai and other capable subordinates, talking freely. After so many times of going back, we have united all the living forces in the entire giant city. Now we are qualified to fight the tyrant Suyu head-on. Even if we fail, we can start a backtrack and make a comeback. When Song Ming said these words, he was in high spirits and exuded strong confidence, worthy of being the protagonist. It seems that the resistance army he led is ready to launch a real big move. Yan Lai and others beside him showed admiration and excitement. However, no matter what their expressions were, their eyes were very dull, because in reality, they were all sleepwalking. Even if Suyu stood in front of them, they could not see him. Suyu stood in front of Song Ming, carefully observing the protagonist who was giving a speech, wanting to see if he was special. As Song Ming was talking, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and his eyes swept around, as if he had discovered something. You actually discovered my spying through the dream? Sure enough, there are some tricks. Suyu nodded secretly in his heart. Although Song Ming was alert, he was trapped in the dream after all. No matter how he looked, he could not see Suyu in reality. Retrace. Song Ming could not find it for a long time, but he did not think that the feeling was his own illusion. but decisively activated his time retracing ability. Suyu immediately felt that there was a force of time descending from the top of the dark giant city and falling into Song Ming's body. Suyu was very familiar with this power of time. It was the power of time of the painful evil god. Song Ming's time-traveling power was indeed lent to him by the painful evil god. Then everything around him began to reverse instantly. And even Suyu in reality walked out backwards. It is indeed a real time-traveling. Suyu relied on his powerful mental power to stay awake during this time-traveling. This was his first time to feel the power of time-traveling in the real world. And it was indeed different from the dream. Suyu even felt faintly that the now time node actually began to flow backwards under this time-traveling power. However, this kind of backflow was limited to this city. In the time and space outside the city, the now time node was still moving forward. It was exactly the same as what Suyu had sensed in the dream world before. Sure enough, Song Ming's time-traveling really could achieve time-traveling. The flow of time inside and outside the city was one positive and one negative. Before, when Suyu used the power of time, no matter how he traveled through time and space, he was basically swimming in the long river of time. For example, from downstream to upstream, it was back to the past history. Downstream was traveling to the future. No matter how he traveled, the impact on the river itself was not big. Just like an ordinary person swimming in a river. No matter how he swam, he could not change the direction of the river. The same is true for the long river of time. No matter how Suyu traveled through time, this long river still flowed forward unstoppably. The manifestation is that the present time node keeps moving forward, turning the illusory future into reality. The past and the future have infinite possibilities. Only present is unique and unstoppable. But now, this law has been broken. Song Ming's time reversal actually reversed the flow of the long river of time within a certain range. Let the long river of time flow backwards. Suyu was sure that the painful evil god definitely did not have such an incredible power. Even though Suyu had just sensed the power of time from the painful evil god, Suyu was also extremely sure that this was definitely not the power of the painful evil god. This power came from this mysterious Song Ming. The power of the painful evil god was only equivalent to energy, which was then used by Song Ming to activate this incredible power of time reversal. However, even though he was so close, Suyu did not find any strange power in Song Ming. Even though he had used the 5th level mental power to completely scan this guy's body from top to bottom. Every cell and every bit of spiritual energy data were analyzed. But no clues were found. Song Ming was just a 3rd level tyrannical warrior. And there was no sign of any ability in the time domain. Is it hidden in his spiritual will? Suyu thought to himself. It seems that in order to find out Song Ming's secret, he needs to observe his spiritual will. At this time, as time went backwards, Suyu had walked out of the meeting room where Song Ming was. Even Suyu could not stop the power of time going backwards. If he was still a time mechanic, he could barely resist. But now his other abilities were sealed, leaving only a dream demon mechanic. So he had no choice but to go backwards with it. Fortunately, with the experience of a time mechanic and the 5th level mental power, Suyu could maintain normal thinking ability in this time reversal. Seeing that Song Ming was getting farther and farther away from him, Suyu immediately shifted his attention away from Song Ming and focused on the edge of the city. The edge of the city is the junction of two areas with opposite time flows. Suyu's powerful spirit descended to the border from a distance and observed everything here. Suyu found that everything at the junction showed some kind of unspeakable chaos. Various substances were generated and annihilated out of thin air. And the chaos was so great that even Suyu could not see clearly. While observing, Suyu tried to spread his spiritual power, and even tried to probe his spirit out of the city. Boom! Suyu's mind was struck by lightning, and his mind was in chaos. After a long time, Suyu woke up, and at this time, he had returned to his small repair shop. However, the repair shop looked a little strange. Suyu pondered for a while before he understood why the repair shop was upside down. What's going on? Suyu had an idea in his mind. But this idea was also messy. And it was actually upside down. What the hell? Suyu had another idea. And the result was still upside down. Suyu tried to call out the occupation panel. And the characters displayed in the occupation panel were all upside down. Sure enough, I asked a question in my mind. Suyu understood in his heart. Then he adjusted it again. And corrected this confusion of thinking. Finally it's over. Suyu felt relieved. And finally, he could think normally. At the same time, He also remembered everything that happened when he used his mental power to explore the border just now. In that border, the positive and negative time streams had some kind of fierce conflict and impact. As a result, everything at the intersection was in the time vortex. And the flow of time kept changing in a mess. Time sometimes flows forward, sometimes flows backward. And even because the flow of time is too chaotic, it may flow diagonally. Time flows diagonally, which is a bit too abstract. And Suyu's mind naturally became extremely chaotic when it explored this extremely abstract time vortex. Normally, if time flows backward, the thinking of creatures will also think backward. As long as normal creatures can think, their memories and thoughts are constantly increasing. But when time flows backward, memories and thoughts are not increasing, but constantly decreasing. Under normal circumstances, it is naturally impossible to remember the process of time flowing backward. Suyu's mental power was too strong, and as a time mechanic, his mind was beyond the timeline. As a result, even if time went backwards, he could still maintain normal thinking. But in those time vortices, it was too chaotic. The direction of time was changing, and it would switch billions of times in an instant, flowing forward and backward, and even flowing diagonally in an extremely abstract way. In this case, Suyu's mind could not stand it. So the chaotic and disordered thinking just now appeared. It's like an ordinary person turning in circles in place. When he stops, he will be dizzy and can't tell the east, west, south, and north. The time vortex that Suyu just faced was billions of times more serious than ordinary circles. No wonder he was dizzy. Even if the time reversal has ended, and Suyu's mind has left those time vortices, this kind of confusion in thinking still remains. If it were someone else, he would have become a real madman at this time, and his thinking would no longer have any logic. How can one think normally when thoughts are upside down, straight, or slanted? But how strong is Suyu's spirit? The 5th level mental power is already truly planetary level. The computing power is extremely powerful, and it has extremely strong self-stability. So it quickly found order in the chaos and returned to normal. In fact, the chaos still exists, and Suyu's thinking is still a bit messy. But Suyu adapted to this chaos. For example, Suyu automatically translated the chaotic thought what for into why. At the same time, the repair shop that was upside down was also straightened. It turned out that it was not the repair shop that was upside down, but Suyu's vision was upside down. After this adjustment, Suyu even felt that his mental power had become stronger, and his control over his own thoughts had also become stronger. Just like a planet, no matter what natural disasters such as earthquakes, volcanoes, or even asteroids and meteorites hit, they are only on the surface. As long as it can maintain its own gravity and maintain the shape of the planet, it will not collapse, but will adapt to new changes. Just now, Suyu's spirit was like a planet that was hit by an asteroid, and the surface was almost completely destroyed. But after experiencing vicissitudes of life, it was able to absorb the material of the asteroid and become a part of itself. After adjusting his mind, Suyu felt that his mind was unobstructed and refreshed. Time vortex? I have thoughts. Wait, there is still a little confusion. Adjust slowly. After returning to normal, Suyu fell into deep thought. He had gained a lot from the exploration just now. Although he fell into confusion, he also collected a lot of interesting data. Although he was not able to use time reversal, he still had some deeper insights. He carefully recalled his previous feelings and finally confirmed that he felt a strong spiritual power in those time vortices. That's right. It's not the power of time, but the power of spirit. Therefore, those time vortexes can affect Suyu, who has the 5th level mental power. To this extent, that kind of mental power is extremely strong, even slightly stronger than Suyu's 5th level mental power. That kind of power is enough to distort time and space and make time flow backwards. And the source of that mental power. Suyu thought of this and suddenly looked up at the arsenal before. Song Ming. That kind of mental power came from Song Ming, and then spread throughout the dark giant city, which was combined with the time power of the painful evil god. This Song Ming is really weird. Suyu was secretly surprised. Then he immediately began to self-examine to examine whether his thinking and memory would be affected by that inexplicable mental power. This is to prevent himself from being hypnotized unconsciously and modifying his cognition. Before, the painful evil god was hypnotized by Suyu's 92 times mental power, and Suyu himself would naturally be very wary of this silent and powerful power. But after a self-examination, Suyu did not find anything wrong. But Suyu did not take it lightly. He knew that mental hypnosis and cognitive modification were difficult to detect. Just like being in a dream. It is difficult to find out that you are dreaming. Thinking of this, Suyu looked around vigilantly. Now he was a little suspicious. Has he really returned to reality? Is he still in a dream? After thinking for a while, Suyu secretly took out the glory seed and began to pray to the glory emperor. This glory seed is part of the emperor's power. Even if the chaos evil god's dream modifies history and deprives Suyu of other powers, this seed is still with Suyu. But it seems to be less active. Obviously, the power of the glory emperor, although only a little, has a strong resistance to the dream power of the chaos evil god. Your Highness Suyu Chi, please respectfully judge, illuminate the emperor's will, and investigate the monsters. Suyu modified the prayer and tried to use the power of the glory emperor to investigate the possible mental erosion in himself. This prayer went smoothly. Suyu soon saw the glory giant in the dark again. However, the emperor of glory was particularly bright. Suyu could not look directly at it, and felt that his will was almost evaporating. Under the infinite light, all of Suyu's past memories were illuminated. Suyu was shocked to find that he had indeed forgotten a thing without realizing it. That was, when Suyu was sent to the dark time and space by the Ghost Emperor. He found a mechanical star core in a gaseous planet that was several times larger than the blue star. That mechanical star core was very powerful, and had at least the power of the 5th level. Suyu forgot about this extremely powerful existence without knowing when. Chapter 480 Star Tower Navigation. The light emitted by the Emperor of Glory faded quickly. But the effect was still there. The images of the mechanical star core in Suyu's memory did not disappear. Suyu looked at the various images in his memory and fell into deep thought. In the memory, it was a giant gas planet with a diameter of 200,000 kilometers. Its surface was composed of a large amount of yellow-green gas, which kept rotating violently, forming a giant storm comparable to the size of a planet. There were several large storm vortices on the surface of the planet, which were even larger than the Azure Star. The large storm vortexes rubbed rapidly, producing countless lightning, illuminating the entire planet, and emitting a yellow-green faint light. The energy of this planet is extremely strong. If there is life, it is enough to breed a 5th level existence. And Suyu judged that if the energy of this planet can achieve the 5th level, it should be much stronger than the ordinary 5th level. However, the planetary energy of this gas planet is also spinning, rubbing, and exploding crazily, which is more violent and chaotic than the material level. It is simply impossible to control all the energy of this planet and advance to the 5th level. Next, Suyu tried to investigate the interior of the planet. Inside the gas planet, there is another planet, which is the core of the gas planet. This core is larger than the ruins planet, and its surface is covered with yellow-green liquid, which is an ocean composed of liquid hydrogen and other substances. Under the violent storm, this liquid hydrogen ocean was swept by huge waves hundreds of kilometers high, and under the huge waves, the solid core inside could be faintly seen. Then Suyu saw in that solid core a mechanical device. The entire star core is made up of complex and precise mechanical devices. Various mechanical parts are running slowly. Each component is probably thousands of kilometers in units, and they emit mysterious flashes when they are running. The memory picture ends here, because Suyu only took a look at it at that time, and ran away directly. The mechanical star core was too amazing. Suyu was not even a time mechanic at that time. If he died, he would really die. So he didn't dare to investigate it carefully at all, and turned around and ran. He ran hundreds of millions of kilometers in the vacuum of the universe before he felt safe. Later, Suyu became a time mechanic and returned to normal time and space. Then he fought with the Ghost Emperor, and then encountered the painful evil god coming, the tyrannical evil god escaping from the trap, and other events. Until now, Suyu has not explored the mechanical star core again. However, Suyu just doesn't want to provoke it for the time being. It's not that he has forgotten it after he is promoted to the 5th level, but just now, through the power of the Glory Emperor, Suyu found that he actually forgot about that thing. So, the dream of this chaos evil god, the time reversal, are actually the power of the mechanical star core? Such thoughts popped up in Suyu's mind. He guessed that the dream of the chaos evil god was constructed by the power of this star core. Because of its power, Suyu lost the memory of this star core. So Suyu recalled the details in his memory again. At the beginning, when Suyu first saw the mechanical star core, His strength and knowledge were insufficient. But now, after the battle with the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god, and having the evil god soldier Mecha for many years, Suyu has a deep understanding of the power of the 5th level. Moreover, Suyu's mental power has now truly reached the 5th level, and his vision has also improved. Things that he couldn't understand before. Now he can see some clues. Suyu carefully recalled those details, the various parts of the mechanical star core, and the power and breath it exuded, and always felt a little familiar. Suyu suddenly turned his head and looked at the mechanical chair he made. The dream-making instrument. The familiarity came from here. Although this weird mechanical chair and the terrifying mechanical star core have no similarities at all. But Suyu, relying on his mechanic instinct, still keenly felt that there was a certain similarity between the two. That similarity is the function. The function of dream-making. The function of that mechanical star core is also dream-making. Obviously, the dream created by this star core is the dream world of the chaos evil god that can modify history and reverse time. Perhaps it should be called dream-making star core. Suyu's dream-making instrument was actually created with reference to the various characteristics of the chaos evil god's dream world. The essence is to steal the power of that dream world. No wonder Suyu felt that the dream-making instrument would be similar to the star core. So, normally, when the chaos evil god was born, there might not be any dreams at all. The birth of this dream is because it is connected to the power of the dream-making star core. The painful evil god doesn't seem to know about this. So it must be the tyrannical evil god's doing? Can he control the dream-making star core? Or has he reached a cooperation with the star core? Suyu analyzed it quickly in his mind, and felt something was wrong. In the dream world, Suyu never found any trace of the tyrannical evil god. I thought this guy was lurking, preparing to make a big move at a critical moment. But I didn't expect that the tyrannical guy actually hooked up with the dream star core, whose strength was unknown. I don't know if the two sides are cooperating or controlling. Does the dream star core have its own will? Or is it just a simple machine? Judging from the style of the dream star core, it seems that it is not the creation of human mechanics. And I don't know where it came from, and why it is lurking in that dark time and space. And that dark time and space, Suyu thought it was a future possibility. But now, Suyu's dark time and space is suspected to be another dream created by the dream star core. That dark time and space with a radius of billions of miles contains multiple planets. If all of them were created by the dream star core, it would be a bit scary. The reason why the Ghost Emperor was able to send Suyu to the dark time and space was probably because the Ghost Emperor was extremely good at the spiritual field, so he could connect with that dark time and space. In addition, there is a pure spiritual thinking space in the gap between the dark time and space and the normal time and space. All signs indicate that Suyu's guess should be true. The dark time and space is the dream created by the dream-making star core. After thinking for a moment, Suyu did not hesitate and tried to pray to the Emperor Guangyu again. The situation is unclear now. The dream-making star core is too powerful, and he can't figure out anything by himself. And the human leader, the Emperor Guangyu, almost always responds to requests. Suyu doesn't need to hold on by himself. If there is anything, ask the leader. Sure enough, a moment after praying, Suyu saw the true body of the Emperor Guangyu again. But it was brighter than the last time, almost blinding Suyu, and wanted to burn his spirit and body. Fortunately, the picture of the true body of the Emperor Guangyu only flashed once and disappeared immediately. And Suyu's hand sank. And there was an extra mechanical disc, which was the recruit navigator. Because of the change in history, this thing has disappeared from Suyu's hands and is in a seal. But now it has returned to his hands because of the power of Emperor Guangyu. It seems that this is the help of Emperor Guangyu. It's really responsive. Suyu looked at the navigator and said to himself, thanking Emperor Guangyu sincerely in his heart. In the past, Suyu had always played the role of the big boss, and others relied on Suyu's help. Energy, resources, machinery, knowledge. Suyu almost responded to every request, and Suyu would solve any strong enemies. Now Suyu has also experienced it, and it feels so refreshing to have the big boss covering him. It may be that Suyu's previous behavior has won the recognition of Emperor Guangyu, so he is so easy to talk to. But unfortunately, the big boss is not in a good state. Suyu sighed slightly in his heart. Just now, he has been looking at the real body of Emperor Guangyu, and he has a deeper understanding of the state of this emperor. In the light emitted by the Emperor Guangyao, there are fluctuations of his thoughts. His thoughts are extremely chaotic and violent. So you cannot understand other fluctuations of his thoughts except for one obsession. Human beings. If the Emperor Guangyao could not respond to Su Yu's request for help, Su Yu almost thought that the Emperor had gone completely crazy. At this time, smoke was coming out of Su Yu's body, because he just took a look at the real body of the Emperor Guangyao. The whole person almost burned up. Su Yu did not rush to try the navigation device, but analyzed the picture he just saw. The Emperor Guangyao just appeared and disappeared in an instant. Su Yu felt that this should not be the will of the Emperor Guangyao, who felt that he was always asking for help and felt annoyed and didn't bother to pay attention to him. It was because Su Yu had looked directly at the real body of the Emperor Guangyao many times, and he began to be unable to bear the cost of communicating with the Emperor Guangyao. This time, Su Yu only saw the real body of the Emperor Guangyao for a moment, and was almost burned to death. The next time, I'm afraid that he won't even see it, and the whole thing will turn into ashes directly. So Su Yu tried to pray to Emperor Guangyao again, but there was no response. It is estimated that Emperor Guangyao stopped contacting Su Yu because Su Yu could not afford the cost. The benefits of Su Yu's previous CS Emperor Guangyao are now almost used up. If he wants to get help next time, he will probably need to get closer to Emperor Guanyu. Su Yu did not care too much about this situation. It is of course good to have a big boss to protect him. If the big boss doesn't protect him, Su Yu is not unable to walk, so he can find a way himself. Moreover, Su Yu has not studied the use of this navigator. Su Yu immediately picked up the navigator and infiltrated his spirit into it. After a moment, Su Yu showed a happy expression. This new recruit navigator was a big man 10,000 years ago. Brought. It is connected to the important facility of the Empire, the Star Tower, which can realize navigation within the universe. Every time the Star Tower is activated, it will burn energy at the planetary level or even the galaxy level. So this navigation authority is extremely precious. Now, Su Yu found that the navigator was activated again, and it seems that it has obtained more Star Tower authorities than when Su Yu used it before, and activated more powerful functions. Warning: unknown time and space. Reality distortion found. Distortion index 5.9. Distortion range. As soon as the navigator was activated, it immediately began to scan everything around it. Soon, the entire Dark Giant City was completely modeled. The three-dimensional model of the entire Dark Giant City appeared in the display of the navigator. The modeling was extremely detailed, including every brick and tile, every blade of grass and every tree. Naturally, there are all humans, mechanical guards, painful monks, even the painful evil god. Not only that, even the painful hell created by the painful evil god, which is also the local place of the rebels, also appeared in the scan. Just after the entire Dark City was modeled, the navigator issued another warning: discovered dream spacetime. Scanning. Then, another three-dimensional map model appeared on the navigator's display. It was the dream world, and it was also scanned out. The function of this navigator is very powerful. Navigation. How to navigate without a map. So as soon as the navigator is turned on, it immediately scans the map and includes everything, even the dream world. At this time, Su Yu is equivalent to opening the full map, no matter inside or outside the dream. All people, objects, and evil gods are under his surveillance. Even the painful evil god. Su Yu can monitor him at any time. Before, Su Yu could monitor the painful evil god's mental thinking by eroding his spirit. But he also needed to concentrate, and it was not always possible. But now, Su Yu can call up the monitoring screen of the painful evil god at any time, and see all the actions of the painful evil god. The actions of Song Ming and the resistance army are also under Su Yu's surveillance. The monitoring of the navigator is not just a simple picture, but has different labels according to the different energy of each person. For example, the label of the painful evil god is the fifth order subspace painful evil god, the time evil god, and the spacetime paradox body. So you looked up and down at the painful evil god through the picture of the navigator, and found that this guy didn't seem to notice his peeping at all. He couldn't help but admire that the navigator was really powerful. I don't know what technology that Star Tower used. It can exert such power across countless light years. So you then took a general look at other people and things in the city. Except for Song Ming, who had the label of dream creation. There was nothing unusual about other people. Dream creation? Isn't this Song Ming a real human? Suyu was shocked. While thinking, he looked at the modeling of the dream world. He was looking at the modeling map of the real world just now. And now he is looking at the dream map. The map modeling of the dream world and the real world is completely different. The edge of the city map in the real world is the scenery of the blue star outside the city. But it has not been scanned and modeled in detail. The edge of the city map in the dream world is a fog. There is only one city in the dream world. And outside the city, it is all nothingness. No, it is not nothingness. Suyu faintly saw a huge figure while lost outside the city. It was a mechanical device that was even larger than the blue star. A mechanical planet. Dream Star Core. Sure enough, the dream world was created by this star core. And its phantom was hidden in the dream world. However, the modeling of the dream star core was very vague. It seems that the power of this navigator was limited. Warning! Unknown mechanical equipment found. Chapter 481 Fusion Upgrade. Star Tower Enhancement. Holographic Perception. This navigation terminal has insufficient power. And the map scan of this unknown device cannot be completed temporarily. The navigator issued a series of prompts again. Suyu saw this and shook his head slightly. I had hoped to rely on this thing to get the details of the Dream Star Core. But the result was insufficient power. It is the insufficient power of this navigator, not the insufficient performance of the Star Tower. Professional Panel. Suyu immediately called out the professional panel, wanting to see the specific properties of this navigator, wondering if he could improve the performance of this thing. This navigator belongs to him, so of course he can see its properties. In fact, Suyu had seen it before, but the properties of this navigator are very simple. Just one, map navigation. And there is only one navigation destination, which is the ruins of the giant god army. Now with the power of the Emperor of Glory, it has been upgraded. I wonder what changes will happen. Star Tower Navigation Terminal. Type, Mechanical Creation. Manufacturer, unknown. Function, access the Star Tower signal, and perform map scanning, modeling, and navigation. Within the known map range, you can navigate the map and plan the route at any time. When entering an unknown map, you can scan and model the unknown map and then navigate. The scanning range includes real universe, subspace, materialized space, dream space, thinking space, memory space, historical time and space, future time and space. Level depends on the signal strength of the Star Tower and the terminal authority level. The current signal strength is the top level of level 5. This is the new attribute of the navigator in the career panel. Suyu looked at the series of scanning ranges, which were simply all-encompassing. All kinds of time and space known and unknown to Suyu were within its range. This is just a navigation terminal with limited power and authority. I really don't know how powerful the main body of the Star Tower is. At this time, another prompt popped up on the career panel. This navigation terminal function can be integrated with the core specialization holographic perception. Do you want to integrate it? It can also be integrated with my ability? Suyu was immediately surprised and happy. Holographic perception is the core specialization brought by his previous ability, Killing Intention Perception. After reaching the maximum level, this ability can track the enemy remotely and keep track of the enemy's position and situation at any time. When Suyu was still weak, the ability of holographic perception was very useful to him. At the beginning, he was able to defeat the great enemy Li He, largely relying on this ability. However, when Suyu was promoted to 7 stars, his ability changed qualitatively. His mental power was strong, and he could scan the enemy in a single thought, which was much better than holographic perception. In addition, the enemies Suyu faced later became more and more powerful, and their abilities became more and more weird, such as the Heaven Punishment Evil God, the Enemy Demon, the King, and even the Ghost Emperor, the Painful Evil God, and the Tyrannical Evil God. Each one of them was not something that holographic perception could perceive. So Suyu had stopped using this ability a long time ago. But now, I didn't expect there would be a surprise. This ability can actually be integrated with the navigation function of the Star Tower. But if you think about it carefully, the function of holographic perception is really a super weakened version of the Star Tower navigation. Suyu asked hurriedly, after fusion, what properties will holographic perception become? After fusion, the host can actively connect to the Star Tower signal through self-awareness, and no longer rely on any mechanical terminal. The power and authority of the recent navigation terminal are limited. After fusion, the stronger the host is, the stronger the power and authority of the navigation will be. It is also possible to improve the navigation signal and authority by absorbing similar terminals. Suyu looked for a while and decisively chose fusion. With his order, the navigator immediately dimmed. It did not disappear, but function, authority, these two things were absorbed and fused by Suyu. Without these two things, the navigator is like an alloyed brick, no longer useful. And Suyu, a lot of information appeared in his mind out of thin air. Those information are a series of authority authentication, signal sending, receiving, decoding, and other information. After this information was added to his consciousness, the world in Suyu's vision suddenly changed. The originally invisible star tower signal was now fully presented in front of him. This is... Suyu looked at the ubiquitous star tower signals around him and was amazed. At this moment, Suyu understood why. With his 5th level spiritual power, he had no feeling at all about the so-called star tower signals. It turned out that star tower signals were everywhere. This signal was not like ordinary electromagnetic signals, psychic signals, etc. Once there was no signal transmitter, there was no source. Star tower signals had been integrated into the universe and space, becoming one of the inherent properties of space and time. Just like clocks slow down and rulers shrink, light speed remains constant. They are all inherent properties of the universe and space-time, and do not require any additional maintenance. They are the underlying rules of the universe, and are difficult to change. The navigation signal of the star tower has also been implanted into the bottom of the universe, with some great ability, and has become the underlying rule. However, this rule is too secretive. Under normal circumstances, even a 5th level strongman cannot perceive it. Unless you have the authority authentication of the star tower, and the corresponding signal decoding algorithm, you can interpret all kinds of useful information from the star tower signal in the surrounding spacetime. When Suyu used the navigator to enter the materialized space, he interpreted a navigation algorithm from the navigator, which frightened the rebellious galaxy armor and even the top 4th level king, because there was a special number in the algorithm that Suyu interpreted at the time, which was the exclusive digital mark of the emperor, containing the highest meaning and power. The so-called emperor is naturally the glorious emperor. So the galaxy armor and king were scared enough. The algorithm that Suyu interpreted at the beginning was just the route algorithm given by the star tower after scanning the materialized space. It included all the routes in and out of the materialized space, which was equivalent to the offline map of the materialized space. After leaving the materialized space, it was useless. Now that Suyu has integrated the ability of the navigator, the algorithm he obtained is much more powerful than the offline map. It can directly interpret the star tower signal, and even use the star tower signal to scan the map, plan the route, etc. The real universe, subspace, materialized space, dream space, thinking space, memory space, historical space, future space. As long as there is a star tower signal, this powerful function can be used. Even if there is no star tower signal in a certain space and time, it can consume spiritual energy and implant it. Congratulations! You have enhanced a core specialty holographic perception, and you have obtained the core specialty, holographic perception star tower enhancement. Holographic perception star tower enhancement. You can use the star tower signal to scan and perceive the surrounding real universe, subspace, material space, and other time and space. Set goals, and plan navigation routes. The maximum perception range is 300 million kilometers, which can be reduced to improve the perception signal strength and scanning accuracy. If there is a star tower signal in the time and space, energy can be consumed to implant the signal. The implantation speed depends on the situation of the time and space. It can absorb and fuse other star tower terminals to improve signal strength and authority. The current signal strength and authority level is the top level of the 5th level. Sure enough, Suyu's holographic perception has been integrated with the navigator and has become a super enhanced version. The previous navigator scanned the dark giant city and the dream world, and then built a map. Now it is completely stored in Suyu's consciousness and can be called at any time. Those maps are all real-time dynamic changes, and every person and every energy source in the map are marked. In other words, Suyu can always grasp the location, energy intensity, and other information of each person in the hundreds of millions of people in the dark city. Even if Suyu concentrates, he can see the occupation information of a specific person. And even the energy flow in the body can be faintly seen. This is probably the so-called can reduce the range, improve the perception signal strength, and scanning accuracy. Suyu even has a feeling that if he concentrates more, he can see the energy flow in that person's body clearly, and even read the memories and thoughts in those people's minds. However, when Suyu just wanted to try it, the occupation panel popped up a prompt warning. According to the Star Tower's security agreement, it is forbidden to perform signal scanning on the thinking memory of legal citizens of the Empire. Suyu was slightly stunned, which was a bit unexpected. But then he understood that this was a good thing. The scanning function of this Star Tower is too amazing. If there is no such security agreement, everyone in the entire human empire will have no privacy at all. And all the memories and thoughts in their minds will be seen by those who have mastered the authority of the Star Tower. With this security agreement, it is much more reasonable. The Emperor Guangyao built this Star Tower for the expedition to the galaxy, and to provide navigation for the army, not to monitor the thoughts of the citizens of the Empire. Suyu himself does not have to worry about his thoughts being scanned by the Star Tower one day. This is not Suyu's unfounded worry. Although Suyu is the only one with this authority on the Azure Star now, it is hard to say in the future. Maybe the enemies encountered in the future will also have the navigation authority of the Star Tower. If Suyu's actions go smoothly in the future, he really breaks through the 5th level, opens the blockade, and goes to the starry sky. It is possible to encounter any enemy in the starry sky with the magical power of the Star Tower. If there is enough authority and signal strength, it is not impossible to scan the thoughts of the 5th level strongmen. Moreover, the security agreement prohibits scanning only legal citizens of the Empire. If you are not a citizen of the Empire, or not legal, can you scan? Or, if you have enough authority, can you ignore this agreement and force a scan? Suyu thought of this and asked the career panel immediately. In fact, the information Suyu just obtained from the navigator contains the content of the security agreement. Suyu read it a little and digested it, so he didn't need to ask the career panel. However, for such a big thing, Suyu felt that it would be more reassuring to let the career panel authenticate it. So, the career panel popped up a prompt again. You and most of the humans on this planet are legal citizens of the Empire, and are protected by the security agreement. And after integrating the functions of the navigation terminal, you have immunity in the signal of the Star Tower. If you have enough authority, you can ignore this immunity, even if there is no security agreement protection and no immunity. When the other party wants to skin you, you can also sense it and make certain interference and countermeasures. So you looked at these prompts and nodded secretly. After integrating the navigation terminal, he had immunity in the Star Tower scan, so he felt relieved. This is the certification of the professional panel, which is very reliable, although it is not completely assured. After all, if the authority is sufficient, it can be forced to scan, but it can also be sensed, interfered with, encountered. Perhaps, this perception can be used to find other navigation terminals? So you carefully sensed it. But unfortunately, he did not sense other terminals. However, Suyu raised his head and glanced at the sky. He guessed that some of the mechanical creations of Zhang Chenfeng, the so-called Mechanical Council, must also have the navigation authority of the Star Tower. Zhang Chenfeng used to be Guanyu Imperial Guards, the guards of Guanyu Emperor. How could he not have navigation authority? However, it is estimated that those mechanical creations would not open the navigation scan at will when they are idle. They did not turn on, so Suyu naturally could not sense it. However, Suyu estimated that those mechanical creations must have opened the navigation once before. After all, they were not pulled into the dream of the Chaos Evil God. It is estimated that they walked out of the dream because of the power of navigation. With the power of the Star Tower navigation, a dream world will definitely not be able to trap them. However, those mechanical creations did not know what they were thinking. They had not made any movement, and Suyu had no time to care about them for the time being. Suyu thought for a moment and began to read the additional information in his consciousness. Most of this information was the signal algorithm of the Star Tower, which Suyu had already absorbed. The rest were the security protocols, and some were some data records in the terminal of the navigator. These data recorded the usage log of this navigator. Unfortunately, there was no identity information of the new recruit that Suyu wanted to know. The new recruit must be a big shot with an extraordinary status to have the Star Tower navigation. However, Suyu did get another unexpected information, which was why he could get the recognition of this navigator. This Star Tower navigator is extremely precious. And not just anyone can use it. You must have sufficient authority to use it. In the log of the navigator, it recognized Suyu as its master because Suyu had extremely high authority and was a big shot in the Imperial system, even higher than that of the new recruit. As for how high the authority was, it was so high that the navigator did not even have the qualifications to investigate and could only obey unconditionally. I have extremely high authority. Suyu was puzzled. When he first activated this navigator, he had just obtained spiritual power not long ago. Where did the authority come from? Chapter 482 Time Mechanic Max Level. New Course Specialization. Is it because of the career panel? Or the time traveler? After thinking for a while, Suyu had all kinds of guesses in his mind. Suyu thought that when he first got the navigator, he had nothing special except the career panel and the identity of a time traveler. But at that time, Suyu had extremely high authority and directly obtained the recognition of the navigator and activated the navigator, which was very strange. Suyu had to suspect that the reason for obtaining the so-called authority was because of the career panel, or the identity of a time traveler, or both. In addition, Suyu thought that the various professions unlocked in the career panel were all related to the original human empire. Just now, the career panel directly allowed Suyu to integrate the Star Tower navigator, allowing the holographic perception to have the ability to connect to the Star Tower signal. It also made Suyu feel that the career panel and the human empire were somewhat unclear. Could it be that the occupation panel was also created by the empire at that time? Because of its extremely high level. I have extremely high authority. Suyu couldn't help but guess in his heart. Even if he had the 5th level spiritual power, Suyu still couldn't see through and understand the nature of the occupation panel. But now, Suyu seemed to have seen a clue. If the technology of the human empire at that time was combined with the powerful spiritual power of the Emperor Guangyo, it would not be impossible to create a creation like the occupation panel. Suyu could create a temporary armor system at that time, let alone the human empire and the Emperor Guangyo in their heyday. As long as Suyu wanted, he could also create a beggar version of the occupation panel for ordinary people to use. It would not be surprising if the Emperor Guangyo and the strong men of the empire took action to create something like the occupation panel. However, all this was just speculation, and Suyu did not really think that the occupation panel must be the creation of the human empire and the Emperor Guangyo. However, if it is really the creation of the human Emperor Guangyo, there is no need to let Suyu start from the 1st level extraordinary person. Maybe it is not a problem to directly upgrade him to the 5th level. When Suyu's temporary armor system first came out, he could directly make a 7-star temporary armor. But the occupation panel starts from the lowest level, and Suyu soon thought of more doubts. At the beginning, Zhang Chifeng, as a Guangyo Imperial Guard, was an absolute big man. But he led the Giant God Army Corps to the Blue Star in this border area and stationed for many years. No one knows what he is doing. Now it seems that he is not waiting for something. Looking for something? According to this idea, the occupation panel may not be a creation of the human empire at all. It's just that the human empire may know that there is such a thing, which may appear in the area of the Blue Star. So the empire sent Zhang Chifeng here to squat and search. Of course, maybe it's not looking for the occupation panel, but looking for the Traverser? Suyu said secretly in his heart. This is also a possibility. Although Suyu doesn't know what's the use of looking for a time traveler, or looking for the dream-making star core. In fact, Suyu can ask the Emperor Guangyo directly for these questions later. But the Emperor Guangyo is not in a good state. His thoughts are confused and violent. And he is also eroded by the Dark Emperor. It's okay to ask him for help. But this matter is related to Suyu's own secrets. So forget it. I investigate this matter later. Let's try the enhanced holographic perception of this star tower first. Suyu buried his doubts in his heart and stopped struggling. Instead, he began to test his new abilities. Holographic perception. Suyu activated his ability. The star tower signal in the void was continuously interpreted by Suyu and turned into a full-dimensional and multi-angle 3-dimensional map. The two worlds of reality and dream appeared clearly in Suyu's consciousness. Suyu looked at it for a while, and suddenly ordered in his consciousness, navigation. Instantly, a route appeared in front of Suyu. Suyu looked at the tortuous and strange route and walked up without hesitation. This route is extremely strange. Sometimes forward, sometimes backward. sometimes jumping, sometimes squatting, sometimes climbing up the wall, sometimes going down the stairs. It looks messy, as if it were the random graffiti of a mental patient walking on this route. Suyu also looks like a mental patient dancing. But anyway, in the entire real world, everyone is sleepwalking, and no one can see the scene. Suyu danced for a while. God. And suddenly his figure wavered and disappeared directly on the spot. In the dream world, I really came in. This navigation function is really useful. Suyu looked around. The scenery seemed to have not changed at all. But Suyu, with his strong mental power, was able to keenly discover that everything here seemed a little fake. Moreover, the label of the surrounding environment in the Star Tower signal is Dream World. That's right. Suyu activated navigation through the holographic perception ability enhanced by the Star Tower, and walked directly from the real world to the dream world. Moreover, he entered in the form of a physical body, not a spirit. This was originally impossible, but the navigation function of the Star Tower is so powerful. He actually found the road between the real world and the dream world, and walked in. This reminded Suyu of when he went to the material space. He also flew randomly in the air for a while, and then inexplicably entered the material space. And now this dream space is even more magical. But it can't stop the navigation ability of the Star Tower. Warning, now you are entering the dream world in material form. If the dream ends or is destroyed, you will enter the gap between the dream and reality. Warning, entering the dream world in material form will destroy the stability and settings of this dream world. Current dream stability, 99%. A series of prompts popped up on the career panel. Or rather, prompts of holographic perception. Destroy stability and settings? Suyu looked at these prompts, stretched out his finger and slightly scratched, and a dark space crack was drawn in the space in front of him. Even if Suyu's fifth order spiritual power is used to the extreme, it is difficult to tear the space in the dream world. But now, it can be done easily. This is the so-called destabilization. In this dream world, everything is a dream creation, and its essence is false. As a result, in this pure spiritual dream world, Suyu, a pure material creature from the real world, suddenly appeared. So the effect of dimensionality reduction was formed. This is different from the materialized space. The materialized space can hold almost anything. Real matter entering it has basically no effect, and it is no different from the real space. But the materialized space cannot change the setting like the dream world, and has no magical power to change history and reality. This is the difference between the two. Destabilization and setting? I would like to try. Suyu looked at the space crack, suddenly stretched out his hand, and stretched it like a knife, and slashed it fiercely. This palm was much more violent than the previous finger. Suddenly, the space crack was expanded more than 10 times, revealing the dark nothingness inside. This should be the gap between dreams and reality. Right? Suyu looked at the darkness, smiled slightly, and jumped directly in. Suyu's figure also disappeared in the dream world. At this time, there was no Suyu in both reality and dreams. Only the mechanical nightmare that Suyu had made before was still lying in the dream-making instrument, disguising Suyu's identity. And Suyu had left the dream and came to a place of nothingness. There is no space, no time, no matter, nothing. Only spiritual thoughts can exist here. The seal has been lifted. As soon as he entered the void, a prompt popped up on the occupation panel. At the same time, Suyu felt that the long-lost power had returned. Giant God Soldier Mechanic, Time Mechanic, War Mechanic, Ghost Hidden Blade. Before, Suyu was sealed by the setting of the dream world. All the abilities have returned. The power of the Star Tower is really strong. Suyu felt the long-lost power and was very happy. Trapped in the dream world, almost all of my powers were sealed, except for my mental power. I became an ordinary person. That feeling was really uncomfortable. Now that I have recovered my 4th level top power, I feel much more comfortable, especially with the power of time. My safety is greatly increased. After feeling the power that was lost and regained, Suyu began to observe the surroundings. Suyu was very familiar with the surrounding scenery, because this was not the real space at all, but the thinking space in Suyu's heart, which he was very familiar with at the beginning. This is also the gap between normal time and space and dark time and space, because time and space do not exist. Only by relying on a strong spirit to create a thinking space can one think and move in it. Suyu had experienced this before when he returned to the blue star from the dark time and space. But this time, Suyu did not go to the dark time and space at all, but just left the dream world and came here. This proves Suyu's previous guess that the dark time and space was indeed the dream world created by the dream star core. However, when Suyu's body traveled to the dark time and space, he did not have the magic of creating space cracks at will. It is estimated that the dark time and space are somewhat different from the ordinary dream world. Suyu observed for a moment and knew that this was his thinking space, and there was nothing to see. So he focused his attention on himself. Time Mechanic LV119999900/100000. Suyu's time mechanic has not reached the maximum level yet, and it is still a little short. Suyu's time mechanic is extremely difficult to upgrade. However, after decades of meditation and hard work, he still upgraded it to the limit. Later, even though Suyu was eroded by the painful evil god, he hypnotized himself back. So he continued to meditate secretly to improve the level of the time mechanic. Because only by upgrading the time mechanic to the maximum level can a new profession be unlocked, and there is a chance to be promoted to the 5th level. However, when Suyu was just a little bit short of his years of hard work, the chaos evil god dream came and sealed all of Suyu's abilities, turning him into an ordinary person. It was only because Suyu had a strong will that he was not impatient and finally found his own strength. Seeing that the time mechanic was only a little short of the last bit of experience, Suyu was confused and alert. The timing of the dream coming was too good. Just a little short. It was obvious that the other party did not want Suyu to upgrade the time mechanic to the maximum level. This grasp of timing made Suyu very alert. How did the other party know Suyu's progress? Did they monitor part of my thoughts through dreams? At that time, my time mechanic was about to reach the maximum level, and I dreamed about it at night. Even if I didn't sleep, there might be fragments of my thoughts leaking out and being monitored by the dream-making star core. The enemy doesn't want my time mechanic to reach the maximum level, so I must make it reach the maximum level, no matter what. Let's upgrade first. Suyu's heart moved, and he immediately began to meditate. In fact, in this empty thinking space, time and space do not exist, and ordinary extraordinary people cannot meditate at all. But the time mechanic is very special. And in this case, it is not affected. Almost instantly, the last 100 points of experience were supplemented under Suyu's meditation. So, the time mechanic. Max level. You get 100 professional experience time mechanic LV max. Time power is increased synchronously. According to your max level core ability time power, you get core expertise fate prediction. Core expertise, fate prediction. Fate prediction, although as a time mechanic. Through time travel, you have mastered the power of time. You can travel through time and space, change the past, and determine the future. However, even if you can control time, there is still fate. Fate is bound to happen and cannot be avoided. But it can be predicted in advance through prophecy. Consume a lot of time power to launch a fate prediction. Predicting a fate related to yourself. Attention! Fate prediction will also accumulate a lot of time and space backlash, depending on the situation. The backlash degree is 100. Current time and space backlash accumulation, 17. When it accumulates to 100, you will die. After the time mechanic reaches the maximum level, the core specialization fate prophecy appears. Before, Suyu saw many fate scenes because of the relationship with the Emperor Guangyo. At that time, he doubted whether he had become a prophet. However, the prophet's predictions seemed to be somewhat uncontrollable. Sometimes effective, and sometimes not. He could not actively launch the prophecy, and Suyu could not verify whether he had really become a prophet. Now with this core specialization, he has truly become a stable prophet. No need to rely on luck. You can directly consume the power of time to launch the prophecy. Observe the fate that is bound to happen. Moreover, the originally very abstract time backlash, with the full level of the time mechanic, there are now specific values, and after accumulating to 100, there is no doubt that he will die. The occupation panel said so. It seems that he is really dead. Suyu has to be alert. I just don't know if this kind of death can be resurrected. He was lucky that he had been paying attention before, and used the method learned from the painful evil god to lend the power of time to others, and let others help him bear the backlash. Otherwise, I am afraid, he would have died from the backlash. Fortunately, Suyu seldom used the power of time in recent years, So the accumulated amount of backlash was only 17. So there is no need to worry about the problem of time backlash for the time being. After the time mechanic reached the maximum level, the prompts on the occupation panel kept coming. The new occupation is unlocked. Chapter 483 Powerful New Profession. Evolved Profession Panel. Employment Direction. Tier 4 Profession Void Walker. Ghost Hidden Blade Main plus War Mechanic plus Manifestation Mechanic plus Painful Monk plus Ghost Meditation LD Max equals Void Walker. Introduction. Ghost Hidden Blade, as a special type of soldier in the Human Empire period, is based on the research results of the power of the high-level entity nothingness in the subspace. Nothingness is different from the violence and distortion of other subspace entities. The original power of nothingness is the nothingness and dead emotion of human beings, which is the last remnant of human death. This power has strong resistance to the erosion of other subspace entities. Therefore, Ghost Hidden Blade can become the only extraordinary soldier that can stably use psionic energy. As an advanced version of Ghost Hidden Blade, Void Walker can upgrade psionic energy to the real power of nothingness, and even turn itself into nothingness, walking outside of time and space, life and death. Inauguration Ceremony. Find a piece of void fragment, kill it, and survive in the nothingness left after its death. Unfinished. Possible employment directions. As the time mechanic reached the maximum level, the occupation panel immediately unlocked several Tier 4 occupations. The first of these was the advancement of Ghost Hidden Blade, Void Walker. Suyu had expected the unlocking of this Void Walker. After all, he had already developed the power of nothingness from Ghost Hidden Blade. The advancement of Ghost Hidden Blade must be a further use of the power of nothingness. The occupation ceremony of the Void Apostle is also very simple. It only requires killing a piece of nothingness fragment. Of course, simplicity does not mean simplicity. The ceremony clearly states that it is necessary to survive in the nothingness left after the death of the void fragment. Suyu had already experienced the horror of the power of nothingness. The violent thoughts at the beginning were very difficult to deal with, and in the end, they were washed into an idiot without thoughts by the power of nothingness. Later, in the battle with Wang, the power of nothingness also played a big role. At that time, Suyu used the power of nothingness that he created himself. Suyu could not predict how terrible the nothingness left behind after the death of the original nothingness fragment was. He could only know it by trying it himself. As for the information about the nothingness fragment, Suyu did have some information. In the battle when the mechanical city was completely destroyed, the Dead Sea water in the sky should be the so-called nothingness fragment. Those Dead Sea waters have been silent in the deep sea of the Azure Star. That thing was probably the research material of Zhang Chifeng and others when the Empire was still there, and was later sealed in the deep sea. When the painful evil god and the tyrannical evil god fought, the entire Azure Star was almost shattered, and the nothingness fragment was also unsealed. When the nothingness fragment was just unsealed, it also participated in the siege of Suyu. It was obviously not a good thing, and it was the same kind of stuff as the evil god. It was just a fragment, and its strength was far from the 5th level, so it was not a big threat to Suyu. Later, when Suyu finished casting evil god armor, he directly suppressed the tyrannical evil god, not to mention the fragment of nothingness. Even if Suyu did not rely on the evil god armor, but fought the fragment of nothingness head-on, with his powerful mental power and the power of time, he would probably be able to capture it easily. Unfortunately, when the tyrannical evil god fled into the depths of the subspace, he took the fragment of nothingness and the rotten flesh eyes brought by the painful evil god away. And now no one knows what happened to them. Thinking of this, Suyu felt a little uneasy. Could the tyrannical evil god swallow the fragment of nothingness? According to the introduction of the occupation panel, the power of nothingness can effectively resist the erosion of the evil god's power on the spirit and maintain sanity. The tyrannical evil god stole the throne of God, but was unwilling to lose his mind. The fragment of nothingness should be a tonic for him, which can help him maintain his sanity. Maybe the fragment has been swallowed. So where can Suyu find another fragment? But it's not certain. Thinking of this, Suyu secretly activated the power of the Ghost Hidden Blade. Under Suyu's development, the power of the Ghost Hidden Blade has long been upgraded from high-level ghost energy to power of nothingness. This power of nothingness may not be complete, but it can also open a void space. At first, Suyu used this void space to store items. Until later, Suyu felt that this space was of unknown origin and might have hidden dangers. So he stopped using it, and used his own material space to store items. Now Suyu has understood that the void space he connected to before must have been created by the void fragment. Just like the painful hell of the evil god of pain, the void fragment can also create its own void space. As for why Suyu can connect to the space created by the void fragment, it is because the void fragment is originally the research material of the Empire. It is normal that the ghost hidden blade, an extraordinary profession developed by the Empire, can connect to the space created by the void fragment across levels, coupled with Suyu's extremely high authority. Just like everyone under Suyu, who obtained the authority to connect to the materialized space created by Suyu. Now, Suyu tried to open the void space again, but he didn't want to store any items, but wanted to confirm whether the void fragment was still there. As the power of nothingness operated, Suyu had a faint feeling that an absolutely dead and void space was about to open. However, it seemed that there was some huge resistance, and it couldn't be opened. But this was enough. Suyu was sure that the void fragment was still there, but its power seemed to be sealed. Obviously, it must have been done by the tyrannical evil god. The void fragment fell into the hands of tyranny, a 5th level complete evil god, and it would definitely not end up well. But Suyu was also curious. Why didn't the tyrannical evil god swallow this guy? If the void fragment was swallowed, Suyu's job as a void walker would basically be hopeless. At least in the Azure Galaxy, there should be no second void fragment. With tyranny's wisdom, he should be able to create a profession similar to the void walker. Right? Even if there are some side effects. As a 5th level evil god, he should be able to withstand it. Is he dissatisfied with the 4th level void fragment? Or, this void fragment is an experimental product of the Empire. I'm afraid it has some Imperial technology seal encryption on it. Tyranny can't crack it? Suyu had a guess in his mind. Things like void fragments have been studied in the hands of the Empire for who knows how long. And who knows how many tricks have been used on it. With the Empire's technology, even Tyranny evil god may not be able to crack it at will. Thinking of this, Suyu was relieved. The Empire's encryption technology, authority, is the most important. And Suyu's authority is so high that he can even activate the Star Tower. The encryption of the void fragment should not be a big deal for Suyu. You just need to find a way to take the fragment back from tyranny. And you can kill it to complete the ritual. Although it is also difficult to snatch things from tyranny, it is better than having no hope. The reason why Suyu was so interested in the profession of the Void Walker was because of the introduction of it in the profession panel. The power of nothingness had a strong resistance to the erosion of the evil god. This ability was very useful to Suyu. Otherwise, Suyu suspected that even if everything went well, he completed the ritual, was promoted to the 5th level, and seized the throne of the painful evil god or even the tyrannical evil god, he might lose his humanity and completely become a twisted real evil god. Thinking of this, Suyu looked at the remaining professions that had been unlocked. Employment Direction, 4th level profession ode to God of Dreams Mechanic. Dream Demon Mechanic Main plus War Mechanic plus Manifestation Mechanic plus Ghost Hidden Blade plus Holographic Perception Star Tower Enhancement plus Dream Demon Meditation Method LV Max equals Dream God Mechanic. Introduction, based on the Dream Demon Mechanic. A powerful 4th level profession that has been advanced has a powerful ability that can be called the God of Dreams. It can create powerful extraordinary dreams, and use the settings of this dream to cover reality and modify history. It can make time flow backwards and reverse time. This occupational ability has exceeded the scope of the 4th level, so it needs at least the 5th level of mental power as a basis, and steals and absorbs the power of the 5th level extraordinary dream to achieve its ability effect. Inauguration Ceremony. Raise your own mental power to the 5th level, and in the 5th level extraordinary dream, find the origin of the dream, devour its power, and completely control the dream. Unfinished. Possible Employment Direction, 4th level Occupation Digital God Mechanic. Embodiment Mechanic Main plus War Mechanic plus Dream Demon Mechanic plus Ghost Hidden Blade plus Embodiment Meditation Method LV Max equals Digital God Mechanic. Introduction, a 4th level occupation that is advanced based on the Embodiment Mechanic. The Embodiment Mechanic can already materialize space, and the Digital God Mechanic can materialize a complete world from a microscopic level. It can also truly digitize the matter, life, and energy of the real universe and adjust its values. The power of this profession is so strong that it has exceeded the scope of the 4th level profession. It needs to devour the origin of at least the 5th level intelligent life to achieve it. Inauguration Ceremony. Use the 5th level mental power to devour and analyze the origin of the 5th level intelligent life giant god and dream star core. In addition to the Void Walker, 2 other 4th level professions have been unlocked. Dream God Mechanic, Number God Mechanic. These 2 professions are extremely powerful. They can possess the power of the 5th level, or even stronger, as a 4th level identity. Among them, the Dream God Mechanic God is just Suyu's previous idea. The idea is to steal the power of the Chaos Evil God's dream and gain strength beyond the 4th level. But this is just Suyu's idea. Suyu doesn't know whether it will work or not. But the profession panel actually unlocked it. This profession is no longer an old profession that the Empire originally had. But the profession panel actively created it based on Suyu's idea. It was basically tailor-made for Suyu. Especially the 5th order mental power. Holographic perception star tower enhancement requirement. Which was even more obvious. Who else could meet such conditions except Suyu? The same is true for the digital god mechanic. With the power of the 5th order at the 4th order. It was also tailor-made. The ritual even required Suyu to devour the origin of the Dream Star core. Has the career panel evolved? Suyu looked at the 2 new careers and couldn't help thinking. That's right. In Suyu's opinion, the career panel has also evolved. The original career panel, the unlocked careers, were basically all the careers that had existed before. And Suyu could only choose what was unlocked. So later, Suyu was not satisfied with the limitations of the career panel, and began to actively create careers and actively seek power outside the career panel. He created the time mechanic, the dream demon mechanic, and so on. Now, the occupation panel can be tailored to Suyu's own situation. And the customized occupation is so powerful. With a 4th order level, it has the power of the 5th order, which is incredible. This is an obvious evolution. And the source of evolution. Is it the signal of the star tower? Suyu thought. The changes in the occupation panel obviously appeared after the holographic perception absorbed the star tower navigation device and connected to the star tower signal. This made Suyu think about the origin of the occupation panel again. One possibility is that the occupation panel is really an imperial creation. So after connecting to the star tower, it was like returning home and was immediately upgraded. Another possibility is that the occupation panel has been upgraded by absorbing the rich information contained in the star tower signal. The occupation panel is also learning. It is learning, adapting to this world. And it is also growing. It is constantly absorbing various information in this universe, which is manifested as the various occupations that Suyu has unlocked before. The various occupations that Suyu has unlocked before are just information extracted by the occupation panel from the history of this planet. The star tower signal is a big boost to the career panel. So there is such an amazing change. From ordinary unlocking careers to creating careers. For these 2 possibilities, Suyu feels that it is very likely the second one. If it is really the second one, the real level of the career panel may be above the star tower. After all, Suyu's holographic perception can access the star tower, which is almost equivalent to invading the star tower system to some extent and stealing the signal. My so-called extremely high authority. Could it be that the career panel invaded the star tower? Suyu suddenly had an idea, and suddenly felt a little guilty. But then, he put this little emotion behind his head. No matter where his extremely high authority came from, the Emperor Guangyao didn't say anything. So his authority was real, and there was nothing wrong with it. No matter what the truth of the career panel is. These 2 newly unlocked professions are great things for Suyu. Because these 2 new professions, the Dream Demon Mechanic and the God of Numbers Mechanic, are both 4th level professions, but have the power of the 5th level. If the inauguration is successful, coupled with Suyu's 5th level mental power, wouldn't it be equivalent to being promoted to the 5th level? It is enough to greatly improve his combat effectiveness. Moreover, the ritual difficulty of these 2 professions is definitely much easier than the real 5th level. Moreover, in addition to these 2 pseudo 5th level professions, the profession panel actually unlocks the real 5th level profession. Employment Direction, 5th level profession God of Pain. Pain Apostle Main plus Giant God Soldier Mechanic plus Void Walker plus Dream God Mechanic. Number God Mechanic. Time Mechanic plus Hell Meditation Method LV Max equals Painful Evil God. Introduction. Due to the paradox of time and space, the God of Hell was born in the future time and space, holding the power of hell pain, feeding on the pain of all living beings, immortal and indestructible, powerful and terrifying. Attention! Once this profession is inaugurated, there is a great possibility that it will lose its humanity and become a real evil supernatural power. through the power of the apostle of nothingness. This erosion effect can be resisted.